Give somebody who he needs to. If he needs to.
I didn't know what status she's in.
Oh, man.
Oh, she's suspended.
Good idea.
Okay.
We'll just note it for the record. You know.
As long as I'm sitting, I'm okay. If I stand up, my back will start hurting. You know what? My microphone.
You know what it is, not normal that people yell at us.
But it'd be weird.
Like a deposition. It's the only thing in law. You start snoring.
Yeah. The only thing, they keep saying that we had nothing but first request last week on a bunch of charges, and I went through every one of them, and they're all tied to some sort of legitimate business use. They certainly don't rise to the level of H-weighted.
Was there shit pending case?
I mean, you take all that stuff out of context.
Shouldn't take.
And there's all the time, I'm
What's
ready.
going on, man?
Ready, I'm just...
Nothing. Check.
But it's the behavior that we've seen. Just being hard-headed.
Check,
and being
check.
able to explain your way out of
Check,
everything.
buzz. Okay.
For tonight. Hey, Scott.
I don't think so either. Or maybe just begins.
The other guy.
Check. Okay.
He's the guy sitting over there with the mustache. Go grab her.
Hello? Is that better? Just, I forgot. Universe, is Universe here? Universe Winston, is she in the audience?
I don't see her.
All right, I would ask that we, I guess, hold that. We'll go on into the item 2, which is a hearing, potential termination of fire chief Page Day, A 2014-297, to determine whether the fire chief Page Day's employment should be terminated with the city of Smyrna. Scott Cochran is our city attorney. You get the back.
I thought Scott was
Scott, you gonna get the background on this? Yes. I'm sorry, and I believe Miss Day is represented by Mr. McKinney. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Let Scott do an opening comment or opening remarks, and we'll get Mr. McKinney to do that.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Is this microphone on?
Yes.
You think it? Okay. Let me just kind of start off by saying that this is one of those situations where you kind of wish you weren't the city attorney. I don't think anybody here is happy about being here. I know I'm certainly not. I'm sure that none of you are happy about being here, but we are, and we're here because we've been led here by evidence. And I want to talk a little bit about the process that we're going to follow tonight, and then a little bit about the evidence that I expect you guys will see during that process. The first, and this is unusual, I don't know that we've ever had this type of case before. I've been here for nearly 20 years, and I've never seen a case like this before. I don't think I've ever stood at this podium before. I usually sit down there. But this is a due process hearing. One of the goals for you all as sitting council members and the mayor is to afford due process to Page Day, who has an issue before you all today that is really whether or not she should be terminated due to actions that she's taken. So this is an opportunity for you all to hear evidence, to ask questions, for Mr. McKinney to ask questions that he might have, and for us to call witnesses and offer documents and that sort of thing. So as probably everybody in the room knows, this issue is an issue that has gotten here because of misuse of city credit card, of a city issued credit card. And as you know, in the city, there are certain people that have city credit cards, purchasing cards, P cards, they call them for short. And department heads, some department heads have purchasing cards, and the fire chief is a department head that has a purchasing card. And let me just show you here on the Elmo, if I can, and we'll get this into evidence later, but see if we can have. So this is an agreement. This is an agreement that that Page Day was given when she was given her credit card. And this agreement at the top has a clause that says what really is obvious, but it says the very first thing in the agreement. It says that I understand that under no circumstances will I use my purchasing card to make personal or non-work related purchases for myself or for others. It goes on to say that a personal or non-work related purchase with intent to reimburse the city is unacceptable and can be grounds for termination. All right? So we start with the agreement, and then next we've got the actual purchasing card. Okay, this is the purchasing card that we have copies for all of you guys later. And if you can see, this is a card, which you probably can't see now, but it's got Page Day's name on it, and then under her name it says City of Smyrna, and then it's got the Smyrna logo on the top. I mean, it's pretty easy to look at this card and see that this is a Smyrna purchasing card due to the fact it's got the Smyrna logo, it's got the City of Smyrna's name, and on the side of the card it says purchasing card. So, and here's where where the story starts, kind of with the agreement for the purchasing card and the actual card itself as the backdrop. So, there was a time when the purchases, certain purchases. Well, first we'll talk about the process. The process is when a department head or city employee uses a purchasing card, they use the card, and then when the bill for that card comes in, they take a log, and I'll show you this in a minute. They take a log and they reconcile. They list what the purchases were, and then they have comments and description of the purchase, and they say what it's for. And so on June the 27th, a city employee who was in the clerk's office here, at the time she was a deputy clerk, she was reviewing these logs that have the purchases. And on that review, there was an issue that dealt with room service. And so she began to ask the questions of, well, is that a proper charge for the purchasing card, using room service, or charging room service for the purchasing card? And so the fire chief directly reports to Tammy Sadler, who's here in the crowd somewhere. But Tammy is the assistant city administrator. And there are a few departments, 4 departments that report directly to Tammy, and the fire department is one of them. And so the clerk who had the issue and the question about whether it's okay to use the city purchasing card for room service when you're on a convention, the clerk brought this to Tammy's attention, the direct supervisor, and brought in these charges saying, hey, I don't know about these room service charges. There's $181 of room service charges, and that seems a little bit suspect. Well, Tammy looked at this activity log and said, well, yeah, that's suspect, but there's other things on it. Look, there's a plumber, a bill for a plumber for doing work in Texas on there. And it's listed as the wrong card, but why did a plumber in Texas, why was that plumber charged with a city credit card? And then there were other charges that looked suspect also. There were 3 charges that were made on the card, and they were incurred on days that the fire chief wasn't working. Okay, so we've got this heightened scrutiny because of the room service. And then with that heightened scrutiny because of the room service, we've got these other charges that really look suspect because, like I say, she wasn't working that day. So immediately on 6/27, Tammy Sadler, the direct supervisor, called Paige Day and asked about these charges. And she said, you got to be careful. Room service, kind of extravagant type room service things on a city purchasing card, it just looks bad. And in addition to that, we've got some charges on a day that you weren't even at work. And they talked it out then, and thought that between the agreement that was signed that said, I understand I can't use these cards for personal use, between that and this reprimand that, hey, watch out, using this purchasing card for personal use, between those two, we thought that it would probably be enough. And whatever problem existed would end then. But out of an abundance of caution, Tammy, again, the direct supervisor, set up a meeting with the finance director and all of the department heads that answered directly to Tammy. And the purpose of the meeting, and this meeting happened on July the 2nd, the purpose of this meeting was for Tammy to be able to reiterate the issues with purchasing cards, to be able to say, hey, listen, make sure you all understand that you can't use your purchasing card for personal matters. So, and so Tammy, as sweet as she is, and she's nearly 9 months pregnant tonight, and you have to testify here, but Tammy didn't want to single out anybody in this meeting. So she had all of the department heads that answer to her come to the meeting, so as not to single her out. And they had the meeting, and they talked about, hey, you got to be careful with this. Well, after the meeting, on the same day of the meeting, July the 2nd, Tammy asked Paige, hey, come down to my office for a second. And so they went down, and Tammy again reiterated this prohibition against using purchasing cards for personal things. And she reminded the fire chief that, listen, in Smyrna, these are scrutinized. We've had situations in the past, and we really scrutinize this now, and you really need to be careful with the way that you use your card. And so there now we're to a signed agreement that says, I understand I can't use it for personal uses, a phone call that says, I understand I can't use it for personal uses, and then a meeting with other department heads, and then a meeting by herself. So we're at four separate times when this was reiterated, either told to the fire chief or reiterated to the fire chief that this can't be done. And so they, and also that they talked again about, hey, misuse of this city credit card, because it's public money. Misuse of the city credit card can result in termination. Okay? So, in this, after this meeting, meeting with the department head, then a subsequent follow-up meeting down the same day down in Tammy's office. At that meeting, Tammy gave this log, this log that has charges for 627, and you'll have all this later. But there's a credit card log. See that? How credit card log and all these itemized things. So this was given back to the chief, to the fire chief. He said, here, take this back and look it over and figure out what charges are yours and what charges are not yours, and get back with us on that, okay? So that was on the meeting in Tammy's office on July the 2nd. Well, Tammy went on vacation, and when she got back from vacation about a week later, this was in her inbox. And the fire chief had resubmitted the purchasing card. Now, it's interesting to note that when this was resubmitted, it didn't have any of these charges. It had the three charges in yellow I mentioned, which are times that where this was submitted for charges that were incurred on days that the fire chief wasn't even at work. But there are other things, lines 26 through 30, if you look down there, that will come up later, other charges. Well, you can't see the numbers. 26 through 30. Other charges weren't mentioned. It was just resubmitted with the charges that Tammy had found in Tony Joe, the finance director, and Eric, the city administrator. So those charges they confronted her on, she paid, but there's several other charges here that were existing here that they just resubmitted with charges. And we'll talk about some of those charges later. So, the next day, Eric signed off on the card, thinking that you've got a department head that works for you and works with you, really. And we brought this to her attention. We've given her the charge log back, and we expect that, with some thought, it'll be resubmitted and it'll be accurate. And so he signed off on it. Well, after he signed off on it, that was the next day, on July the 9th, there was an issue that popped up because when Tammy, and it gets a little bit complicated here, but not really, and I know I'm talking a lot, but I think you guys need a big picture understanding of this. There was of the facts here. There was a situation where when confronted initially, remember the initial issue was, hey, did we pay for room service? And that drew scrutiny to the bill. And so after that happened, the chief just said, I'll just give you a check to reimburse the room service. Okay? But the checks that she gave to reimburse the room service were a little bit short. $25 or so, $24 or so short. And so, and Tammy had no idea the checks were coming. She just said, hey, listen, you got to document this room service and see. It just looks bad, but the chief said, I'll just pay you back for it. But when she paid, she didn't pay the right amount. I mean, even though the right amount was listed on the bottom of the chart, she didn't pay the right amount. So that caused somebody in finance to call Tammy to say, hey, listen, the reimbursement check was short. And that prompted Tammy to call again Paige. Now we're talking about the fifth notice. She called Paige again, and she said, hey, listen, the check that you reimbursed, I guess you're going to reimburse for the expenses on room service, and the check we got was a little short. Did you know that, et cetera, et cetera? And listen, while I've got you on the phone, let me reiterate again for the fourth or fifth time that you got to be careful with the purchasing cards, okay? So, I go through that to show that this wasn't some hidden notice. There was a written contract followed up by phone calls and meetings and other meetings and other phone calls. Okay, there was just a long list of counseling on the issue, okay? So, it was kind of by now, it was kind of getting strange. And so the city asked to take a look. They asked, hey, why don't you go and take a look? We've got this one log from 6/27. Go take a look at the next bill and see if see if there's anything strange on that, because it was just by now it was kind of getting weird with plumbers and other states and things like that. So they went and they pulled another bill, and this is a bill that was out, but the time for the reconciliations hadn't come in. And this bill was big time problematic. Now these were expenses that had been incurred before these meetings and all, but after the agreement was signed, and they were never mentioned until we found them. So this they looked at this and they found, well, here is an expense for homeowners' dues for a house in Texas. Okay, and here's another expense for parking at the airport on a day that she wasn't working, and here's another expense for wallpaper for her daughter's room. Not for a city fire station, but wallpaper for her daughter's room. And these are all expenses put on the city credit card. And here's one that just really jumped out. Here's an expense for a one-way airline ticket for the chief's son to fly from California to Atlanta. All those put on the city credit card, all those existing at the time that we had all this conversation and counseling efforts, all these, but never mentioned at all. And so these expenses were obviously problematic, and so the administrator, was trying to figure out what to do, what's the best way to handle this, and they, while he was taking a look at this, the finance director went and pulled up on the computer the most recent expenses, okay? Because, you can get online, you can get expenses that have been incurred but not even put out on a bill yet. And these expenses on this, there's one expense that was obviously a mischarge, and it was made after all of these counseling efforts, after the 7/2 meeting, the July 2nd meeting, after the follow-ups, after the phone calls. There was an expense for a one-way airline ticket for her son to fly from here to Alaska, and it was basically a walk-up ticket, $741 one way to fly to Alaska. So, and then there was another charge that the chief admitted was for personal items and offered to pay back. That was at a Kroger that was again in that time frame afterwards. So this, is a situation that started off. It started off kind of something that got your attention, but then the more you looked and the deeper you dug, the more it smelled, and that's what kind of started the process that gets us here today. Let me just kind of end. With a situation on Memorial Day, and this is there are a couple of moving issues here. One issue is just the obvious misuse of the card. I think that some of that will be admitted. It'll be just was a mistake or whatever, and that'll I think that's irrelevant. But there's that issue that's just obvious misuse of a card. There's another issue of kind of and cavalier may be too strong of a word, but kind of the attitude of once this is shown, it continues. And not only does it continue, but then when there's an opportunity to pay back, you pay back all but $20, and all and you don't notice, you don't pay back things that we didn't find yet, and that. So that's a separate issue. One is the misuse. The other is the way you handle the misuse, and the third one is as I see it, is this city with a fire department that's progressive, and I applaud everybody for that, but with this progressive fire department with nearly a $5 million budget, we have issues where we have trouble with credit cards to the point where now there's a trust factor. Because you can look at everything, and I'll give you an example of that. This leads to the kind of the last series of documents that we'll offer. On Memorial Day weekend of this week, it just happened to be a weekend that the chief moved. She moved from the place she was renting to the place she was buying, and that's great. And she moved, but on the day that she moved, there were a series of just weird expenses. The first expense was a small expense for a carpet cleaner over at Kroger, one of these rental carpet cleaners, and written on the place where you rent the little ticket they give you to rent the carpet cleaner, it said coffee spill in fire station. Okay, so the first thing is, wow, on a day that the chief's not working and she is moving, she drops everything she's doing moving and goes and addresses a coffee pot spill. That didn't make a lot of sense. We've got maintenance crews in the city, and I've moved several times, and when I move, I pretty much always clean the carpet either where I'm moving from or where I'm moving to. But anyway, I'm not saying anything other than there's this big trust issue now. That's all I'm saying. I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything. I'm just saying it's a big trust issue. So, and we've got pictures of the fire station where supposedly the carpet was cleaned, and it's a tile floor. That's the floor in front of the coffee pot. Talking about coffee pot. I mean, we've gotten to a city of nearly 60,000 people, and we're talking about coffee pots because we don't trust expenses anymore. So we've got that in the morning, and then at noontime, again on a holiday weekend, on a Saturday, on a day that the chief's not working, we've got a $30 charge for Steak and Shake. It's only $30, but it's a local Steak and Shake, and it's like, really? And then the statement was, well, yeah, that was for a couple firefighters that are doing they're doing a special project that day. Well, we investigated that, and the firefighter, as a result of that investigation, we learned that the firefighter at issue were helping the chief move, and they weren't logged in to work. So we've got that. Again, just we got misuse, and now we've got this trust issue. And then that night, this is the Saturday. So start Saturday morning with the carpet cleaner, and Saturday afternoon you got the payment for guys helping you move, maybe the project we said it was, or she said it was, or whatever. And then we've got the at 9 o'clock that night on a Saturday, we've got a $50 expense to Jim and Nick's. So and when questioned, you wrote on the expense, this was a meeting with, you mentioned two people's names, and it was for a board up program. Well, we investigated that, and the investigation revealed that it wasn't for that, and it wouldn't make sense really logically that on a day that you move and you're not working, that at 9 o'clock at night you go to a barbecue restaurant with a vendor. But again, all I'm saying is there's a trust issue. There's obvious misuse of the cards we've seen from the airline tickets and the HOA dues and all that kind of stuff. Then there's a trust issue. And finally, and then I'll sit down. I know I always go longer than I think I will, and longer than I want to go. But there's a final exhibit that is a I know you can't see that, but these are two side-by-side expenses from, of all things, McDonald's. It's the one of them is a Sunday of Memorial Day weekend. And that's the one on the right. So this one. The other one is on a trip on her way back from Savannah. She stopped and met her. She's down there with her daughter, Savannah. That's where the room service charges and all were. And on the way back, she stopped at Met-Her. And in Met-Her, they ordered, and she's acknowledged, well, I ordered for my daughter too, but I shouldn't have, and acknowledged, no, I'm not supposed to do that. And on this one here, the one that for the Sunday after the Memorial Day, or of the Memorial Day weekend, she said, I don't know what that's for, really. But if you look at the two, they're the exact same orders. I mean, they're specifically the exact same types of wraps, the exact same number of chicken nuggets and that kind of thing. So that is, again, just kind of goes to the idea that there's so many issues here that it's hard to not flashback everything that comes in. So anyway, that's my little opening on where I expect the evidence to go. We'll try to be as sufficient as we can, as we present this stuff. And if you guys have any questions of either lawyer or of the any of the witnesses, feel free to ask any of those.
Thank you, Scott. And I want to make sure that everybody understands this is our first time that in my 34 years, almost 35 years, that we've ever done one of these hearings specifically to address this issue. So this is unplowed ground for us. So we seem like we're sort of all over the place. We probably will be. But at this time, I'll give Mr. McKinney an opportunity to make his opening statement, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, first, Mayor, distinguished council people. It's my privilege to represent Chief Day, and I want to know just from the beginning, this is not about her skill, leadership, education, ability for this fire department. We're going to provide you with the orders that she came up with every week. She had to report to the city administrator to show what she has done and what she has done for the fire department. But I also want to say in my opening that the fact we are participating tonight, with this hearing, does not mean we're waiving any procedural or due process grounds in any subsequent litigation. And I say that because, and you're going to learn throughout this, and I congratulate the mayor and the council, you have one of the most progressive disciplinary procedures probably in the state of Georgia. I practice all over, and I'll even say even Virginia, and I know the northern states, and also in Washington. You have what's known as progressive discipline. You also have an appeal process for any employee that's accused of things of this nature. It's almost identical to the ones throughout the United States. The problem is you didn't follow it, and you being the city. And we'll explain what happened here. There's a saying that no matter how flat you make a pancake, there's always two sides. there's not going to be an issue that there were mistakes made during the moving process of Chief Day. She moved here with her family. She's got 2 sons. One's in active duty. One is back from service, and she has a daughter. She moved the whole family out from Texas, bought a house here. She's now a title property owner. She's a voter. And a lot of these things that happened during that period of time. And you also learn that when these incidents were brought to her attention, the first thing she said was, "Oh, I'm sorry. Let me pay for it and let me reimburse the city. I made an error. It was a time in my life where we were trying to transition from Texas, moving my family here. Her husband has a brain injury, so a lot of it was on her. She had a lot on her plate. She also obviously was working for the fire department. And I also would like you to remember as we go through this that a fireman and police officers are not just 9 to 5 jobs. So when they make a deal saying, "Oh, it's at 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock, she had something to eat with somebody or with the fireman," that's normal. And I'll go through this with you. I won't be as long as my distinguished colleague, but I am going to give you some information on this. Number one, she was hired on January 6, 2014, out of apparently a large assessment. He looked at her educational background, and she was chosen. I think she was the first female fire chief that you've had. She was terminated on July 15th, 2014. Strangest termination I think you're going to find in your history in this city. What occurs apparently is the city issues a purchasing card, and you saw a picture of it. It's blue. Chief also has a blue card. It's also a Visa. You have a little emblem on hers, on yours. She does not have one on hers. If you look carefully, yes, you can see it. If you're in a rush and making charges, sometimes you don't. It begins on June 27th, and you may be aware there's actually a card, and I think he showed it to you. There's a charge card. How do you start this? Show me. I just want to show it to me.
Yeah, that's it. Just,
Oh, we got it? Okay.
see the zoom in the other one, yeah.
This is what the card looks like. It's the purchasing card activity log. That log is prepared by every department head, and it's based upon the knowledge that that department head has. So in other words, they will get the charges they had, and they will put them down, and they will list what the charges were, and then next to it, you can see where they put the reason for it. Be a little clearer when you have them. We have them for everybody. But if you look over, when she received this information of her charges, you see where it says wrong card? That's the plumbing. Nobody told her that she had to do that. She found that herself after looking at the charges. Brought it to the attention of the city, said that's the wrong card, and I'm going to reimburse. Same thing occurs. She gets her card, she looks at it, realizes there's improper charges that she made. She notifies you by notifying, putting in there wrong card, and she reimburses the city. That's because she had knowledge at that time. If you notice, and I would suggest this to the city and to the mayor, if you look at this, nowhere on this document does it say, I certify that these are work-related services or food. They just sign off on it. There's no accountability even in this form. Yet she took it on herself to say, listen, I made a mistake. These are charges that are not involving the city business, and I will pay for them. And that's what she did. On the 27th, apparently, they looked, this is on June 27th, there's a wrong card at the parking lot, and there's also food at a cafe, and then there's the room service issue. Apparently, she was on a convention, city business, not an issue, at the Savannah Marriott, and she, instead of going downstairs and sitting alone at a table in the restaurant, she ordered that same food and had it delivered upstairs. She worked in her room with the food. Now, the city, I think, administrator made an issue of that, saying, well, the perception is wrong. We have over 1,000 pages on open records from this city. You have Jason's Deli deliver food here. You have over $7,000 in charges at Nick's on weekends, during the week, meetings there. If you want to talk about perception, then how can you compare, and you'll see it, compare what she did asking for room service when you have food delivered here to City Hall for your meetings? You're sitting down doing your work and having food. She's in a room away from home having food and doing work in her room. There's no difference there. But in either case, that apparently started this big investigation. And I think it's important to understand step by step how this goes, because at least 60% of what my counsel said, he mixed up and didn't put it in chronological order. And we're going to put it in chronological order. She's called, and they're asking her about, on June 27th, what about these charges? And you can see she put down, these are the charges that I think are wrong, and I'm going to reimburse the city. July 2nd, 2014, there's a meeting held for all department heads. Because of these charges, they said, well, we'll bring all the department heads in. We'll explain to them again, there's a procedure in the city. You can't make personal purchases. And so all at least 3 or 4 departments hear that. And she says, fine. On July 8th, Ms. Sadler reviews her purchasing logs, and they say, well, there's another issue here about a restaurant. Who did you eat with at the restaurant? She reviews the purchasing logs. Now, after this date, after the 27th, the chief has no knowledge of any more charges. They are not bringing any charges to her. What's happening is finance is cutting off any information, and they're going right to the Visa account, which she doesn't even have. So they're going to the Visa accounts, and now they're saying, before we even give it to the chief, let's look and see what charges are inappropriate, those that are not involved with the city government. And that's where they start to look at these things. And on July 9th, the city administrator signs off. There was a question about Nick's, whether she was on duty, off duty, but the city administrator said, I want to sign off on it. So that charge is over. 6/27, it's over. On July 11th, the finance director runs the transaction account. That's for 30 days from May 28th to June 27th. That's where they go directly to the Visa and they find other questionable charges. One is gas. He didn't bring that up. I'm going to bring it up. They questioned whether she got gas. Well, she didn't have the city car at that time, so she charged gas. HOA dues was in May. She did charge it. There's no question about it. But she did not have that on her sheet. They never gave her notice of that and said, we question that. Parking at the airport and the wallpaper and the ticket for her daughter, all those she never knew about in terms of putting them on this log. When she heard about them, she was called in by the city administrator and said, these are charges you have, and you're terminated. And we have the letter. And she says, well, I want to reimburse them. I didn't have them on my logbook. I agree with you. These are improper charges. No, we'll take your car, and you can't go back in your office. Apparently someone from city government was not kind enough to drive her home, and she was escorted to get her pocketbook. That's how she was treated. She asked to please be able to reimburse those funds. She never signed any of these forms indicating or representing to the city that those charges were proper. In fact, every time she found a charge that was improper, she told the city. 3 days later, after she's terminated, apparently the city is still investigating, and they find an Expedia charge for her son. And that's the charge, I think, going to Alaska. She explained during the meeting with the city administrator that Expedia kept the original card that she had for her daughter. In other words, when she plugged in the charge account, they picked up the Smyrna card that was issued earlier for her, I guess it was her daughter, and it was printed out. Again, when she heard this, she said, all right, I'm going to reimburse the city again. She came down to the city with a check. This is now after she's terminated, about 6 days after, and she brings a check down for $1,693.16, says, you can even have the card. I don't want the card anymore. Here's your money for all those charges. I made a mistake. They were errors, and I don't want the card anymore. Now, I don't know if this is true. We'll hear the testimony from the witness. She says the city administrator said, no, we want cash. This is a bank-certified fund, cashier's check. She ended up giving it to the police chief to hold. She wanted to show that she was giving the money back. So now we have two issues. You have the substantive issue of improper charges, and then you have the issue of the procedure that was not followed in this case. For instance, Number one, this is again under your own disciplinary procedures. The department head must immediately notify Human Resources Director of an intent to take action. We understand that the night before and even the morning of that this took place, that the Human Resources Director was not notified. That's our understanding. So number one, that decision was made apparently by the city administrator. Number two, the city administrator has some authority. Number one, he can suspend without pay, he can demote, he can discharge. In an emergency, he may dismiss. This was not an emergency. There was no harm, and you'll see in your own rules and regulations, it usually deals with somebody who may harm somebody in the government, and you don't want to put them back there because there may be some injury done or some harm done to some other employees. That was not the case. Instead, what happens is she's brought in and she's told, would you mind dropping over to the city administrator's office? We want to talk to you. She says, sure. So she gets up in the morning, says, what's going on? And she's handed this termination letter. If you look at your rules, the employee is required to receive 5 days written notice of any pending disciplinary action. 5 days. She never got 5 days. She also has 5 days to appeal. In other words, once the city administrator made the decision, we're going to terminate you, she had 5 days to appeal it. That same day at 9:53 a.m., she files an appeal, and she's appealing to the Public Safety Commission, the council, which she is entitled to do. No hearing is ever held by public safety. None at all. That's just bypassed completely. On 7/16, the chief administrator sends a report and begins to supplement the report. There's a report, you'll see it's about this thick, about an inch thick, that has all the charges, the finance, the visa accounts, things of that nature. She didn't get them when she was terminated. They start supplementing it the day after. And they keep missing parts of it. And you'll see emails where they sent one portion of it, and the next day, or next hour or two, they found another portion they had to send. So towards the end of the day on the 16th, she finally gets the basis of her being terminated. She finally has why she was terminated. She retains counsel. There's discussions with the city attorney trying to resolve the issues. Finally, on August 11th, there's a meeting with the city administrator, with Chief Day in a conference room. Now, you got to remember, she's terminated. She's gone. There's even a separation notice in there. So the question is, why are we now having a meeting if she's not an employee anymore? But we went ahead with it. We have to exhaust our administrative remedies. That's the key word in law that you have to go through. So we have the hearing with the city administrator, and he comes out with his decision. And basically he says, well, now we're going to suspend you. And then she's suspended with pay. Somehow she was rehired. Now she's suspended suspended without pay. She has another appeal process. She can again appeal that to, again, the Public Safety Council. She again sends a letter. You'll see it in here. Can I have a hearing with the Public Safety Council? No hearing is ever held. That's the procedural issues. But then you get the other issue, which is what would be appropriate punishment for someone with discipline. And that's where, again, the city of Smyrna has a progressive discipline. That's what's known throughout the United States. And it starts with an oral reprimand. You tell the person, listen, you are using this credit card improperly. Don't do it again. And you put a memo in that person's file. It says right in there. You put that in so you have support when you're going to terminate somebody. You warn them. If that doesn't work, you then go to a written memorandum. Actually, it's a written document stating what you try to do and how do you correct the problem. Assuming that doesn't work, then the next step, you can go to suspension. 30 days, 10 days, whatever. And then finally, you can go to a discharge. There are steps that you take, and the whole reason is to correct the problem employee, correct what they are doing wrong. And that was never done here. We will agree that even though you didn't have a memo in the file, she was warned orally, you're having some problems with this, watch it. When she was warned, if you look at the timing, all those charges had already been made. There was only one charge made after the warning, and that was the flight for her son to Alaska. That's the one charge that was made after she was warned, be careful of that credit card. And if you look at the credit card document that she signed, it says attached or unauthorized purchases. It's a list, supposedly. It was never given to her. I don't know if one exists. It's not even part of the document. So the document itself doesn't even, I mean, common sense tells you can't buy wallpaper, but I'm just saying that the document that was used doesn't even have the unauthorized purchases on the back where it should be. And if you look also at the form itself, it says that you can remove the card, refund the card. And I even said to the city administrator, I said, if you have a problem with trust, if you have a problem with someone overusing the card, take the card. And I gave him an example, and I think you'll remember when I was a city manager for a while, and I had somebody on a backhoe that kept ripping up water lines and electric lines. Tremendous employee, 20 years. So we were going to fire him? No. We took the backhoe away from him, and he's great, and he retired. If this is a problem, if for any reason you have an employee that has a problem, and it's a good employee, and you want to save that employee, then what you do is you remove the card. The city is fully reimbursed. There's an issue that $23 or $24. What the issue was on the Marriott was on the room service. The chief said, "I'll get you the receipts." She couldn't get the receipts for the room service, so she said, "I'm just going to pay for them." So she paid for her meals herself, and it was about a $24 bill where she was downstairs in the atrium and had a hamburger. And she said, "Well, I'm not paying for that. I mean, that was downstairs. That's not even an issue of being upstairs." And basically, that's what she did. She wouldn't pay the $23 because she was down at the atrium eating. We're going to show you the reports, what she did for the city. And it basically, what the issue is, if you feel, after you just hear this evidence, that you want a progressive department and you want to hold her in, then take the card, put her on probation. There's progressive discipline that can be done that was never used in this case. It was a knee-jerk reaction. There were charges being made, and it was immediately, let's do something quick, we'll terminate her. And none of her rights were preserved, either procedurally or under your progressive discipline in this case. And one thing, too, it's always not the best strategy to criticize, I guess, the elected officials and the council. But we're going to have to, because I looked at over 1,000 pages of documents showing receipts and things of this nature. When we met with the city administrator, we met in a beautiful room upstairs. I don't know, the table must be 15 feet long. Great lighting, good sound effects. You could have meetings there all day with people. And what we found is that city officials are having meetings at Nick's, Atkins Park Tavern, the Zucker Bar and Pizzeria, ordering Dunkin' Donuts. And it appears that if the person is alone and they're within the city, they can't charge. But if they're with someone else, another police officer, another fireman, another council, whoever, they apparently can charge that. And what we looked at, and these are just the highest ones in 18 months, that Jim and Nick's Barbecue, the city has spent over $6,000 there at meetings. Atkins Park, over $3,000 in meetings. Zucker Bar and Pizzeria, $816, and in Dunkin' Donuts, we got $346. The total is $10,544.29. If we're going to go after Chief Day, and we're going to scrutinize that she had a sandwich with her daughter and charge the city on that account or whatever, then I think we ought to do a real good inspection for 18 months and look at what we found. And they're all here. We've spent over $400 for those records. And I have them itemized. We'll be giving to the council and to the mayor to look at tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKinney and Mr. Cochran. And again, I want to apologize as we go through this hearing that none of us sitting at this table that I know of have any of this documentation that y'all have reference to. So I hope that at some point when you're making your presentation that we will get that so we can look at it. I think we have proceeded with a lot of abundance of caution, making sure that nobody saw anything and nobody predetermined anything. And so we are sitting up here now, as y'all reference, a lot of documentation that we don't have. So I'm hoping that during your process that we'll be able to get that so we can look at it and go from there.
We will.
Yes, sir.
We will. I'm going to call Eric Taylor as the first witness.
All right, then you want him to come down here?
It's up to you.
Yeah, if it's Mr. McKinney, is it okay if
we need to stay there or come down to the witness? We're going to have
come down to the witness.
chair.
I think it might be better so it appears
Yeah.
separate from the
Right.
body.
Yep. And I will tell folks, we'll probably take a little recess during this. I think this may go on for a little while tonight, but we got plenty of time. But I apologize for getting up and down. I'm just had some hip surgery, so I won't get up. It's not because I'm bored of hearing somebody talk, Mr. Cochran, but we'll go from there. All right, Mr. Cochran.
All right. Eric, you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right. Would you state your name for the record?
Eric Taylor.
And how are you employed?
I'm city administrator for the city of Smyrna.
And what is the role of the city administrator?
Role of city administrator is to run the day-to-day operations for the city.
Okay. Let me hand you, I'm going to try to go through this as quick as possible. Let me hand you this Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that as a copy of the purchasing card that went to Chief Day?
I do.
All right.
Need this one? Okay.
While they're handing this out, Mr. Cochran, how many witnesses do you plan?
Probably 2 or 3.
Mr. McKinney? Okay. All right. You can change if you want to. You can change and add more. This is, or reduce, whatever.
Okay, so I guess I'll just offer that into the record, Exhibit 1. Okay, let me hand you Exhibit 2 also, and ask, can you identify this as purchasing card agreement?
You have to get a Mr. Microphone.
Want to repeat the question so folks can hear?
Yeah, I refuse to walk around with a handheld mic.
Okay.
I feel like I'm a lounge singer. I'm asking you if that is a fair and accurate copy of the purchasing card agreement signed by Chief Day.
Yes, it is.
All right, I moved that into evidence also. All right. Would you hand that back to one of them? All right. So finally, Exhibit 3, do you have that?
No,
Can I give you that?
I just passed back Exhibit 2, I believe it was.
It might be enough for that one.
Is that?
Could you pull that out of your stuff?
Oh, yeah.
All right, that offer Exhibit 3 also. No, that's the 27. I offer that in evidence. All right, so do you have that in front of you?
I do.
All right, so let's talk for a minute about with these 3 documents kind of in place. Let's talk about your role in what's transpired that brings us here today. Okay. All right. Would you tell the mayor and council when you first heard that there was an issue and how you heard about it?
I first heard about it. I was on vacation for the last week of June, and I returned to work on Monday, June 30th, and heard about it that morning. Tony Joe Howard, our finance director, came over to my office and indicated to me what was going on, and subsequent conversation with Tammy Sadler Jones. She came over to my office as well and also let me know what was going on June 30th.
Okay. And did you look into this yourself?
Well, yeah, I looked at the credit card log to see exactly what it is they were talking about. And at that point, I told Tammy that this is something that she needed to investigate and get to the bottom of.
Okay. And so is it accurate that line item 4 on Exhibit 3, which is the plumber in Texas?
Right.
Okay, it's accurate to say that that was submitted with the notation it was the wrong card. That was acknowledged on the front end as far as you know that it was the wrong card.
Right. I do recall seeing that as a wrong card.
Okay. All right, flip over to the second page of that. All right, do you see items 23, 22, 23, and 24?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and would you tell the mayor and council the significance of that?
The significance of that is that at the time that I reviewed the activity log, those did not say reimburse. It said meal for Chief Day, parking fee, and I'll also add Savannah Marriott also said lodging for Chief Day. It did not say anything about a credit.
Okay. All right. What I've got now, I'm just trying to put things in the record. I've got Exhibit 4, 5, and 6. All right, so Exhibit 4, is that accurate to say that this is a Exhibit 4 is an invoice from Taco Braun?
Yes.
Okay, and that's in.
I'm sorry, Exhibit 4 is what? Do we have that?
Not yet. I'm going to offer it through, and then I'll pass it out to you guys.
Okay.
So that is that exhibit to Taco. I mean, that is a invoice from Taco Braun, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and even though the log says that the date is 5/9, the date on the exhibit is 5/19. Is that right?
Let me check here. Yeah, that is what it says. Taco Braun says May 9th, 2014.
All right, here you go, Bill. I already gave you that. So Exhibit 5 is the Wally Park invoice for $66, right?
Yes.
I already gave you that. I'm sorry. I'll give you that. All right, and Exhibit 6 is the other exhibit from the 19th.
Correct, from Manny's Deli.
Manny's Deli, and where do you know where Manny's Deli is?
I don't know. On her purchasing card log, it says Manny's Cafe Midway. I know that she was on vacation at that time, and so therefore I've always assumed it was Midway Airport in Chicago.
Okay, so those three exhibits, 4, 5, and 6, match the log on Exhibit 3.
If your question is, do they pertain to the transactions on the log? The answer is yes.
Okay, so if you look at the second page, on the Exhibit 3, those are line items 22, 23, and 24. You see?
Yes.
There's a lot of documents here, so I'm just trying to make sure that everybody is in accord with what's going on. And the significance of these three expenses that were incurred on May the 19th is what?
She was actually out of town on vacation during that time.
Okay. All right. Now, when these were these brought to Chief Day's attention?
Yes.
And when they were brought to your attention, what happened?
It's my understanding that it was Tammy Sadler Jones who actually brought her to her attention and indicated to her that these were charges that happened while she wasn't even working in the employ of the city. In other words, she was on vacation at that time, and questioning whether these were legitimate city purchases.
Okay. And what was the result of those questions?
The result of that question was that Chief Day indicated that they were for personal use, and that she would reimburse the city, and she submitted a check after July, and I believe that the check is backdated.
Okay. And I'm going to offer those checks in a minute. If I haven't yet, let me offer exhibits 4, 5, and 6 into evidence.
We've got 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, I just have them admitted into the record. Any objection? Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 7. Could you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
It is a receipt from Marriott in Savannah.
Okay. And there's some marks on that in yellow, right?
Correct.
And what do those yellow marks signify?
Looks like they are room service charges and charges in the atrium.
Okay. Now, is that the bill that started the scrutiny on these charges?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. Here, I'd offer Exhibit 7 into evidence, or into the record. No objection. All right, let me show you what's marked as the Exhibit 8. And I'll just say for the record, I should have said this early on, all the city's exhibits are in blue exhibit stickers, and they just have numbers on them.
Pardon me, would you repeat that again?
No, I just say all the exhibits that I'm going to offer are they have blue exhibit stickers on them.
Okay.
I suppose Mr. McKinney is going to offer exhibits that we'll have to mark them some other way so we can distinguish between exhibits offered by the different sides. But let me hand you Exhibit 8. You see that?
I do.
And is it fair to say that that is the itemized statement that goes with Exhibit 7 regarding the room service?
For
Three.
a few of the charges, yes.
Yes, okay. I would offer Exhibit 8 into evidence too. Okay. Now, I've handed you I've handed you Exhibit 9, right?
8 and 9.
8 and 9. And tell the Mayor and Council what 9 is.
Number 9 is a receipt from One Eyed Lizzie's, which is a restaurant in Savannah dated May the 3rd, 2014, and indicates on there that there were multiple entrees purchased that evening at about 8:30 p.m. for, it says 2 ladies on here.
Okay. And what's the date of
May the 3rd,
May the
8:30.
And look at the exhibit before that from the Marriott.
Yes.
And what's that exhibit number?
Exhibit 8.
Okay, so look at Exhibit 8 and Exhibit 9 together. Does Exhibit 8 have anything from that same date?
Yeah, on May the 3rd, 2014 at 10:03, which is about an hour and a half after the transaction in Exhibit 9. It is a bill for room service where Paige Day ordered a molten lava cake. Another says open food. I'm not really sure what that is. And then 2 glasses of Sonoma Cut Chardonnay.
All right, so when you heard an opening statement from Mr. McKinney a minute ago when he said that the room service issue was to address concerns that Chief Day had not wanting to go out on the town, but instead wanted to eat in her room, at least on May 3rd, she did both.
She did both.
Yeah, and within an hour and a half of each other.
And the room service was not for dinner. It was for, obviously, for wine and dessert.
Wine and dessert, okay. So used the city's purchasing card to purchase the
Correct.
dessert and the wine in the room service. Okay. All right, I'm going to try to offer more kind of collectively Exhibits 10, 11, and 12. And these are copies of checks that Chief Day gave to the city after these issues arose. You need one more set? Yeah, you should have 10, 11, and 12 there. Okay, so describe for the Mayor and Council what those are.
Starting with Exhibit number 10. That is a check written on June the 25th, 2014 in the amount of $45. It does not indicate what this particular reimbursement is for, although I suspect that it is for the Brian Burkhalter plumber, which was for $45.
Okay. And the next one?
Exhibit number 11, we have 2 checks. One of them, well, they were both dated on June the 28th, 2014. One is check number 2016, the other one 2017. Check number 2016 was for $181.77. Indicates on the where it says it's for the Savannah Marriott. And then 2017 is $81.30, also dated June 28, 2014, and indicates it's for parking reimbursement and meal reimbursement.
Okay. So tell the mayor and council how those checks came to come from Chief Day to you.
These after Tammy Jones met with her on July the 2nd and indicated that she needed to go back through her purchasing log and also questioning some of these receipts. These checks were turned in after she went back through these. She submitted these checks as part of after Tammy gave her the opportunity to go through the log, submitted these checks at that point for reimbursement.
Scott, I want to make sure I got this clear. Exhibit 10, 11, and 12. 10, you said you assumed was for a charge that was made in April for $45 for Brian Burkhalter Plumbing. Is that correct?
Yes, that was
It doesn't say?
Yes, that was my testimony. It doesn't say, but, she said it was wrong card was used, and it's the same amount.
All right, and the other two, on Exhibit 11, it says there's one for $181.77. Savannah Marriott is noted on this one, and then there's another one, 2017 for $81.30 that has nothing written on it.
Yeah, look at Exhibit 3.
Okay.
Look on the second page. Look at line items 23 and 24,
Okay.
and those added up.
Okay.
23 and 24 add up to that figure.
Okay.
Mayor, just for your knowledge, the Post-it note that's on there that says parking reimbursement and meal reimbursement, that was attached to it by page.
Okay. 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 All right, and then 12 is for $23.87.
Right, and you look at Exhibit 3.
Okay.
Look at line item 22.
Okay. That's for the Taco Braun,
Right.
and that purchase was on for May the 9th. Is that correct?
No,
Okay.
we have the exhibit for Taco Braun in evidence,
Yeah.
and look at that exhibit, and you can see that Taco Braun was actually $519.
All right. So that purchase was made in May. This reimbursement check is June the 28th. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
And the line item on the activity log is wrong as to the date. It says 5/9, but it's actually 5/19.
Okay.
And we've offered the actual receipt to show that discrepancy.
Just so I don't get ahead of myself on the Exhibit 3,
Right.
comments that are handwritten. Who wrote that? Whose handwriting is that?
Those were that's Chief Day's handwriting, and that's she wrote down each one of those when Tammy asked her to go through these and indicate what they were for. This was after the July 2nd meeting.
Okay, so not every comment, there's not a notation by every comment?
Right. She wrote that, and that indicates that she used the card by mistake. But, on this particular one, we didn't hold this one against her, seeing as how she caught that one herself and kind of self-policed and reported it.
Which one are you talking about?
The Brian Brokaw for plumbing.
How about the other three? 22, 23, and 24 on the second page of Exhibit 3.
She submitted those as if she was trying to push them through as legitimate city expenses.
When did somebody write wrong card on the side?
It was after Tammy confronted her with this on July 2nd.
Well, who wrote wrong card?
Page Day.
Okay. All right, and the other comment sections, there's a lot of them that don't have anything in them at all.
Correct.
So what's the deal on that?
I can't answer that. I don't know why she didn't
Okay.
fill that out.
Miss-
Can I ask something?
Yeah, sure.
So the receipt from Taco Braun has wrong card written on it too. Was it written on there?
It was not at the time. She, at the time of the meeting with Tammy, I'm told that as part of that meeting, she indicated to Paige that she needed to write on the receipts what the receipts were for, if they were for city business. It was her recommendation that she write who the meals were with. And at that point, she wrote wrong card.
So, and this is something that Ms. Sadler-Jones is going to testify to as well. But so understand, your understanding of the sequence as far as you were involved was that the purchasing log, which is Exhibit 3, right? That there were issues related to room service in that log. Is that correct?
At the time, it was my understanding it was related to room service and the charges that happened while she was obviously out of town.
Well, and the room service caused the scrutiny to
Right.
notice the other charges that happened when
Right.
she's out of town. And those charges that occurred when she was out of town and not on city business are line items 22, 23, and 24 on the second page of Exhibit 3.
Right.
Okay.
Counsel, I have a question.
Okay.
Mr. Taylor, you just testified that Exhibit 3 is the activity log signed by Chief Day on 6/27/14,
Right.
and that is her handwriting in the notation boxes on the right for comments.
Correct.
So this is the official record of that expense period.
This is the official record that was submitted after she was confronted on July the 2nd. As I testified earlier, it's my recollection that the words reimburse did not appear, and also the credit 181 room service did not appear.
I'm sorry, you're mumbling a little bit. I apologize.
sorry.
I'm having a hard time hearing this room.
I'm sorry. As I testified earlier, the version of the activity log that I saw when I returned back from vacation on June the 30th did not say the words reimburse or credit 181 room service.
So this isn't the original submission. This is
I don't
edited
believe
submission.
it is.
Okay, counsel, is this the original submission?
Yeah, I think this is, I think no, I don't think so. I think there's original submission and then it was given back. I think Tammy will testify that it was given back to Paige and then it was resubmitted with the extra language, and it just happens to be the same version.
Saying this is the first time
Yeah.
any of us are seeing any of these records, so it's important that we try to get this correct. This is kind of the crux of the case here, and
Yeah.
this is the first time I'm seeing it, and it's confusing
It is confusing.
because the mayor asked the question and I asked the question. Whose signature is that? Well, whose writing is that? It's
Right.
the same person
Right.
on the same report, the only report that's at issue here. So just want to make sure we get that clear.
Yeah, and let me
Because it
try
looks
to
like a-
let me try to.
Is this the only report that's at issue? Because I believe there were other charges that came up on the next statement cycle.
This is the only activity log that she actually submitted. What Mr. McKinney said in his opening statement was correct, because she was confronted on all the other charges before she had the opportunity to submit the activity log with those other charges.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, let me just kind of. I'm going to kind of slowly go through this. Exhibit 3. If you guys will all kind of.
Yeah, and I think for us, but just seeing these for the first time, it may sound like we don't know what we're doing, and we don't, because this is the first time we've really had a chance to.
Yeah, no, I
to see
understand.
these
This is. Yeah, I mean it's not easy. There's a lot of exhibits and things. Yeah.
Confusion comes in
The answer to that question is the comments on the right-hand side under the comments column did not appear until after July 2nd.
Okay, so what was submitted initially
Did not have the
had
writing
no
on the
comments
side.
at all written here. It was given back and said, you need to relook at this and fill in the blank. Is
Okay.
that correct?
That's right.
So
That's correct.
so the annotations came the second time this was submitted by Chief Day after the meeting on July 2nd with Tammy Sadler Jones.
That's correct.
And this, and where they made the annotations is actually on the original.
Yeah.
So the original, you don't have a copy of the original with nothing on here, do you?
No.
Okay. So so the notes were made after this was resubmitted back to Chief Day and said, you need to look at this and note what's for what, right?
And this was originally submitted on June 27th. So she reviewed this, signed it, submitted it without any of the annotations that were then marked after the July 2nd meeting with Tammy Sadler Jones.
That's correct.
And I'll go on. This is we'll connect this up later. But on the second page of Exhibit 3, there are no comments next to items 29. Excuse me, I can't see. 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Are there
I'm sorry.
on
On Exhibit 3?
on the second page of Exhibit 3? That's the
Okay.
activity.
Right,
log.
right.
On the second page, even though there are a lot of exhibits on the first, a lot of notations on the first page and some notations on the second page, particularly on that those transactions that occurred on 5/19 when she wasn't working. There are line items 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30, and there's no notations written next to those, are there?
That's correct.
And we're going to see later that there's some really high suspect issues on those charges.
Right.
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 And this had been at the time this had been reviewed, submitted to her, resubmitted to you all.
Right.
Okay.
And, excuse me, for my own clarification, the item with the plumber, item number 4, was that noted as wrong card on the original submission on June 27th?
Yes.
I believe it was, yes.
Okay.
On the original.
On June 27th or June 2nd?
June 27th, and then July 2nd was the meeting with Tammy Sadler Jones. So the only thing noted on the original report filed on June 27th was the plumber.
Right.
We believe that that's what the evidence will be. Tammy will testify to that.
Yeah.
You okay?
Right.
You all right? All right. Okay.
Mr. Cochran, can I ask Eric a question? Excuse me. What is our formal meal policy? Do
I'm
we
sorry?
have one?
What was the question?
What is our meal policy?
The meal policy is $50 a day. I will admit that the room service policy, it's not in writing. That was actually a verbal direction given by the previous city administrator after we had some credit card activity questions from a previous department head.
Thank you.
All right. You all should have Exhibit 13 kind of being circulated through there. I'll wait till you all.
Is there anything in our meal policy regarding purchases of alcohol?
It is prohibited. Yes. And I will also add that part of our credit card program, it's actually through the Georgia, the GSA, and they have a list of prohibited purchases, and one of them is expressly prohibitive of alcohol as
You
well.
said GSA,
GSA,
Government Service Agreement, or what is that an acronym
the
for?
government services, state contract.
Okay.
All right. Do you all have Exhibit 13 now?
Yes.
All right, Eric. Let me hand you. It's Exhibit 13. Would you tell the mayor and council what that exhibit is?
It is a Bank of America City of Smyrna corporate account statement for the time period May 28th, 2014 to June 27th, 2014.
Okay. And how is that significant to this matter?
Because it indicates that there is a a pattern of what appears to be willful misuse of the city credit card.
Okay, well, let's talk about some charges on that. What is, pull the, do you see where there's yellow marked on that?
I do.
Yeah, would you just kind of explain to the mayor and council what those signify?
These signify charges that that we do not believe are tied to any legitimate city business, that they are for personal use.
Okay, well, there's one now. Let's first talk about the context of this. Now, these charges existed at the time that personal use of the card had been made an issue.
Correct.
Okay. The charges actually occurred prior, but they existed at the time. Is that
Right.
Is that accurate?
Right.
Okay. Is there a charge for homeowners' dues in Texas on that card?
Yes, $405.73, dated May 29th, for Sienna Plantation resident.
Okay. Now, is that a legitimate city expense?
It is not.
Okay. Is there what about? Is there another airline ticket?
There is on June the looks like the transaction date was June 23rd. Actually posted June 25th. A U.S. Airways flight from San Diego to Phoenix to Atlanta for Kelly Day.
And who is that?
That's Ms. Day's daughter.
Okay, so an airline with a one-way ticket
Yes.
from San Diego to Atlanta
Yes.
through Phoenix.
Yes.
Okay, and is there an item there for dealing with wallpaper?
Yes. On June 23rd, that was the transaction date. There is a charge of $139.86 for wallpaper and stuff in Smyrna, Georgia.
Mr. Taylor, there's a charge on here for Office Depot for $235. Did we ever determine what that was?
I don't recall what that one is. We didn't actually look into that one.
Does each department just determine what they need, or do we have it through central purchasing?
It's handled on the department level.
Okay.
They can either order online or they have the credit card and they can go to the actual store itself.
Okay, is there another charge for another airline parking?
Yes, there's for Wally Park, Atlanta, on June the 16th.
Okay, and what's significant about that?
She was on vacation that day.
So another situation where she's charging on the city purchasing card when she's not working.
Correct.
On days that she's off. Okay.
Correct.
Let me hand you exhibit number 14. That's an exhibit. That's actually a photocopy of two separate receipts, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and one receipt is for installation of wallpaper, and the other receipt is for purchasing wallpaper, right?
Correct.
Okay, now, which of those, if either, was made on the city credit card?
It was for the purchase of the wallpaper.
Is that on the right?
That is on the right.
The right hand or the left hand? Okay, and does that does the receipt say what the wallpaper is for?
It does.
What is it for?
It says York Run 4. I'm not really sure what that is. I presume it's probably the pattern, but it says accent wall in daughter's room. Prime and hang $275.
Okay, so wallpaper to be hung in the daughter's room was bought on the city credit card.
The wallpaper was, yes.
Wallpaper. And did you
6 rolls.
Was that issue investigated?
It was.
And what did the investigation reveal?
The investigation revealed that Ms. Day actually purchased the wallpaper herself. She was in the wallpaper store that day with her daughter.
Okay.
She purchased the wallpaper that day?
On June the... I'm sorry. Yeah, on June the 23rd.
And what was the amount of that?
It was for $139.86.
And she paid for that?
That was paid for with the city credit card.
And the $275?
That was a check, I presume a personal check that was written on June the 25th to cover the installation.
So wallpaper was purchased and installation was purchased through the wallpaper store, but the wallpaper, the materials were purchased with a city credit card.
Yes.
The installation was purchased on a personal check.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And that purchase existed at the time that all these personal expense issues had been raised, right?
Yes.
And was it ever brought to your attention?
It was not.
Okay, and there's been a lot said about the fact that there wasn't an opportunity for her to look at these and reconcile those, but that was purchased with a city credit card with a city emblem on it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, after a time that there'd been conversations and agreement signed and all saying that's a no-no.
No, it was not.
After an agreement was signed.
Well, after the agreement was signed, yes. This on June 23rd actually predates any conversations that she'd had with Tammy.
Okay. So it was just after the other, after the.
It was, Tammy had the first conversation with her 4 days after this.
Yeah. Now you've been in government for a while, right?
I have.
Did anybody have to tell you that you can't purchase wallpaper for your child's room at home with a city credit card?
No.
Okay. Let me.
I have 14.
All right, Exhibit 15 should be making its way across. Do all you guys have Exhibit 15? All right. Eric, if you would tell the mayor and council what Exhibit 15 is.
This is a list of transactions. It was actually printed on July the 14th, which was a Monday. This was, what had happened was I was confronted with the statement on Exhibit 13 on the Friday of, I'm not sure what the actual date was at that point. And I wasn't really sure what to do at that point. So I went home, slept on over the weekend. On July the 14th, I came into work and went to the finance department and indicated that we needed to look into the charges on Exhibit 13 further, and then also in addition, see if we could find out if there were any charges that happened after the June 27th ending statement.
Okay. Now, why did you do that?
Just to see if there were any other charges that had happened.
Okay. And what did you find?
What we found was there were 4 additional charges that had not shown up on the on Exhibit 13, but really focused on initially one charge, that being a purchase made on July the 9th, 2014 for Delta Airlines, and then also later on focusing on a purchase of $41.15 at Kroger number 699, because both of these particular transactions happened after she was confronted on this.
All right, so we're circulating Exhibit 16 around, and let's just wait till that makes its way across. Okay. Would you explain to the mayor and council what Exhibit 16 is?
Exhibit 16 is a printout of the Delta Airlines ticket for $741.70.
Okay, so Exhibit 15 is what could be obtained online to recent expenses of the credit card.
Right.
And one of those expenses is what is itemized in Exhibit 16.
Correct.
Okay, and what's peculiar about that expense?
It was an airline ticket that was purchased for Ryan Taylor Day.
Okay, and who is that?
That's her son.
Whose son?
Paige Day's son.
Okay, and what was the ticket for?
It was for $741.70. It was a plane ticket. It doesn't say on here where it was from, but we have learned by calling the airline that it was a flight between Atlanta and Alaska.
So a one-way ticket to Alaska.
Yes.
It's basically a walk-up ticket. It was purchased a few days before it was used, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And an investigation, you guys did an investigation on that?
Right.
Right. And was that ticket purchased through the airline?
This was purchased on Expedia.com.
That's a travel website?
It is.
Okay. And have you ever purchased anything on Expedia.com or got on their website and navigated?
I have. I've purchased airline tickets for business use
and
at Expedia.com.
Is there a way to store credit card information on that?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And when you store credit card information, is all the credit card information stored?
It is not. When you go through there and you have the option of it asks you if you want to save the credit card information, and when you click yes, another box pops up that says, would you like to give this card a name? So in my case, I indicated it was I had a Citi credit card in there, and I call it Citi credit card.
What about, is there a security code that's stored?
Yeah, so even though the information is stored, the website still requires to have the 3-digit security code actually physically input. That information is not stored by Expedia.com.
Okay. And so that code, do you know where on the credit card that code can be obtained?
In most cases, it's a 3-digit code on the back of the card.
And what about on this purchasing card?
I don't have the card in front of me, but other Visa cards that I'm familiar with all have the number on the back of the card.
Let me see.
Yeah, so in this case, it's on the back of the card.
Okay, let's kind of, for the record, let's say, what did I hand you?
You handed me the actual card for Paige Day.
Okay, and that's a card that we took a photograph of and marked as an exhibit earlier.
Yes.
Okay, and so the security code on that card is where?
On the back of the card, next to her signature.
Okay, all right, thanks.
So your point is they would have had to give them that code out in order to purchase the card.
My point is that even though it retains the physical number of the card, you have to actually physically have the card to input the 3-digit code, because that information is not stored, or wasn't in my experience.
Was the U.S. Airways ticket also purchased on Expedia?
No, that was purchased directly from U.S. Airlines, USAirways.com.
So then, according to these statements, then the first airline ticket for personal use purchased done through Expedia was the one to Alaska that was done after the expense. So even if, I guess what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to figure out is, even if this was done on Expedia and the card was already in the system, how would the card have already been in the system if the original ticket for her daughter from San Diego to Atlanta was purchased independently through U.S. Air?
The only answer I have to that is perhaps it was used at some other earlier occasion for another transaction.
But in any event, your research and investigation revealed, and also your experience in using this website reveals that even though the website might auto-store certain credit card information, you still have to physically take the number from the back of the card and manually enter that in.
Right, that was my actual experience.
Right. Okay, let me hand you what's been marked 16A. That should be making its way across to you all. Okay. And would you tell the mayor and council what that document is?
This is a receipt for the transactions at Kroger that are dated July the 6th, 2014.
Now, what's significant about the date?
Because this also happened after she was told that this particular behavior was not permitted.
Well, let's talk for a second about what this came after, and also what the airline ticket for the son to fly to Alaska came after. It came after, first, the phone call that Tammy had early on the 27th or whatever, right?
Right.
And then it came after the meeting with all department heads that report to Tammy on 7/2.
Right.
And then it came after the follow-up meeting that Tammy had on 7/2 with just Chief Day.
Right.
And then it came after the follow-up meeting or phone call that Tammy had with Chief Day after the issue arose of the short payment of the room service bill.
Let me check my dates on that.
Excuse me.
Actually, one charge was the July the 6th happened before she was told that the room service check was short, and and then the other one appeared the same day.
Okay. All right. Right, because that was, I apologize, that was my mistake. That was on July the 9th.
Right.
The phone call to her saying that your room service is short.
Right.
Okay, but it happened before all the other
Right.
admonitions, warnings, and that sort of thing.
I'm not sure that I understand exactly what this is. Is this charges that were to the city?
These were, this was a personal grocery bill.
Yeah, we're going to go through that in a second. So first I asked him what the significance of the date was, and then next, if you tell the mayor and council what that is, because it is hard to read. It's not
Yeah, this is a list of groceries that were purchased at the Kroger on July the 6th. Includes a number of, looks like personal grocery items. We have a box of trash bags here. We have, looks like some pie filling. We have some sandwich buns, some sour cream, and then we also have a 12-pack of Coors Light and a bottle of Calberry Chardonnay.
Okay. Now, has Chief Day acknowledged anything about this to you?
I've got two different stories from her on this.
Okay. Tell them what the story.
The first time that she was confronted on it, after the personnel action on July the 15th, and after she had indicated that she was going to be appealing, we started to dig deeper into some of these other transactions. And Tammy sent her an email and asked her what this particular item was for. There were actually two receipts we had questions about. One was for Publix and one was for Kroger. The one for Publix actually happened before, on July the 1st. And she indicated to Tammy that this was for fire department use.
Okay, just stop there for a second. I've got Exhibit 17 that's kind of making its way across Mayor and Council. Once you all have that, let me know.
There you go.
Okay. So, and I've handed you, Eric, a copy of Exhibit 17.
Yes,
Okay. Is that the email you're referring to?
it is.
Okay. And so in that email, after being confronted on these items that are shown in the exhibit, what's the Kroger exhibit?
16, 16A. Yeah.
So what was the response of Chief Day initially in writing?
On July the 17th, 2014, in response to an email from Tammy, she replied, the receipts for Kroger and for Publix were for the fire department. The Publix was for an ice cream social for Station 1. I have receipts for reconciliation. Thanks, Tammy. Page. You want me to go on?
Yeah.
Okay. At which point, Tammy asked, alcohol was purchased for the fire station. It was a question, why are we buying alcohol for firefighters? And Paige replied back to her that says the alcohol was paid for with cash from Kroger, not Publix.
Okay. And so that was the first version. Now, did you subsequently get another explanation?
Yeah. Yes. So in the hearing that we had, I forget the date off the top of my head, but it was the hearing before me with her attorney. I asked her about this, and she indicated that she had never told Tammy that this was for the fire department.
Okay. But
At which point she did admit it was for personal use.
and it's pretty clear looking at it as for personal use, right?
It's not items that we usually buy for firefighters.
I mean, a single can of beans.
Single can of beans, right?
Yeah, things like that.
Trash bags that are provided by our warehouse.
Okay. All right. I'm almost done. But I want to kind of jump ahead, and this is not going to be chronological, really, because we're going to go back a little bit. But I want to jump in, and I want to talk about Memorial Day weekend. Okay?
Okay.
And what was significant as it relates to Chief Day about Memorial Day weekend?
That was the weekend that she was moving from her rental house to her house that she purchased.
Okay. And so was she working that day?
I asked her that question, and her indication to me was that she was not working that weekend. She was moving that weekend.
Okay. Now, firefighters are, especially chiefs, pretty much always on call, right?
Just like city administrators, yes.
Yeah. You get these late night calls. But as far as official, what you're trying to spend your time doing, it was moving.
She was moving that day.
Okay.
That weekend.
And let me ask you this also: does the city have a property maintenance department that kind of people that clean up
Yes, we do.
city buildings?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We have janitorial service, and we have our normal buildings and grounds crew.
Okay. All right. Let me hand you Exhibit 18. All right, everybody got Exhibit 18. So this is a statement, looks like for the rug doctor,
Yes.
and it's for what date?
May the 24th, 2014, which was the Saturday of Memorial Day weekend.
Okay, so, and this was the day, or do you know if this is the day that the chief was moving?
According to what she told me, the answer is yes.
Okay, so the day she's moving, she rents, which is not unusual, I don't guess. Have you ever moved?
More than I wish, yes.
Yeah. Have you ever had to clean carpet either from where you're moving or to where you're moving?
I've done both.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a bill for a carpet cleaner.
Right.
on the Saturday of Memorial Day. Okay, and now what's written on the invoice itself?
It says Station 2 leaking coffee pot.
Okay. Now, and does it show who rented that?
Yes, it was rented by Paige Day, and it has her home address on here.
Okay. And it was used, the city purchasing card was used?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to...
This is 20, I think.
All right, so I've circulated two different pictures. One's is numbered Exhibit 19 and one's numbered Exhibit 20. They should both make it to your places. Does everybody have those two exhibits? All right, Eric, if you would tell the mayor and council what those are photos are.
These are photos of the kitchen area at Fire Station number 2. It shows where the coffee pot is, and it also shows that there is no carpeting that would require a rug doctor on either side of the coffee machine. The actual carpet itself is probably, I don't know, it's a good ways away. Outside of the range of what I would call a leaking coffee pot.
Okay. So we've got the Saturday of Memorial Day, right?
Right.
And that's the day that you know that the chief is moving.
Right.
Right. And somehow that day the chief went up to Kroger and rented a carpet cleaner.
Right.
I guess just away from the moving, dropped everything to address a leaky coffee pot.
She was on a lunch run at that time.
Okay. And the leaky coffee pot was situated in an area where there's no carpets to clean.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Did you, let's talk about the trust issue for a minute, which I think is significant. Did you trust or do you now trust the explanation of the purpose for this carpet cleaner?
Absolutely not.
And why is that?
My observations that it is for that there's no carpet there. That's one reason. Number two, I find it highly suspicious that if there was a leaking coffee pot that day, that rather than going through the chain of command or just cleaning it up themselves, that the firefighters from Station 2 would call the fire chief directly, and she would stop what she's doing, go from moving when we all know how laborious that can be, and then drop what she's doing, go get a rug doctor, go back and clean the rug, all while she's moving. And then in addition to that, research that was done by Tammy, we can't find anybody who indicates that there was a leaking coffee pot that day.
Is it your experience that someone who nearly has a PhD, who's the head of a department, is going to be the one who mops up coffee?
You know, some people are more hands-on. You know, if she was there, I would say that's not unusual. I would probably do the same thing, to be honest with you. But I wouldn't drop what I was doing in the middle of a move to go clean up a leaking coffee pot.
And you go and rent a mover.
Right. And, you know, and if it's a leaking coffee pot, I would probably be more inclined to buy some spot cleaner or something like that. I wouldn't go out and buy a big rug doctor.
Now, what's the cost for that?
I can't see what it is on here. It's I think it's $44 and something cents.
Is it
It's hard to tell on
$44.50
here.
maybe?
I'm sorry?
$44.50 maybe?
That sounds about right.
Look at, pull back to Exhibit 3. We said earlier we'd come back to this. Okay. If you can all, let me know if you're at Exhibit 3.
Yep.
Okay, on the second page of Exhibit 3, you see line 27?
Yep.
Yes.
Is that the itemized charge?
Yes.
So when this expense log was handed back to your department after being given to Paige to clean up, when it was handed back to you all, there was nothing said about this expense to Kroger for $44.50, was there?
Right. She said it was Station 2 maintenance. And, in my most recent confrontation of her, again, in my last meeting with her, she continued to maintain that this was for the purposes that she indicated on here.
Got a question, Councilman Newcomb. Fennel.
Could you look at Exhibit 18 for a moment, please? This
Yes.
is the actual rug doctor
Yes.
form.
Yes.
It's very faded, so I'm having a hard time reading the final total, but the subtotal rental, $26.94 with a tax of $162 shows a total of $28.51 as best I can determine. Is that accurate?
It says, $26.99, tax $1.02, total $28.61.
Okay, so that's the one you're referring to as Exhibit 3, item number, what was that you were trying to, 27, which is $44.50, which is different than 28.
Sorry.
Whatever this is, I'm confused.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
The rug doctor receipt that you have in your hand, that is for the actual 24-hour rental of it.
Okay.
There's also on the other receipt for Kroger, there is the actual shampoo itself for $14.99.
Okay.
And that totals $44.50.
Didn't hear the second piece of that to get to the total.
Yeah, we can.
Mr. Taylor, would you
Not a part of the exhibit.
would
No,
you
it's
look
not.
at
I don't think
Exhibit
so.
20?
I'm sorry?
Would you look at Exhibit 20? And where the coffee maker is sitting up on a ledge,
It's on the other side of the ledge.
Yes.
is that a drain right below it, or is it a mat, or what?
I do not know what that is.
It looks like an
I'm
iPad.
And it would be kind of hard for the coffee maker, even overflowing, to reach. I don't know.
well, I mean, we don't know which way that the coffee supposedly flowed.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So the total is, the total that we have at Exhibit 3 for that day is $44.50. That includes the rental and the carpet shampoo itself.
Yes.
Any reason why it would have the street address of 1375 Ashwood Court?
Yeah, actually, this particular transaction was brought to me by the finance director, Tony Jo Howard, and she, for her, that was a big red flag, and she indicated to me that she was told that was for that was the driver's license, and Kroger actually asked for a driver's license to fill out the rental agreement, and that's the address that was on her driver's license.
Is it not odd, or is it just me that they also charge us taxes, which they normally would not charge the government taxes for that?
You know, Mayor, folks paying taxes with the city card is very common, despite all the admonitions to not do that, to indicate when you're paying with a city credit card, indicate that we are a tax-free entity. It happens quite frequently.
Okay.
Let me, I'm going to mark, we can make copies of this in a minute if we need to. Bill, this is the actual receipt. So I'm going to mark this as Exhibit 18A. Where I got 18?
18A.
Yeah.
And I'm going to just give everybody a fair warning. We're fixing to take a quick break in just a few minutes, or just a quick recess.
Yeah, I know this is, what time is it?
So we're looking at 18A.
Yes, sir.
I mean, Scott, I don't know where you are with this.
I'm almost done. I have 23 exhibits.
That's,
And I've already,
we're at 21, right? No, we haven't gone over 21, have we?
I think 20.
we hadn't gone over 21. Before I go to 21, y'all have it, but we hadn't gone over it yet.
Yes.
Let me offer 18A. Identify this with faster. The back of the exhibit I just handed you, exhibit number 18A.
I do.
And can you look on the front of that exhibit and see that is an exhibit from Kroger for $44.50?
Yes.
And that exhibit covers what items?
A Rug Doctor, shampoo. It doesn't say shampoo, but I've confirmed with Kroger that was for shampoo, and also for a 24-hour rental period.
Okay. If you would, just pass that behind. Let them look through that. And that, again, is the same item as the item on Exhibit 3, the second page, number 27. Is that right? Did you look at that? Exhibit 3.
Yes. Yes.
All right. Max, when do y'all want? You want to break now, or do you want to keep going?
I can, yeah, let's get the 23 exhibits for the next two.
Okay.
And we've got 21. Is that correct?
We do. Okay.
21.
All right, Eric. So I've handed you exhibit number 21, right?
Yes.
And would you tell first the mayor and council the significance of the date of that exhibit?
It's hard to tell on here because there's a looks like the receipt didn't print out completely. Goes right down the middle, but the amount actually lines up with the Steak and Shake transaction on May 24th, which is also the Saturday of Memorial Day weekend, when she indicated that she was moving and not working.
Okay, and that's the same date as the date for the Rug Doctor.
Correct.
But it's after the Rug Doctor was rented.
It's about the same time.
Okay. So, and that's a bill to Steak and Shake?
Yeah, it's a receipt for Steak and Shake.
That's what I meant. A receipt from Steak and Shake, and it's $30 and change.
Right.
Right. Okay. That's a pretty hefty Steak and Shake bill.
Yes.
For one person. Okay. Now, if you look at Exhibit 3 on the second page, and that is covered with line item 29. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And when this was, and again, there was no reconciliation of this after the log report was given to Chief Day and said, hey, fix this and come back. Nothing was done on this item, right?
No, as a matter of fact, when I asked her about this, she indicated to me that it was for rewarding 2 firefighters who were working on a project that day.
Okay, but before we get to that, it says on the log that she submitted, it says meal for Chief Day.
Yes.
Okay, and that's, a $30.
What does it say? I'm sorry.
It says meal for Chief Day. And Mayor, we're on item 29 on the second page of Exhibit 3.
This was on that Saturday of Memorial Day weekend.
Right, the same date as as she was moving and the day that she rented the carpet cleaner. Okay, you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so and so it was submitted as a $30 meal at Steak and Shake for the chief, but when you questioned on her, she said we fed 2 firefighters working on a special project.
Right.
And has that issue been investigated?
It has.
And what did the investigation reveal?
Well, I was immediately suspicious by the number of items that were on the receipt itself. If we're going to be rewarding 2 individuals, I would expect to see 2 meals. But instead I see at least 5 different meals on here.
Okay, because it takes a lot of meals to spend $30 at Steak and Shake.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And did you follow up on the explanation, the second explanation? The first explanation was written as just meal for Chief Day, but the second explanation, Chief Day said that it was a special, it's a meal for a project for firefighters doing a special project.
Yes, I did.
And what did you?
My research indicated that it was the two individuals that she told me that she were rewarding. I've only spoke with one of them. He indicated to me that he was not working that weekend, and then he asked me why. I told him because Chief Day indicated she bought him Steak and Shake that weekend, and he said, well, she did. And then he volunteered that he was helping her move.
So that was a special project, apparently, was helping the chief move from her rental place to the house she bought.
That's the only thing I can figure, yes.
All right, so exhibit 22 should be making its way around. You all should have that. Eric, let me hand you exhibit 22 and ask that you identify that for the mayor and council, please.
This is a receipt from Jim and Nick's Barbecue, dated May 24th, 2014, 8:59 p.m. So that would be at 9 o'clock p.m. On Memorial Day weekend, the Saturday evening Memorial Day weekend.
So this is the Saturday that we've already established the carpet cleaner was rented.
Yes.
And the Steak and Shake was eaten.
Yes.
And now we've got Jim and Nick's at 9 o'clock that night.
Yes.
On the moving day.
Yes.
That the chief's not working.
Yes.
Okay. And is there some writing on that exhibit?
There is.
And whose writing is that?
That is Paige Day's writing.
And what does the writing say?
It says meeting with Jimmy Hodges and Bill Rhodes, board up program.
Okay, so have you done any research to see who those people are and what the board up program is?
Yes.
Okay, and tell the mayor and council, if you would, what that is.
It is a program that I'm not sure if we have it in our fire department yet. It's something we've definitely looked into. My understanding of the program is that helps board up houses and stuff after a fire event.
Okay, and so has there been an investigation into whether or not those individuals had dinner at Jim and Nick's at 9 o'clock on the Saturday of Labor Day weekend?
There was, because I was very curious about it. As a matter of fact, this was one of the items that I had asked Tammy specifically about when I first saw some of these transactions, because it did not say anything on there what it was for or who it was with. She wrote on here what it was for. Most recently, in my most recent meeting with her, I confronted her on this again. She again indicated that she did, in fact, go to dinner with a vendor on a Saturday night, and that she paid.
And when you say she, you're talking about?
Chief Day.
Okay. And have you investigated that
Yes.
claim? And what did that investigation
The investigation revealed that she did not have dinner with these individuals that evening, that they'd had one meal with her, and that was for a lunch back in March.
Okay. Okay. So when she told you that, when she just reiterated to you, I guess, or stressed to you that she had used her city credit card that night for these vendors on the night she moved on a holiday weekend at 9 o'clock, did you trust what she said?
No.
I would say you're probably going to need to make copies of that 18A. Just
All right, so Exhibit 23 is on its way across, and you all should,
oh, that's okay.
you all should have that. Exhibit 23, and ask if you can identify that for Mayor and Council.
This exhibit number 23 has two copies of receipts on here. The one on the left is dated May the 7th, 2014 for McDonald's in Metter, Georgia. And the one on the right is May 25th, 2014, which would be the Sunday evening at 2113, which would be 9:13 p.m. May 25th, 2014 at McDonald's on South Cobb Drive.
Okay. All right. Let me do something real quick, if we can. I'd like to let's just hold this on the side for a second. Let's go back and look at Exhibit 3 that we have. We keep coming back to this.
So what are we supposed to be looking at now?
Look at Exhibit 3, that
Okay.
2-page log?
Yep.
Look at the second page and look down to line item 26.
Okay.
Can
And
you see
that
that?
ours says Jim and Nick's. Is that correct?
Right,
Okay.
right. See that, Eric? You have it in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, is that the Geminex expense that is on the exhibit that we circulated a few minutes ago that had the
Yes, it is. The receipt does not include the tax or the tip.
all right, and so this, again, was on the activity log that was handed to the chief, asked to fix, and then she worked on it and handed it back, but she didn't mention anything about this Geminex.
No, rather than use that as the opportunity to say, hey, this one was an accidental purchase as well, she chose to actually write up a meeting that we found that did not happen.
Okay. And I may have already asked you this. I don't remember, to be honest with you. But if you look down at item 29 on the second page of Exhibit 3, Steak and Shake.
Right, that's for the Steak and Shake for that we're referenced in Exhibit 21.
Okay. And finally, number 30 on the same list, McDonald's. The
Right,
$35 charge.
$35.32.
That is one of the two McDonald's receipts that you have in front of you now, right?
That would be for the one on the right, yes.
And that's Exhibit 23, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't want to make much of a McDonald's charge, but just for the record, tell the mayor and council what they have there. You've got two statements that are kind of parallel. They're next to each other, and are two bills, or receipts from McDonald's. Tell them what they are, what that is.
Yeah. The two receipts are for, in large part, the exact same items. The item on the left, the receipt on the left in Metter, Georgia, included a premium ranch wrap meal with a large unsweet iced tea, 10 McNuggets meal with 2 barbecue sauce, a large unsweet iced tea, and 1 Oreo McFlurry. The one on the right includes a prime ranch wrap meal, a large unsweet iced tea, 10 McNugget meal with 2 barbecue sauce with an unsweet iced tea, and then 2 Oreo McFlurries rather than one on the other one. And then we have 2 additional sandwiches. One is for a bacon cheese meal and a clubhouse meal.
Now, let me ask you, if we didn't have all these issues of all these unauthorized charges and other things, if that wasn't out there, would you have even flashbacked these two McDonald's bills?
I would have done as I did on July the 9th, and I would have taken her word for it.
Right. But when you look at those two bills, the one, there's the earlier bill is in what town?
That's in Metter, Georgia.
Okay, Metter's between here and Savannah, right?
Correct.
And your investigation has revealed that that bill was incurred because the city credit card was used, right?
Yes.
And the only reason that she had a reason to be in Metter was on the way back up from Savannah or the way down to Savannah. One of the
Right.
two, right. And we know through her admissions and discussions that her daughter was with her on that trip.
Yes.
Right. And that she used that credit card to purchase her daughter's meal at McDonald's.
And for herself, yes.
And it is offered to pay back or whatever.
Didn't offer to pay it back.
Well, but what?
Submitted it as a meal for her.
Okay, and then on the next bill that's on that piece of paper right next to that, that is the Sunday of Memorial Day, the day after all these expenses to Jim and Nick's and the carpet cleaner and Steak and Shake, all those have been made, right?
When she said she wasn't working, yes.
And she wasn't working on the Sunday. This is the Sunday.
Right.
And if you put those bills next to each other, it looks like people were ordering the identical meals that they ordered in Metter, right?
Yes.
It's the same number of chicken nuggets, the same exact type of wrap, the same unsweet tea, the same McFlurry, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So just mop it up a little bit, and then I'm done. 30 seconds.
Okay.
The all of the charges that we've discussed and all these exhibits, 1 through 23, with a couple of subparts, all of those were charges billed to the city's purchasing card. Is that right?
Yeah, I'd also like to add, if I may, when confronted on the McDonald's transaction on May the 25th, she indicated that she could not explain what that was for.
Okay. But it's identical to the other. Okay.
Yes.
So let me show you something. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but I'm going to hold this up. Do you recognize this as a list of documents that we gave Mr. McKinney in response to an open records request?
Yes.
Okay, and these have expenses from department heads that were made on the city's purchasing cards, right?
Yes.
Okay, have you had an opportunity to look at all of those expenses?
Yes, I've gone through every one of these.
Okay, and you're prepared to testify about any one of them?
Yes.
Okay, if he chooses to ask you, did you find problems with those?
I did not. Every one of these were tied to a legitimate either city business use or a business-related event.
Okay, nothing in there where somebody bought airline tickets for their kids, right? Or
Right.
paid HOA dues to a house in another state.
Right.
Or anything like that?
Nothing like that.
Okay. All right, I think that's all I've got.
All right, let me make sure procedurally wise, we can take a quick recess, I think, 15 minutes, 20.
Whatever y'all want to do. Yeah.
Let's take about a 15-minute recess and meet back here at 5 minutes after 10. And there needs to be no conversation, Scott, amongst ourselves.
I don't talk about it.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're doing it right. Then we get back, then Mr. McKinney have an opportunity to cross-examine.
Right. Right.
Mr. All right, so we're going to take a 15-minute break.
All right.
Anyone that's got one more council member, I'm not sure where Terry's at. We'll get started in a couple of minutes. Terry's ready. Okay, we'll get back started again. Mr. Cochran, have you finished?
Just with the slight caveat that I've got Exhibit 18. We copied that during the break. That's the receipt from Kroger that covers the rental of the carpet cleaner and the shampoo for the carpet.
And do we have that? Getting ready to.
And then for the record, that's Exhibit 18A.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. McKinney, do you have the opportunity to cross-examine or?
Mr. Taylor,
Good evening.
Good evening. Let me start, if we can, a little bit going kind of the same format. But let me first start off with...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Let's start with the first format. If you look at Exhibit 2,
Exhibit 2. Refresh my memory which one that one was.
purchasing card holder agreement.
Okay.
You believe you testified, and I know you may have misspoke, but let's be clear. You said that the city of Smyrna has a policy of no alcohol. Can you show the council and the mayor where it is on here that says no alcohol, that you cannot purchase alcohol with a city card?
One moment, please.
Sure.
Yes. When Tammy had the meeting on July the 2nd,
Excuse me, I'm referring to the card
Right, I
that is
understand.
signed by
I
Paige
understand.
Day,
It's-
not what other people allegedly told her.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Under the Georgia Department of Administrative Services policy that I referenced earlier,
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Paige. I'm talking about right there. It says Exhibit 2, and she signed it, and it's the purchasing card agreement with the city of Smyrna.
it does not say on this agreement that you can't purchase alcohol.
Right. And also, isn't it true that if in fact she did misuse the card, that under Section 4 and 5 and 6, that you had an absolute right to terminate the card? Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you terminate the card before you fired her?
Yes, I did.
You terminated it you took the card away from her when?
I believe that the card was after she was terminated, but we turned off the card that Monday on July the 14th.
Okay. But in terms of actually informing her that you took the card, that was after she was terminated, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look, if we can, on this Exhibit 3 that caused a lot of problems here, and maybe we can kind of clear it up. 3 is the City of Smyrna purchasing card activity log.
Yes.
All right. This log is prepared by each department head. Usually the secretary or somebody with them prepares it, correct?
It's prepared by each department. I don't know exactly who
Okay.
puts it together.
All right. And this is sent to you, you review it, and then it's sent to finance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you look at Exhibit 3 and look at number 4, that's item 4, it says wrong card.
Yes.
That is, in fact, Paige's handwriting, correct?
Yes.
All right. That was the initial, that's the first card, not the second. That's the first card that you got from her. Isn't that correct?
I don't follow your question.
Well, we know you testified that there was a second sheet that was complied after a meeting where it was given back to her and said make adjustments to it. And we see where we put down travel and additional wrong cards. I'm saying that number 22 and number 23 and number 4 were original on there. Those weren't added. What was added was the travel and things of that nature on the other ones. Is not correct?
No, it's not correct. My testimony was that she did have wrong card for the Brian Burkhalter plumbing. My testimony was that for the other transactions, it did not say reimburse.
I didn't say reimburse. I'm saying she notified you that she was using the wrong card. Fair statement?
Yeah.
Okay.
After she was confronted on July the 2nd.
Where is the original? Because her position is that she, in fact, put the wrong card initially on 4 and also on items 22 and 23, which is the Wally Park and the Taco Brown. Where's the original of this?
You would have to ask her that. I do not know.
Well, if it was given to you, why is it not in your records?
Because and I remember these transactions specifically because there was question about whether she was on vacation on May the 19th. And they specifically did not say reimburse at that time.
I'm going to show you on the overhead projector. I think we've got a copy of the original. Let's see if I don't have enough copies because I didn't know I was going to need it, but let me put it on the overhead. Maybe you can see it. Page Day's signature. On there on 23 and 24. At the bottom.
Yes.
Does that not indicate that that is you've already, in other words, isn't that the second one? In other words, she filed the first one. You received it. She was spoken to, it was returned to her. Then she gave it back, and now you signed off for it on it. Isn't that correct? I mean, you signed off on this one.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Let's kind of go in order, if we can, and have an understanding about this card. As of 6/27/14, Paige Day never provided any other activity logs because she was basically terminated in July, correct?
She didn't. Yeah.
Okay. And usually these cards that are prepared are usually about 30 days behind. In other words, you get your receipts, send them in. It's usually about 30 days. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I'm going to go line by line, but the majority of these other purchases were in the stream before she was terminated. They were, in other words, they were in May and June, but they're not even on here. Some of them aren't even on here.
Right.
Okay. Let's look at the first issue. I understand you're on vacation, correct?
Correct.
All right. And before we start, is it a fair statement that if you're going to terminate somebody, you want to have all the evidence at that point to present it to the employee so they can properly respond to it?
Yes.
Okay. So when the first thing that came up, and this is going on this is referring to the, and you may have it, but on 7/16/2014, the day after she was terminated, Tammy Sadler wrote a report of the events that occurred.
Yes.
Okay. And the first thing indicates that on the, I guess it would be Friday the 27th, Lisa Moore who's a deputy clerk, was reviewing purchasing card activity logs. That's what we have here. This one here. Somebody was reviewing it.
Yes.
It normally goes to finance. Why is a deputy city clerk reviewing records of a department head?
Because that is a job, that is one of the tasks of my executive assistant. At that time, I did not have an executive assistant, and Lisa Moore was serving as the executive assistant to the city administrator.
Okay, so she was doing your job. You were not reviewing him at that time.
Right.
Okay. All right, and she looks at everything, and she catches this Marriott Savannah issue of the, I guess it would be the, the payments when she was in her hotel room.
Yes.
Okay. There's nothing in the rules and regulations that prohibits that. And they said, it's the perception. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of that amount, do you recall the bill?
Yes.
And one of them is an atrium bill.
Yes.
She didn't pay that, did she?
I don't know what she paid for. It doesn't indicate what the reimbursement was for, which items it was for.
But she was short $23, and do you recall at our meeting she mentioned that was the atrium bill, and she actually ate downstairs from the hotel, so she felt she didn't have to pay that. In the meeting, I asked her what the atrium was, and she said that was for nachos in the atrium. Right, and that wouldn't have been room service, would it? No. Okay. So basically, in terms of the room service...
Mr. McKinney, she couldn't understand. It's hard to hear both of y'all, I think, so y'all need to speak.
Sure. In terms of the atrium bill, you agree that was not room service, correct? Right. Okay. So that amount, that $23, $24, she did not pay back. That was that dispute. Well, again, I don't know what she paid back. She didn't itemize what the reimbursement was for. But you understood that she paid everything back, but there was an issue of this atrium bill of $23, and that was not paid, correct? No, there was a question of the shortage. I did not know, nor did the staff know, what actual item that was for. Okay. So we have the atrium bill issue, that's on the 27th. And there are 2 purchases on May 19th. So what I'm getting to is when she first was spoken to, the issues at that time, and you feel free to check, was basically the bills for the okay. Number one, there was a problem before she was terminated with Manny's Cafe in Midway. Is correct?
Yes.
Okay. There was also a problem with a credit card that was used for room service, which we discussed, and also there was a question regarding, I believe it was the parking bill at the parking lot.
Yes.
Okay. So those are the things that you knew about at that point.
Yes.
All right. And at that point, do you ask Paige Day to explain those?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have anything in writing where she responded to in writing saying?
I do not. It was verbal.
Okay. You understand that any type of oral reprimand under the procedures in the city of Smyrna, they have to be put in a memo form. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
I'd like to show the city manager. It's appellants 4, and I have enough for everybody.
We can get both of them. Got 'em.
Would you look, wait until everybody has it. On appellants 4, under statement of policy, if you look at number 1, it says employee counseling or oral reprimand. The employee is counseled by the immediate supervisor about the employee's performance or conduct in an effort to eliminate possible misunderstandings, to improve job performance, and or explain what constitutes acceptable conduct and or job performance. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
A memo of understanding summarizing what was discussed and agreed upon in the counseling session should be prepared by the immediate supervisor and given to the employee after the session. You were the immediate supervisor, were you not?
I was not.
Who is over the department head in the fire department?
Tammy Jones.
So you don't, will Tammy Jones prepare one of these documents?
No, but it doesn't say you have to. It says should be, doesn't say shall be.
Why would you not, concerning something of this severity, to put down exactly what the chief said and what you said and what her reasons were? Why would you not do that under number 1?
Because the point of which I got involved in this was already after all of the oral discussions with her supervisor.
What about the hearing? When you had the hearing with her, did you put anything down there after the hearing? Did they record anything there?
At the hearing, no.
Okay. I'd move for the admission of appellants 4. Moving for the admission of appellants 4, which is the personnel policies of the city of Smyrna.
This one?
Yes, sir.
Part of our record?
Yes.
Okay.
My understanding is sometime on July 8th, you returned to work. Is that correct?
I returned to work on June the 30th.
Okay. And on July 9th, you were told about the meeting that Ms. Sandler had with Paige and other department directors. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And you had questions about the Saturday night at Jim and Nick's at 9 p.m.?
I did.
But you didn't question it at that point. You signed off on it?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, The only thing that we have that's of concern to you is obviously the Wally Park, the parking, the room service, some gasoline at that point, at least at that point. I'm going
At that point, yes.
Okay. Then we get to Thursday, July 10th, and this is about 9 a.m., and apparently there's a discussion with Kristen. Who's Kristen?
Kristen Robinson, she's the controller for the city.
Okay. And there's the issue of the $24 for the room service charges. There's some issues regarding that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she said she'd get the check to finance. And the reason is, your understanding was that Paige was not able to get the records from the hotel. But she just went ahead and paid it.
That's not what I understood.
Well, how did you get the records?
Tammy found them in the fire station.
Okay. And when did you find them?
It was after the action that was taken against her.
Okay. So after it occurred?
Yes.
Okay. But in either case, she paid for the room service. Okay, then we get to the Monday the 14th. And this is where you find out there's a charge for an airline ticket over the Expedia over the weekend, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's my understanding you use Expedia? You've used it before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And at that point, you draw a conclusion that you're recommending that she be terminated, correct? At that point?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, the only evidence you had was really the Expedia charge. You had the gas charge. You had the Wally Parks charge. You had the room service charge. You didn't have everything else you've testified to today. You didn't have.
Right.
Okay. So you made a decision based on that particular area, that those things that you question, and correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of how you went about terminating her, did you bring her in and tell her in advance, 5 days in advance, that we intended to terminate you?
No.
Okay. In fact, she was just invited to come over to your office and see you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The meeting you had with Ms. Day at that point, or Chief Day, lasted 5 minutes?
5, 10, 15 minutes, something like that, yes.
And
it was short.
Right. And the only documents we provided her were the documents that you had at that time, which we just discussed.
I made an attempt to confront her at that meeting.
Okay. And at no time did she say, I'm not paying these, I'm not going to reimburse the city. In fact, she offered at that point, she said, what can I do to correct this? Isn't that correct?
She kept saying that she can explain.
And she also offered to pay for them, didn't she?
I do not recall that.
And that would be in a memo. If you had written a memo, you would be able to refer to that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So after that, she's terminated with a letter, and she's told to surrender her car keys, correct?
Yes.
And she's not permitted to go back into the fire station.
Correct.
Okay. So how was she supposed to get home?
The HR director took her home.
And that was at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And how did she get her pocketbook out of the firehouse?
I asked Tammy and the HR director to go over to the fire station and get it.
Okay. So at that point, she has no access to any of her records, correct?
Right.
She has no access to the computer that may have records in there that would assist her, correct?
Right.
And basically, she has no contact with any of the people in the fire station.
That's what she was told.
Okay. Then she appeals. If you recall, she asks and says, listen, I would like to appeal this to the Public Safety Committee Council.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain why the Public Safety Council didn't at least have a meeting on that before or as an appeal?
I do not know the answer to that. My understanding, it was based on the direction of the city attorney.
Okay. So at either case, at some point, you now have a meeting or a hearing with her. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that hearing, you now have a little additional information, and that is you find another charged card that happened after the fact. This is the one from Alaska, which is, I think, her son.
No, that she was confronted on that on July the 14th.
Okay.
Or July 15th.
The second one, then the last one would have been her daughter.
No.
You didn't have that then either?
We knew both of those at that time.
Okay. So at the meeting, after she talks to you, decide to suspend her with pay or without pay?
Without pay at that point.
Okay. Did you draft any documents to the city rehiring her? She's already been terminated, so how do you bring her back and suspend her without pay?
Because I had no intention of bringing her back.
Okay. Well, then how did you? I'm trying to determine how, in your mind, you take an employee who's been terminated, who's out of employment for at least 7, 8 days, maybe 10 days, excuse me, and then suspend her without pay.
That was I knew that that the appeal was going to reach the level of the city council at that point. From July the 15th until August the 20th, she was on paid leave. At that point, I needed to make the action more permanent, and so that's why I came to the decision that I did.
Would you consider that the meetings that Ms. Sadler had with Paige Day, where there was discussions about the misuse of cards, this is prior to termination, that would be basically an oral reprimand in some form?
I do consider that an oral reprimand.
And the next step after that would be a written reprimand, something in writing telling her you're misusing this card, and if you continue to do it, basically you can be terminated.
Not necessarily.
Well, that's the next line in progression discipline, isn't it?
Not according to the powers that are given to the city administrator by this policy.
Did Ms. Day commit a felony?
In my mind, she did. Yes.
And did you take any action? If you believe she committed a felony, well, I'm sure you would report that and go criminal in some way, wouldn't you?
At that point, I wasn't really sure that a felony had occurred. I knew what we had was a pattern of a blatant misuse of the city card.
Okay. And you could have stopped that once you found out by removing the card, couldn't you?
Yes, I could have.
But you didn't give her that chance, did you?
No.
Also, you didn't suspend her either, which you could have done also, correct?
I did that later on, yes, but not at the time.
Before termination, you
Not at
didn't
the time.
suspend her.
Right.
Okay. And there was no evidence of any emergency that would require her to be terminated and removed from the workplace. She was not a danger to employees, was she?
No.
And that's the power you have. If some employee is a danger or cause harm or injury to a fellow employee, you have powers to remove that person immediately, correct?
That's one of the 3 examples given in the policy, yes.
What I'd like to do at this point, this is a chronology of the procedures to follow under the rules and regulations. I'd like to present that to the panel.
Okay.
Attached to it, attached.
And where do these come from, Ms. Meany?
These are documents that we got from.
Okay, this is from your.
Yes.
Okay.
From the city.
That is compiled by your office, right? Okay. Okay.
Appellant 6, I'm not going to ask you to comment on whether these were followed or not. It's pretty evident, basically what's in there. But I'm asking you, if you go to the next page, and if you look, July 15th, is that the letter where you're terminating the employee?
What, I'm sorry, which number are you referring to?
Sure, it's the July 15th, 2015 letter. It's the 3rd page back. It's the letter from the city of Smyrna to Paige Day. Can I help you?
I'm sorry, are you referring to? Okay, here we go. All right, I'm with you.
That letter, at any time do you indicate that it's an emergency measure that you're taking to terminate the fire chief?
No.
And it also says she has 5 days to appeal. Do you have any reason why that appeal did not go through?
I do not know the answer to that question.
The other page is the separation notice of Paige Day. It does not indicate at all that you're bringing her back. She's terminated as of the 15th, isn't she?
Yeah, and let me clarify my answer to the previous question, if I may. My testimony on that is based on the fact that it's given straight to the head of the Public Safety Committee. I do know that at that time there were some procedural questions that were going around that were being raised at that point.
You do see further on July 15th at 10:08 a.m. Where there's back and forth regarding asking for the hearing. It says, please consider this email a formal request for an appeal with regard to my termination. I'm
Yes.
certain that once the facts are considered, this decision will be overturned.
Yes, I do see that.
Did you have any input into scheduling or facilitating the appeal?
I did not.
There was a report of the basis of your termination that was prepared by Ms. Sadler, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that report, which has the evidence you were using against her, in other words, against the chief, that was not given to her the day that she was terminated. That was given her the following day, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was given to her in piecemeal. You were in such a rush to terminate her that we have other emails indicating that the exhibits, which were now been offered in evidence, for example, on July 18th on 2014, Ms. Sadler is basically saying, this email 3 of 3 from me, this is the last document that is part of Exhibit 4. It was mistakenly omitted when I scanned the other documents. So basically, this is the second time. All the documents are still not being sent to the chief, even after she was terminated.
I can't answer that. That was not me that did that.
Okay. Does Ms. Sadler report to you?
Yes, she does.
Were you ever made aware that the complete document in order for the employee to defend herself was not given to her until the next day, and it was not given to her fully?
I found out on that particular email as well. I wasn't copied on that one. I was copied on the previous email. I may have been copied on that one too. I can't remember exactly.
And do you recall after your decision to suspend the chief without pay, on August 22nd, the chief asked another appeal again to the chairperson of the Public Safety Committee. What happened to that appeal?
I was not involved with the scheduling of that appeal, although it is my understanding that it became a matter of procedure and timing as far as it relates to speaking with this body here tonight.
Could you tell us, after she was terminated, that was July 15th, correct?
Yes.
All the other documents that you found through your discovery and information. Tell us. I'm going to list it. What you found out after. Just give us the documents. You don't have to go into. Just tell us what documents you found.
What documents I found after which date?
After she was terminated, which would have been after July 15th. You came up with other documents, and they're probably listed, if it helps to you, on these exhibits 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm trying to determine which ones of those documents, those exhibits, you found after the fact.
What do you mean by found? Let me just clarify that question, please.
Well, my understanding is you terminated her based on certain evidence you had at that time.
Yes.
Okay. Then after you terminated her, you went back and started finding more things.
Yes.
And that more things is what I want you to list for us so we have an understanding.
Okay. Well, these were receipts that were already turned in. Items that I began to question after the fact include Exhibit 23. Exhibit 21, Exhibit 18, Exhibit 16A, and I believe those are all the receipts that we've talked about tonight that I questioned.
What about 19 and 20?
19 and 20,
Those are pictures at the station house.
I took those pictures today.
Did you do it yourself?
Yes, I did.
If you will look to the left of Exhibit 19,
Yes.
is that carpet or wood that's on the floor?
That's carpet.
Well, is it not conceivable that that coffee pot very well could have leaked and gone on the carpet to the left of that refrigerator or whatever that is? Is that a refrigerator?
No, that's a wall.
Wall?
I do not believe, and it's my personal opinion, that a leaky coffee pot leaks that far.
But you don't know that for a fact.
I don't know that for a fact,
So,
just based on personal experience.
but in terms of these exhibits 23, 21, 18, 16, and 20, this was all after the fact. Did you send copies to your employee so she would know how to respond to these?
I did not, no. We did on 16A. Yes.
16A was sent. Okay. But in terms of these other exhibits that you found later on in your investigation, this did not form the basis of the termination. This was found after the termination, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm assuming you know it's not unusual for employees sometimes to make errors. They use the blue card, and I'm not being sexist, but some women sometimes change their purses. Guys don't. We keep wallets, but sometimes they'll change purses. Sometimes the cards get switched around. That's something that's conceivable to you, is it not?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you know that in the past we've had other employees that have basically made errors in basically using their credit card. I'm using the city credit card and had to reimburse the city, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll concede it was not as blatant as this, okay? When I say blatant, would an employee put down the name of her daughter or her son on a ticket and use a City of Smyrna credit card? Is that something that someone's trying to hide, or is that more of someone who's inadvertently doing that and not realizing it?
I don't know why she did it.
Okay. I'm going to submit Appellant 7 to the board. Okay, thank you. I'm showing you as Appellant 7, which is, again, from the open records we received. These are lists of employees that had meals or went to a tavern or made errors, and these are expenses that were reimbursed. Do you see those?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And with respect to these employees, did they receive an oral reprimand, written reprimand, suspension, or were they terminated?
Because no, not all of these are for personal use.
Well, they are reimbursed, are they not?
Yes, but I'll point to you to Mary Moore Teen Space. The 10259 was reimbursed by the Friends of Smyrna Library.
Okay. But in terms of the other ones, other than this one, the rest of them are reimbursed from them?
Yeah, leeway was given to those particular situations because, well, I need to look at this one right here first. But, you know, in the case of Chris Addicks and Steve Ciaccios, they self-reported at the time of the error. In terms of the other one, if you just give me a minute to look at it. Which date is that? March 21st?
The bills don't match the
Yeah.
they're off.
I mean, the only thing that it says, the purchasing card activity log, it says reimburse check 251, but does not indicate whether it was for a personal transaction. I don't have enough information on this to be able to make a judgment call on that. It says it's for Bradley Johnson, and it says $24 is for Brian Beatty and $24 Darlena McCoy.
Is there any City of Smyrna rule or regulation regarding outside meetings? In other words, if you want to meet with a vendor, if you want to meet with a number of people for a discussion of city policy, is there anything that says you first have to try to meet in the conference room as opposed to going to a local tavern or a restaurant, anything like that?
There's not.
Well, what is the policy? What is the policy if someone like yourself wants to go to Nick's for lunch?
Okay.
What is the policy? Do you pay for your own lunch?
Most of the time I do, yes.
I just want to take a moment to comment real quickly that you mentioned women getting confused, changing out their purses, but everyone on this list is a man. Putting that out there.
Well accepted. I'm just indicating that sometimes that'll happen. I understand. Thank you for correcting me. Just give me a minute. I just have some questions for you.
Okay. I'm not going anywhere.
May I ask Mr. Taylor a question, please? Eric, we keep referring back to this Exhibit 3. Was this the first purchasing card activity log that was submitted by Ms. Day?
Are you asking in terms of her tenure with the city?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
You understood that this, basically it's almost a 2 or 3 month period, was when she was transitioning from Dallas, coming down here, renting a house, and then closing and moving her family to Smyrna. You understood that, correct?
I understand that, yes.
Okay. And did you consider that and talk to her about maybe that may have been some of the reasons that these charges were being made?
No.
You mentioned, I think, that most of the meals you pay for if you go to Jim and Nick's barbecue.
Most of the meals I do pay for myself, yes.
Okay. In the 18 months that we obtained these records, it appears that over from 2012, 2013, 2014, you have spent, looks like $2,614.42 on meetings with department heads, meetings with an employee. What is the basis that you don't meet with these people upstairs? And the only reason I'm asking that is we have somebody misusing a credit card. That's not, we agree with that. That has been misused. But why is she different than someone else who goes to these meetings for $2,600 and when you have a conference room upstairs that you can hold meetings in?
Because hers are not tied to any legitimate city use. The meals that you're asking about, for the most part, are meals that the mayor and I, we used to try to have every month with employees. We will pull about 7 or 8 different employees from various different departments and sit down with them at a restaurant and just get to know them a little bit better, give them the opportunity to ask us about any kind of city policies, city actions, any kind of questions they may have of us, and we purchase a meal for them.
I'm going to move for the admission of, what was that number?
We got 4, 6, and 7. Is
4,
that
6,
correct?
and 7 in Evans, yeah.
Is this another one coming up? You've
Yeah,
got
this is going to be 8.
I mean, I'm just saying you have a very unique numbering system. 4, 6, 7.
They're all numbers,
Okay.
When we're finished, you'll have them in order.
Okay, good. So this is, what number is this one?
This-
Okay. Okay. Yeah. But I got one.
Mr. City Administrator, the only reason I'm showing this and admitting this at this time is to indicate there is, I say laxity, is there doesn't seem to be any control as to when an employee can take a lunch and when they can't. I have some examples of charges that Braves tickets, edible arrangements, was it Jason's Deli being delivered?
Okay.
Party time is the recreation. We looked at that and we could see they were buying things for the kids at the recreation. But I'm just trying to determine, do you have any policies or rules that prohibit someone using a credit card for the city, then reimbursing them? I mean, just saying, okay, I don't have my card today. I'm going to go ahead and do this. I have lunch. I'm going to let's say, some snack place. And I know that I'm not supposed to, but there's no policy on it. What I'll do is I'll charge it and I'll go back and I'll get reimbursement. I'll reimburse the city for it.
There is a policy on that.
Okay, where's that?
That is exhibit number, whichever one it is here with the.
It's number. I'll give you the number. It's the first.
It's that one right there.
Yeah. But
item number 1 specifically says that basically floating yourself money. I can't find the exact policy.
It says non-related business. I have it here. It says non-related business, but that non-related is up to the employee. And I'm just wondering why the records that you now have in the city, why they don't have some certification on there saying this is work-related or in some connection, and other than simply saying travel or something like that. And I'm just trying to determine whether you've done a fly spec on everybody else now.
Yes, I do. Every month. I have done since 2009.
And have you ever had an audit?
An audit of the credit card transactions?
Yes.
No.
Ms. McKinney, can I ask you the forms you were referring to? Do we have that?
Yes, you do. It's the form. It's actually the 3.
Okay.
It's the actual exhibit that Page Day signed.
Okay. That'd be 2, this one? I got 3 right here. This one right here? Okay.
No, I don't. I've got so many papers up here, I can't find it.
All right. What I'm getting to is there's actually no certification on this document at all that the employee is swearing or telling the city that everything incurred here is work-related. It was in furtherance of city business. And so my question is, doesn't this not, how do you prevent people from either making mistakes or intentionally doing this?
Well, first of all, we rely on the honesty of our staff. When somebody fills one of these transaction logs out, they know at the time of the transaction whether it's for personal use or whether it's for city use. And every city employee or every cardholder in the city knows that these are looked at on a month-to-month basis.
They know, but how do you know? What I'm getting to that is very simply, you found a couple of discrepancies and went and did a big investigation on a department head.
Yes, I do that to other people as well.
Okay. Who else did you investigate?
I've talked to Scott Stokes before. I've asked Steve Ciaccio about a number of charges. Pretty much, I would say most every department head at some point or another I've had some kind of question about.
And before you made any judgment in this case, did you consider the fact that of what she had done for the city all during this time? In other words, we're talking about 60 days of her life with the city.
Mm-hmm.
She moved her family down here. She's got a job. She's now a taxpayer, relocated from Texas. Did a tremendous job. My understanding, her performance was excellent. Fair statement?
Yes.
Okay.
It was good.
Yeah. So why not bring her in, and as you said, close the card out. She's made all the reimbursements, and she will not be able to charge. If that's a problem, if there's a mismanagement problem with her card, and why not just remove the card or put her on probation, do something under the progressive discipline rather than simply saying, you're fired, you're out of here. After she's relocated and you hired her and she's here serving the residents. Why isn't there some alternative that could have been done other than just terminating her?
Because for me at this point, it was a matter of trust, and in my mind, if I couldn't have somebody in a department head position, such as the one that she had, that could tell the difference between a personal use and a private use on a regular basis, I did not want that person to manage a $5 million budget for the city.
So what you were saying is that this was intentional and this is not errors?
I believe it was intentional, yes.
And you have nothing other than, I mean, that's your opinion. But
that's my opinion.
You have no...
Based on the patterns.
You have no memos or documentation or anything like that to support, and nothing about the meetings you had with her, discussions you had with her. We just rely upon what you remember about a month ago, right?
Yes.
I think that's all I
got. Okay. Mr. Cochran, you want to?
Yeah, I've got a few very quick for the hour. I think I'm in Exhibit 24. The last.
Which one is that one?
Well, it's a new one.
Okay.
23 is the last one. 23 is the last one that we have.
have to object to this is procedural. We have to make a decision.
Right.
We had settlement discussions in this case before we came to this stage. This is part of the discussions I had.
Mr. McKinney, will you speak into that? Yeah,
sure. We had settlement discussions before that came this far. I met with Scott, and we went back and forth on some emails. And this is one of the settlement discussions we had on how to handle something in this case. And settlement discussions are not evidence; they're inadmissible. And so I'd moved to not allow this particular document in.
Okay, and just so everybody understands, Mike Williams is here, and he's sort of like the arbitrator, the referee, the judge, as to who decides what. And
let me just make my position on this. For starters, regardless of what we decide, I'd like for this to be part of the record. For what it's worth, I think at this stage, everything that either side offers should go up in the record, just so we have a full record. If somebody later on says it shouldn't have been admitted, that's what it is. But this isn't an offer of settlement. This is a offer of the. This is an agreement as to the process that we were going to take from here, and this is in response to his questions of Eric on any idea why we didn't go up to the license and variance. I'm not licensed. Any reason we didn't go up to the committee of council members, the public safety committee, and this says that we didn't go up.
Okay,
we go that way because by agreement we chose not to.
All right, so you're asking for this to be submitted to us, and Mr. McKinney objects to that.
Yeah. And I'll state in my place, this was received by me, sent by Mr. McKinney, followed up our conversation where we agreed that we would hold off the committee hearing until after tonight's hearing it was complete.
All right, so.
I have no problem having that go in, but I want to be able to respond. That the conversations I had with Scott, he indicated to me that the Public Safety Committee was limited to only whether she could be suspended without pay. They had no authority to put her back to work. That was what was represented to me. Based on that representation, I said, fine, let's not duplicate it. We'll go to this hearing. Because if she's successful here, you won't have to worry about the suspension issue. So that's what that letter is about, and that was based on what Scott. Now, if Scott was wrong and public safety had authority to put her back to work, then that's what I wanted to do. But Scott said they didn't. So based on that, that's what that letter's about.
All right. So
yeah, that's sort of accurate. Maybe 60%, 50%, maybe
so.
40%. This letter speaks for itself. It says that first he asked for a continuance of this hearing, and we gave it to him. Then that's the first.
Mr. Cochran, before you read the letter, which
Yeah.
several of us haven't looked at, based on Mr. McKinney's objection, we referred the process question to Mr. Williams.
Okay.
And I'd like to hear his ruling, if you will, as to whether this can be a part of the record and we should read it and pay attention to
Well,
it.
but is there anything that Mr. McKinney said that Mr. Cochran, he had the opportunity to speak and
I agree, but then he was starting to read the letter, and I
Yeah.
think
Oh,
before he
I'm
does that,
fine
Mr.
with. I'm
Williams
fine with what
to rule.
Mr.
I
McKinney,
just want to make sure both sides have the equal opportunity
I agree
based
with
on
that.
this objection to this letter.
were you satisfied with the objection, or, I mean, with your explanation? The council can receive the letter with your explanation?
I think with my explanation and with the understanding, I wouldn't have a problem with, at this point, with the council receiving it. And I just wanted to make sure that it was triggered because it was my belief that public safety could not deal with the termination. And that's the reason that letter was written. So with that explanation, you all can have it.
Okay,
What do you three guys decide?
just for clarification then, because my understanding, based on legal counsel's advice, and I had this conversation with the administrator and our counsel, what the trigger was for public safety to hear it was merely on the limitation of the pay or not pay. It wasn't on the termination clause, which only counsel has the ability to affect. That was counsel I was given. I just want to verify for the public that that was the advice we were given. Correct, counsel?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, let me just let me kind
Yeah,
of.
we need to make sure what council we're talking about.
Yeah, we got
Legal
legal
counsel.
counsel.
In
this case,
Here is the issue, and I don't want to get sidetracked on this, but first off, were you finished? Yeah. Okay. So this case came from the city administrator, okay, as a suspension, okay. From that decision, the decision of the suspension, and it was a suspension without pay, that decision can be appealed to the Public Safety Committee. And Ron is the chair of that. Okay. So parallel to that, this hearing was scheduled that dealt not with what, this is not an appeal. It dealt not with what the administrator did, but dealt with whether or not the council chooses to terminate. So it's a due process hearing on the issue of termination. We've got parallel proceedings. One of those proceedings could go up to the committee. The other goes to you all. The discussion that opposing counsel and I had, from my perspective, and I understand what he's saying from his perspective, but from my perspective, the import of our discussion was that depending on what happens tonight, some of the other issue, whether or not she should have been suspended, would be moot. If you all choose to terminate, then whether or not she was suspended is moot. If you choose not to terminate, then we can go forward with that to see whether there should be a suspension. We'll go forward with that hearing. So that's it. And that was the agreement. And that is, if you read this email in that context, it makes perfect sense.
Okay, so are we allowing this to be part of the Exhibit 24?
Okay. So that's all. I'm not going to belabor. It's 11 o'clock.
Well, and here's what I want to say right now is that we've been barraged with a tremendous amount of information.
Yeah.
For us to make a decision one way or the other, I just can't. And I'll stay here till 6 o'clock in the morning or 7 o'clock because I'm not going to go to sleep tonight anyway. But how are we supposed to take all this information, listen to all the testimony? And by the way, we just gotten to the first person that we've talked to. How are we supposed to take all this in and make a fair decision based on everything? And for those that don't think we've struggled with this has been a nightmare. This is all part of the process of being an elected official. And I guess what I want to know is that we can continue. I just want to have enough time to digest this to make sure that whatever decision we make is based on good, solid evidence and the facts.
Mayor, I think that, for starters, we've got a good relationship. I think, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I think that, well, I know we both want you all to be able to make an informed decision based on evidence and have time to reflect and consider and deliberate and all that kind of stuff. So, and it's 11 o'clock. So if we finish tonight and you all have the opportunity to do that, that's fine. If we see that we can't finish tonight and we need to reconvene this another time, that's what we do. Is that right with you?
Yeah, and I know this is the first time for everybody, but it's a mini trial. So what that means is once the city rests, in other words, once they're finished with all their witnesses and the evidence, then we have an opportunity to go forward. And obviously you'll hear from Paige and some of the things that we need to put out. So I think it's getting late, and once this is all over, you're going to have closing statements, arguments both sides, why she should be terminated, not terminated. And then you're going to have to go back and deliberate, because I looked at the rules, and it looks like you have to make the ruling this night. So my thought is if we reconvene at a reasonable time, not a long time, because you're going to lose a lot. We all do. Not purses, but we lose a lot of things. And my only thought is I have no problem either continuing it for maybe a couple of days or whatever we can work out, or I can keep going. But it's obviously it's a big stress, and it's an important matter. I mean, we're talking about a person's career.
Here's what I want to make sure is that once this hearing is over, everybody can walk away and say, well, at least by golly, I got to have a fair hearing. The information was... They looked at all the information. They made a decision based on all the information, and this wasn't a rush to judgment to where we say, man, it's 11 o'clock. We got to go, and whether we say go back to work or you're terminated. I just don't think that's fair to anybody, and that's not really what I want. I want us to have enough time to make sure whatever decision that we make, that we make it based on not with, I don't want to say a gun to my head, but, with sitting there saying,
Mayor, I'd like to keep this going.
I agree. I feel like we have momentum. I don't see the sense in delaying this. I think we need some coffee brewed and we keep going.
I don't know what the coffee groove is.
Yeah, I mean, it's
okay.
I agree.
We can continue on with the idea that you may want to revisit that if we get...
After we get to maybe 12, 1 o'clock, we can do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we're all grown-ups here. I think it does a disservice to this process if we cut it short.
All right, if everybody, we'll continue. Everybody pay attention, and we'll go from there. Good deal. All right, so
I'm not joking about that coffee.
Any other questions to Mr. Taylor?
Just really quickly, and I'm gonna just ask the questions regardless of the time. You were asked about a policy the city had on reimbursements and that sort of thing, and the truth to this is that not only is that the city policy, but that was actually a contractual obligation to people who have cards. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't think that our policy is any different than any other workplace.
Yeah. I mean, do you have to have a policy that says I can't use city taxpayer money to buy airline tickets for my son to fly across the country?
In my opinion, no.
Yeah. All right. But we had, even though it's obvious and common sense that you don't do that, we have a written contract signed by the fire chief where she agrees to that as a condition of having the card.
Yes.
And in that agreement, recognizes that floating this, as they say, could be grounds for termination.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all.
Any other questions of Mr. Taylor? I have one question. Ms. Taylor, why didn't you turn this over to the police department or ask the chief look into it?
At that point, honestly, Mayor, I thought I was trying to do the right thing. I didn't want to ruin Paige. I felt like by getting this information out, it would actually do her more harm than good. I felt that by catching it as early as we did, it was a lot different than previous situations that we had similar to this, where it went on for several months or longer, years in one case. So at that point, I felt that I was trying to do her a favor.
Okay. Any question, Mr. McKinney? Any final comments with Mr. Taylor? All right.
I have one.
Okay.
In discussions that we had, once you made this announcement, you and I spent some time talking about the progressive discipline question. Can you just reiterate your rationale for skipping the progressive discipline to making the determination?
Well, first of all, I do believe that there is some progressive discipline here, starting with the being told more than once not to do this, and then obviously continuing it after she was told for the third time not to do this. For me, the oral reprimand was step one. After that, I felt that there was a pattern here that really troubled me, and in my mind, there was no other alternative, and that's why I made the recommendation that I did.
Do you still stand by your recommendation?
I do. As with anything, there are certain things that you always wish you could do differently. One thing I do wish is wish I'd waited until after, give her the opportunity to turn in the second log to see what would have happened. But hindsight's always 20/20. I made the decision when I did, and I've got to stand by it.
All right, Mr. Cochran, you have another witness? You can step back up or step down, whatever.
I would call Tammy Sadler Jones. All right. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter? As comfortable as possible. All right. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Tammy Sadler Jones.
And how are you employed?
I am the Assistant City Administrator.
Okay. And as Assistant City Administrator, what are your general job functions?
Basically, in my role, I assist the City Administrator, and I also supervise 4 department heads. I supervise the Fire Chief, I supervise the Library Director, Keep Smyrna Beautiful Director, and also the Park and Rec Director.
Okay. And is it fair to say that those 4 departments that you supervise and the department heads that you supervise, that they report to you?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us a little bit, just for the record, what that means. How do they report to you?
Well, basically, anything related to their departments, they discuss those decisions with me. Any issues related to employee matters, they consult with me. Anytime there are issues related to the city administrator, if he needs for me to address particular issues related to a certain department, then I will consult with the department head. I mean, anything related to their operations of their particular department, that basically goes through me.
Okay. All right. So then let's talk about how you first came involved in this issue that brings us here to this hearing today, okay?
Okay.
What was your first involvement?
My first involvement came on June the 27th. The former Deputy City Clerk, Lisa Moore, contacted me via phone. I was in my office, and she basically said, Tammy, I'm looking at Page Day's purchasing log, and I noticed that there are some room service charges on it. And I told her, I said, well, bring it down to my office because I haven't seen it. And traditionally, the process has been that the purchasing logs go directly to the city administrator. Even the 4 department heads that report to me, those go straight to his office. And so she came down to my office. She showed me the purchasing log, and specifically, she pointed out the room service charges while Paige was in Savannah. And then during that particular time, I also noticed that on May the 19th, that there were 2 charges for parking and also meals at Midway that Paige included on her purchasing log. So immediately I picked up the telephone called Paige and I said, hey, I see some room service charges. Why did you do room service while you were in Savannah? And she responded that she did not know that employees were not able to do room service and that she had not seen a policy. I then, went on and told her, I said, well, you're right, I have not discussed a policy with you. I said, but based on public perception, it's probably not a good idea to have room service, while you're away at a professional conference. And I went on to tell her, too, that I noticed that she had parking charges and a meal charge on May the 19th, which was also a day that she was on annual leave. She did tell me that she would write a check for the parking and meal charges. And then I told her, I said, well, I need an itemized receipt for the hotel. She said she would contact the hotel, but I never received that until maybe several weeks later, and actually it was given to me by the deputy fire chief.
Okay, so let's let me break in for a second. Let me hand you Exhibit 3.
Okay.
That's already been discussed.
Yes.
Is that the purchasing log that Lisa Moore brought to you and when you were first looking on the 27th?
Yes, it is.
Charges? Okay.
Yes.
All right, and so make sure that I understand this. So what kind of got the scrutiny to your desk was these room service charges.
Right.
But once you got the bill, you saw not only the issue with the room service charges, but you saw 3 charges that were incurred and charged to the city purchasing card by the fire chief on a day the fire chief wasn't working.
Exactly.
Okay. So, and those 3 charges are items, what are the numbers on the second page of Exhibit 3?
Well, specifically, she and I talked about items number 23 and 24.
Okay. And what are those charges?
That was for Wally Park at Atlanta Airport and Manny Cafe at Midway.
Okay, now what's 25?
And 25 is, well, that's U.S. Cafe Express.
Oh, I'm sorry.
U.S.
22.
Cafe. 22 is Taco Bron.
Okay, all right. So, and that's also on the same date.
Well, the date on here is actually May the 9th.
But then we've presented a receipt from that's
okay. That was on the 19th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So, all right, so on the 27th, when you spoke with the chief about this credit card use, the issue with the room service, and then the issue with charging things, wrong personal items, obviously, because the day she didn't work.
Right.
Tell the council and the mayor tell the council and the mayor, if you would, how you advised and counseled Chief Day.
Well, basically, in order for her not to make this mistake again, I suggested that she put a sticker on her, either her city card or her personal card. I don't know whether or not that was actually done. But then I did explain to her that these purchasing logs are scrutinized very seriously, and she needs to make sure that everything on here are appropriate city uses. And, once again, I told her in regards to the room service charges, you have to be very, very careful. It's based on public perception, and it just doesn't look good to do room service while you're on city business.
And you mentioned, and I understand you were. Is it fair to say that you were really just trying to help her, right?
Yes, I really was.
And so you said, "Why don't you put a sticker on your card?"
Yes, I did.
But the truth is, there already is an emblem that says City of Smyrna on the card,
yes,
right?
Yes.
It's pretty obvious to look at that card that it's a City of Smyrna card.
Right, but just as another form of distinguishing the city's card from her card, I was trying to be helpful in offering that recommendation.
Okay. All right, so did she have any feedback to you, acknowledge that she understood what the policy was supposed to be here on the 27th?
Well, on that day, not really. The only thing she said was that she would try to get the receipt and, basically she'd make sure that it wouldn't happen again and that she would be reimbursing the city for the parking charges and for the meal charges on the 19th.
Okay, and did you give her the log back on this day?
No, I did not give her the log back until July the 2nd.
Okay.
And that's when I had the meeting with her and the other 3 department heads.
So the charges that you kind of confronted, I don't know if that's too strong of a word, but the charges that you discussed with her, she offered then, after you discussed it, those specific charges with her, she offered to reimburse them.
Yes.
Right? But the other charges that have subsequently become questionable, she didn't offer anything then
No.
about those, right?
No.
Okay.
Not to me.
Okay. So then after the discussion on the 27th, when did you next talk to Ms. Day about her use of the city purchasing card?
We again talked on July the 2nd.
Okay, and tell the council and mayor about that.
And basically, as I mentioned earlier, that was a meeting that I had with her and the other 3 department heads. Initially, I was going to meet with Paige and just the finance director, just the 3 of us. But I didn't want to single her out, so I felt like I needed to include the other 3 department heads, specifically because there was another department head, Mary Moore, the library director, that was fairly new too, and I knew maybe nobody had gone over the purchasing procedures with her as well. We met on July the 2nd at 10 o'clock in the conference room.
And that's you and the 4 department heads?
4 department heads, the finance director, and also the purchasing manager.
Okay, who's the purchasing manager?
Her name is Penny Murphy.
And the finance director? Who's that?
Tony Joe Howard.
Okay.
And I included Tony Joe basically because Penny reports to her as the purchasing manager,
right.
And Penny actually administers the purchasing cards, and that's how Paige actually received a copy of the agreement from Penny Murphy.
Okay.
So I wanted to make sure that we went over all the appropriate uses. I even reemphasized to the department heads that people had been terminated previously from this organization for misuse of purchasing cards. And I did not want that to happen to any of them. So gave them an opportunity to ask questions. We went over the process. The meeting lasted about 1 hour, and after that meeting, I actually brought Paige into my office and returned this particular purchasing log to her and told her that in order for the city administrator to sign it, that she needed to go back through this particular log and scrutinize it again to make sure that everything was legitimately documented. And anytime she had a meal, she needed to document who that meal was with, the purpose of the meal, and that she could return it when I returned from vacation.
Okay. So let's stop for a second.
Okay.
So the 27th, you had a conversation with her.
Yes.
Okay. And then on July 2nd, you met with her and all the other department heads.
Yes.
I'll ask for an opinion. We have testimony, and then he rehashes it, goes through the whole thing again. And so I'm objecting to that to the extent that we've heard the testimony. Now he's going to go back and tell us what it is again.
I'll move on. That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. All right. So on the second, after your second meeting, discussing credit card purchasing issues with Chief Day, and after you handed the card back to her and told her the purchasing log back to her,
Yes.
and told her to go through and scrutinize it and bring
Yes.
it back, what was your next involvement?
The next time we spoke was on July the 10th, and that was basically me following up from a conversation I had with Kristen Robinson. Kristen is the city controller. Kristen had contacted me to let me know that Paige owed an additional $23.59 for the room service charges that she, I guess, ultimately decided to reimburse the city for. Basically, Kristen said, I'm only calling you because Paige reports to you. I don't have a problem contacting her if you don't mind. I said, no, I don't mind. So the conversation ended. It's my understanding that Kristen called Paige and was unable to contact her, but she left her a voicemail. And then on July the 10th, around 9 o'clock, that was a Thursday, I called Paige and I asked her, did she get a chance to talk to Kristen? She said no, she had gotten Kristen's voicemail. And so I told her, I said, well, she's basically contacting you because you owe some additional monies in regards to your room service charges. And, we talked about that. She said she'd pay for it. And then also I told her again, please be very, very careful with the use of your city card. I said the purchasing logs are scrutinized by the city administrator. The mayor also looks at them, and then they also go to finance. And
So that was on July the 10th.
that was
Now,
on July the 10th.
On
yes.
July 9th, when you talked to her, did you say anything to her about the use of the purchasing card?
I did not talk to her on July 9th.
Oh, okay.
That
All
was
right.
only Kristen and I talking
Okay.
in regards to Paige.
All right.
When you said it was 9 o'clock, is that at a.m.?
Yes, Thursday, July 9th at 9:06 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so when did you get the log back from the chief?
I got the log back. I was on vacation that Friday and Monday of July 4th weekend. So I got the log back on Tuesday, July the 8th.
Now, when you got the log back, was there anything that she wrote on the log that said needed to be reimbursed that she hadn't already agreed to reimburse? Anything new?
No, other than the items that she and I had discussed.
Okay, so the item on the second page of Exhibit 3 that deals with the carpet cleaner, she didn't say anything about that, right?
Didn't say anything about that to me, no.
Nothing about the Steak and Shake entry.
Nothing about the Steak and Shake.
Nothing about the Jim and Nick's entry.
No.
Okay. Nothing about the McDonald's. Nothing about all of these Memorial Day weekend entries.
None of those.
Okay.
No.
All right. So it's fair to say that she offered to reimburse only those items that you all had told her were suspect.
Exactly. The room
Okay.
service charges, the parking, and the meal at Midway Airport.
So how many total times, not counting the signed contract? Were you there, by the way, when she signed the contract?
No, I was not there.
Okay, the purchasing contract that says she won't use this for unauthorized
No,
personal
I
use.
wasn't there.
Other than that, how many times did you talk to Chief Day and counsel her about being careful in using the city purchasing card?
I talked to her at least 3 times. July 27th, July 2nd, and July 10th.
July 2nd was twice.
Right.
2 separate meetings.
Yes.
Did you say June or July 27th?
I'm sorry, yes. June 27th, July 2nd, and July 10th.
June 27th, July 2nd, July 2nd, and July 10th.
That's correct.
Okay, because July 2nd, 2 separate meetings in 2 separate places.
Right.
With different people in the meeting.
Yes.
Right, okay. All right, I think that's all that I've got. I'll ask you a quick personal question. You're about to have a baby,
I am.
and that's going to be around when?
About 25
End of
minutes.
October.
Okay. All right, so you tired?
I'm very tired.
All right.
Let me ask Tammy this. Do you know who cleans the fire station out there? I guess it's Concord Road. Is that the fire station too? Is that the one that's in question? Do we know if we have a professional cleaning company that cleans that?
I don't believe so. I believe the guys clean the fire station.
Okay.
But if there's like a maintenance related problem, I believe our facility maintenance crew handles that.
Any questions of Tammy? Tammy, do you believe that the correct disciplinary action
Yes.
is to terminate?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. McKinney, I'm sorry.
A couple of questions.
Okay.
Number one, all the activity log on Exhibit 3, they deal with, looks like a lot of charges in April. So it looks like it's probably 30 days behind the billing cycle. In other words, the head of the department doesn't get it for 30 days, and then they prepare it. Mm-hmm. That's correct? Okay.
Yes.
So a lot of these issues that have come up in the past, and I'm going to, were you sitting out there? Did you hear some of the testimony?
I did,
Okay.
yes.
Well, there was the issue of HOA dues, which was on May 30th of 14. Parking at the airport was June 16th. Mm-hmm. The wallpaper was June 24th, and then the U.S. Airlines ticket for Kelly was 6/25.
Okay.
All those were not revealed, they weren't discussed, that was not an issue at that point, correct?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. So she was terminated based on those things that you just discussed, you know, the room service and things of that nature at that point. In other words, those things that you terminated on were based on everything in this 20, I think you mentioned 22, 23, 24, which was the cafe, Midway Cafe, and 4, which was the plumbing.
You're saying that's
the room
what the
service.
termination was based upon?
Well, those are the only things that I think you testified to that were that you knew about at that time.
Yes, those are the things that I knew about.
Right, and those are the things that you discussed with Paige.
That is correct.
Okay, and so Paige didn't have any other information, and you didn't question her on any other entries.
No.
But after she was terminated, that's when further investigation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just
Mr. Cox.
and all the times that you met with or spoke with Chief Day about the use of the city credit card, did she ever tell you about these expenses that had already been made but not revealed yet on any of the paperwork?
No, she did not.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Tammy, go ahead. You're going to ask her?
I defer to the mayor.
No, I'm going to see what you're going to ask first.
I just have one question. Why didn't you just let her fill out the next month? In other words, the next month would have been July, and see if she put down wrong card reimbursement. In other words, see if there's a pattern before you terminated. Why was there a rush to do it based on about 4 issues that you found at that time?
Well, in consultation with the city administrator and the information that we got from the finance department, we felt like she knew what she had charged. The card was currently in her possession. So, she could have easily just told me about those things rather than me seeing them on the purchasing log.
But, what I'm talking about is the purchasing log themselves. They don't really have reasons. Later she came in and filled out the reasons, travel, and things of that nature.
Right.
But hindsight's 20/20, so
Yes.
we're going back. So I'm trying to see the focus at that time was she was terminated on, it looks like, about 4 charges of the credit card. And subsequently we found out more, but at that time there were 4 charges. Why not take the card away? Was there ever thought that, or stop the payments on the card, do something other than firing a department head? Did you ever consider that? Was that a discussion you had?
Well, we did eventually terminate use of her card, but as Mr. Eric Taylor told you, that was the day before the termination. But, no, we did not talk about actually giving her an opportunity to complete the purchasing log for the next month to see whether or not she was going to point out those charges that were personal charges.
And other than this incident, the 4 incidents you had, was her performance as the head of that department and the fire department good?
Yes, Paige was very good at she is good at what she does. I, was one of her biggest fans. I've always had a lot of respect for her, not only as a fire chief, but being a female fire chief. I had nothing but the utmost confidence and respect for her, trusted her a lot, defended her a lot, but when I learned about the purchase of the airline ticket, that really brought to light to me that something was wrong. And basically, she lost my trust after that.
After that came into view after she had been terminated?
No, that did not. That came to view when I was told about the purchase of the let's see, what day was I told? On Friday, July 11th, that's when the finance department told me about the purchase of the airline tickets.
Okay.
And, she could have very well informed me of that, but she did not.
Did you have any understanding that was like an Expedia charge, or was that a direct charge?
It was my understanding that was a direct U.S. Airways charge.
And did she have the name of her daughter on that ticket?
Yes.
Okay. Did that appear to you to be someone trying to hide something when you put someone's name on the ticket, knowing that the city's going to get that?
It did not at the time, but I felt like it was being hidden when it wasn't disclosed to me that that charge had been made. When we had ample opportunity, she and I, talked several times a week.
Okay. And that's supposing she remembered that she used the Smyrna card as opposed to her own Visa card, correct? I mean, if you're in order to draw that conclusion, you have to believe that she knew she was using the Smyrna card as opposed to her own Visa card.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy.
Okay.
Dismiss. Let Scott. Could she please go home?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I can.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
Scott, we have you have another witness.
Tony Joe.
Thank you, Tammy. For the record, if she needs just she want to identify herself, I think that Java break, I think it's.
Yeah, I'll ask really slow questions. So would you state your name for the record? All right, we're
in your position.
Yeah, we're yeah, let's just wait. Let's wait a minute. Just I hate to do that, but all the attention, we can wait a minute until so we have everybody.
I don't know what you're saying.
I'm mumbling. No, so we can wait a second until we have a council member that's that stepped out for a second.
Whatever you, Mr. Williams, want to do.
I can have nothing.
Yeah, depending on where that person went to get her coffee. Continue.
Yeah, we'll give it a minute.
Or we want to continue and we want to continue and move forward.
I know.
So we will.
Would you state your name again for the record?
Tony Joe Howard.
Let me ask you just some general questions for the record. What is your position?
Finance director.
And how long have you been finance director here?
A little over 2 years.
And in your role as finance director, what do you do?
I oversee the finance department, which includes anything related to the books of the city. I also oversee the IS department, the purchasing department, and utility billing.
Okay. What about your educational background leading to be a finance director?
I am a CPA in the state of Georgia and Virginia. I have a master's in professional accounting as well.
Okay. All right. And how long have you been the finance director here?
A little over 2 years.
Great. All right. If you would tell the mayor and council your first involvement in the underlying matter that brings us here.
Sure. It came to my attention that there was some concern over some of the charges that had been made on the Exhibit 3 that's been brought up numerous times. When I heard that, I myself began to look at that to see if there were any that I thought were suspicious. When I did review that information, I went to talk to Tammy Sadler-Jones as well as Eric Taylor about my concerns over some of the charges that had shown up on that statement.
And what were your concerns?
Just that some of the charges didn't appear to be related to city functions or business.
Okay. And your next involvement?
My next involvement was that I went, after they went back and forth about all of the different charges and got information, I then received our corporate card account for the next month's statement that had some of the other charges that have been brought up, such as the homeowners association, the airline tickets, etc.
Okay, and those are all on the second page. Whoops. Those are all on the second page of Exhibit 3. Is that correct? Do you have Exhibit 3 up there? So purchasing log.
Actually, those were the ones that came on that next month's statement.
Okay, all right. So you weren't there for the Exhibit 3 discussion. I mean, you became involved after Exhibit 3 kind of caused scrutiny to be made on the purchases on this card.
Right. I did get involved in the meeting that was held with Tammy Settler-Jones and her direct reports, as she mentioned. So I was at that meeting along with the purchasing manager that reports to me.
Okay. All right. So then you looked at the credit card statement where we had the statement, but the log hadn't yet been.
Yes, because we get a sort of a summary corporate card account, and
Okay.
I had seen on that. And then I also brought that to the attention of Ms. Jones and Mr. Taylor as well.
Okay. And what did you see on that card that was suspect in your mind?
Well, specifically, it had an airline ticket that was to her daughter. That stood out, as well as other things that would raise questions, such as the one that turned out to be the Homeowners Association.
For a house or a place in Texas?
Yes.
Okay. And were there any other charges that you recall that jumped out on that statement?
I'm trying to see the statement. As well as the wallpaper, those were the ones that even at a cursory glance, you could tell that they were probably not related to city business.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
When you were telling us when you got involved, can you give us an idea as far as what date that was? Or
it was actually on Friday, June 27th was when it was brought to my attention that there was some questions about this original Exhibit 3.
Okay. And then after that, you went and pulled the statement and saw the other charges that you've mentioned now.
Right.
Okay.
And I didn't even have to pull it. It comes directly to our office. I mean, we get that as we're starting to compile information.
Okay. All right. And so when you researched the charges that were obviously suspect on that bill, did you draw any conclusions?
That they definitely were not related to any city business. I was the one that actually made the phone calls to confirm what they actually were.
Okay. And what did you tell, if you would, just for the record, what did you confirm?
I did confirm with U.S. Airways that the passenger was, in fact, her daughter, that it was purchased on the usairways.com. I also confirmed that the Sienna Plantation residents, that it was homeowners due, and I actually spoke to the people that collect that information for that association. And then also Kristen Robinson, the controller, went and spoke with someone at the wallpaper to find out further information about that charge as well. And we were able to determine that she had made that charge.
Okay. And it says on the receipt?
That it was for her daughter's room, yes.
Okay.
And they told us that as well, as that it was specifically for her daughter's room. They remember talking to her and her daughter.
Now, let me just ask you some general questions. Were you guys seeking out Paige Day to try to find something on her?
No. Honestly, my concern is, as a finance director, I have to be aware of any risk that's for the city. There were a number of things that caused me to be concerned that she would be a high risk for the city. She had a number of fraud factors. Yeah. And so I felt that it was my obligation as the finance director to make sure that I had alerted the city administrator of that.
Okay. And so after you looked at that statement that was already in your office, but the log didn't yet cover, did you do any other research to see if there were any other charges, subsequent charges?
I did. We pulled, after we had gotten this, we also went online and pulled that information off for the charges that had been made subsequent, and that's also been discussed. Those included the Delta Air charge for her son, as well as the Kroger charge.
Okay. And when did you, were those charges found before any disciplinary action was taken?
Yeah, we actually pulled that information and found that information on the morning of the 14th.
Okay.
That's July?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So before disciplinary action was taken, you had everything, the charges on Exhibit 3.
Yes.
Right. And you had the charges on the subsequent credit card statement that included an airline ticket for a daughter and the HOA dues in Texas, and the wallpaper for the daughter's room, right? And in addition to that, you had another statement that had an airline ticket purchase for the son.
Yes.
And it also had the charges, the personal charges at Kroger that included beer and wine and a can of beans and just basically living charges for people.
Yes.
So after all of those were what was known about before any disciplinary action was taken.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. Did you have any other involvement in this?
No, that was pretty much mine. Other than just, like I said, the discussions and that we had some concerns about fraud. Then we had checks that she had given to the city that had bounced previously, which was a fraud risk. Those kind of things.
Let's talk about the meeting. You were at the meeting that happened on July the 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. And at that meeting, was it, you heard Tammy Sadler testify, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tammy Sadler Jones. And was that your recollection of the meeting also?
Yes.
Did you personally hear Ms. Sadler Jones counsel Chief Day about appropriate use of the purchasing card?
Yes.
Did you do any counseling yourself?
Yes.
What did you say?
Basically, I just reiterated that they did need to be sure that they were very careful not to use those for any personal uses whatsoever, that you could be terminated for that.
Okay. All right. That's all. Okay. Thanks.
I have a quick question. I just wanted to clarify something that you mentioned, which was you said there were several fraud factors. Could you elaborate on what a fraud factor is, please?
Fraud factors are things that come to our attention that would make a person more susceptible to fraudulent behavior. It's one of the first things that you do as part of any time you're in an audit. That's one of the first things that you assess of a risk of an entity is, do they have anyone that falls within sort of would put them at an elevated level to participate in fraud.
Meaning the outside auditors who annually audit the city look for things like that?
Yes. And being that I've done that previously, I'm highly alert to that.
Prior to 6/27, was there anything that was out of the ordinary? If I know Paige came to work for us in January, anything prior to 6/27 that?
There were some other things that sort of fell into that group of things that would consider her to be a higher fraud risk. As I mentioned, we did have a check that she had written earlier to reimburse the city that had bounced. She'd also opened and closed numerous bank accounts. All of those tend to kind of lead to questionable financial activity.
But we have discussed before that she repaid the city for some of the charges that were on the credit card.
Yes.
Some of those checks did not go through.
No, not that one. There was actually one back in February.
Or reimbursement to the city that did not go through.
Yes.
To return.
I have a question.
Yes.
When you say fraud factors, I understand when there's potential for an open-ended theft. Did you assess this $100,000 a year employee as having that ability or that intent of fraud?
I assessed the fact that there were indicators that she would be, that there had been activities that had happened that would make her more suspect and needed to be watched more closely because she had those fraud factors.
Okay, but the fact that it's a trackable name attached to a number account, monthly accountable account, did that mitigate or?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
Was it your understanding that there was an intent here to defraud the city?
Based on the transactions that we saw, yes.
Okay.
You got a question, Ms.
I do, yes. You mentioned the check in February. Was that taken care of?
Yes, it was. So it bounced the first time, and then we were able to resubmit it and get it to go through.
Okay. Okay.
Was that as a result of the transition from one state to the other, do you think? Because just opening a new account?
I honestly can't speak. I don't believe that was a new count. I think it was a new count after that she had opened. But I can't say for sure.
Okay. Mr. McKinney?
You pulled the, I guess, the Visa transactions, and that's when you discovered the HOA wallpaper in the daughter's room. Is that correct?
Well, I didn't pull it. It's just a corporate statement that comes to the finance office.
And when did you receive that?
I received it on the Friday the 11th.
I thought you mentioned something about on the 14th that you also picked up a flight for the Delta for her son and a Kroger
Yeah, that
charge.
was where you actually had to go online to pull transactions that had occurred since that date.
Did you send any memo to anybody in the city of Smyrna regarding what you found?
No.
The reason I asked, we filed an open records. We never found anything indicating your involvement or that you found anything about Delta or the Kroger charge.
No, it was all verbal discussions.
All verbal discussions?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know were you there when she was terminated?
No.
So you don't know whether this Delta or Kroger charge was ever, she was ever consulted about it or anything of that nature?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And you've had other cases where employees have charged improperly and reimbursed the city?
Yes.
Okay. And they've
They usually come to my office and tell me about it long before it ever gets put on that log.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions of Tammy? Thank you very much. Mr. Cochran, anyone want it?
Yeah, quickly, I'm going to call Kirsten Robinson.
Okay. Pardon me?
I'm sorry. This will be it.
Speaking in the microphone, this is your last.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, this will be my last.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony that you've given this matter should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Kristen Robinson.
And how are you employed?
I'm the controller.
Here at the city?
Yes.
And what is that?
I report to St. Joe Howard. I handle the day-to-day operations as far as GL posting. I've also served as internal auditor. In some cases, we've done some of those, and just daily operations.
All right, let me do. This is kind of strange because
Get a little up close.
the witnesses are
closer.
facing away from the people listening to them. So yeah, scoot up to this.
Sorry.
There you go.
Is it on?
Is it on? Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
just scoot up to that. That's where I usually sit.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That better? Can y'all hear
You
me?
were. Yeah. Yeah. The mic's trained to catch my mumbling. So you're the controller,
I'm the controller.
and you've been that position for how long?
I've been here for a little over a year and a half.
Okay. And you I think you testified if they heard that you report
I'm
directly
sorry, I
to Tony
report.
Joe.
Yes, I'll reiterate. I report to Tony Joe Howard,
Right.
and I handle daily operations, daily posting to the Journal Ledger. I handle internal audits periodically, and just daily operations in finance.
All right. Fair enough. So would you tell the mayor and council how you first became involved in this incident?
I first became involved with the initial when the log came, Exhibit 3 came to finance. Tony Joe and I both were reviewing that and going over some things. She started reviewing some of those charges, and then we had the statement that had not had a log submitted on it, and we started going through and looking at those charges.
Okay, so you looked at Exhibit 3, and I wish I knew off the top of my head what the other exhibit number was, but the other statement
The
is an
subsequent
exhibit
statement,
that they
yes.
have, and it's an exhibit that was a credit card statement.
Yes, the subsequent statement to the Exhibit 3.
Okay. And on that statement, you found these items. Tell them what.
Yeah, we started reviewing the items and looking at what we thought was suspicious activity on the credit card. I, as like Tony Joe, have a background in auditing and in doing this for the earlier part of my career. So we started looking at these charges, started to ask questions, and we were both working on getting further information on these charges.
Okay. Did you get any further information on, say, the wallpaper charge?
Yes, I called Wallpaper and stuff and asked some questions about that and spoke with one of the gentlemen, and he told me that I could come down there and pick up the receipt in person. And so I went down there and picked up the receipt. He told me there were 2 receipts, one for the wallpaper, one for the work order for the actual installation of the wallpaper. When I initially went down there, he provided me with one receipt that was the 6 rolls of wallpaper. And I said, well, when I was on the phone, you mentioned a second receipt. Can I also have a copy of that? While I was waiting for that receipt, I was just talking with him about this, and he told me that he remembers specifically Paige and her daughter coming in and purchasing the wallpaper, and they were going to do an accent wall in her daughter's bedroom. So he remembers speaking to her and her daughter directly.
Okay. All right. Now, do you have any? So that was part of your investigation on some of these charges.
I'm sorry.
That was part of your investigation.
Yes, I was just speaking to him about the receipts, trying to get some more information.
Did you do any other investigation?
On that, I just came back and told Tone about that, and then while I was there, she had followed up on several of the other charges and was getting information from all of them.
Okay. Do you have any other involvement in this?
Just, helping Tony Joe through things, but that was my direct involvement. That's the only person I directly spoke to about the charges.
Okay. All right. That's all I've got.
Mr. McKinney?
Just one question.
Yeah.
Why did it take you to call the wallpaper place when you could have called Chief Day and say, what was the wallpaper for? Did you ever do that?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
Any questions? Any other questions? Thank you very much. Scott, any other witnesses?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. McKinney?
We're going to start our case. We only have one witness. I don't know if you want to break for a few minutes, or what do you want to do?
We'll take a quick 10-minute break, if it's okay with you and Scott and Mike. We'll take a quick 10-minute break. Miss Anulowicz, is she? Where she went to? She's the one we're waiting for.
Are they going to stay?
I said the one who demanded that we stay here and move on.
If somebody can find her, we can get started. I hear. Mr. McKinney. I think we've got everybody here now. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, we'll go forward in our case. Would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help you God? Please state your name.
My name is Paige Day.
All right, I'm going to ask you to do this. Please sit down.
Sure.
Bring that towards you if you would.
All right, go towards that. Yeah.
And if you want to turn and face the council and the mayor, that's fine too. First of all, tell us about your family.
Well, my family, my other than my fire department family, my family is my rock. My husband, Mark, and I got married in 2001. He adopted my 3 children. I have Cody, who just got out of the Army. He served his time, and he was just recently accepted to University of Tennessee. Taylor is serving in the U.S. Army. He's airborne. He is going through Green Beret training. And my daughter, Kelly, is a senior in high school, and she joins me here tonight. We've been through a lot, my family. We're very close. My parents are on the West Coast, which is where I'm from. But actually, my roots are deep here in Georgia. I have cousins here in Atlanta. One of my dad's first cousin was very involved with one of the universities here, and both Georgia Tech and also Agnes Scott, and they both have chairs from their donations that they give at the school, and also I have relatives in Savannah. So when the opportunity came up to work in Smyrna, it just made sense to me. I wanted to end my career at a smaller department that was affiliated with a larger city, the Metroplex area. My husband's medically retired. He suffered a traumatic brain injury in 2005. He's a medically retired training captain from Golden Ranch Fire District. So he was ready to just follow me anywhere. So we came here, and
well, let's go up. The council may be aware of your resume. I'm going to hand it out anyway just so we can understand who we're dealing with.
All right.
One of the issues here is your character.
Yes, sir.
They're not per se attacking your performance, but could you just hit the highlights of your educational background so that the council and the mayor understands your credentials?
Yes, sir. I've been proudly serving in the fire service as a career firefighter since 1999. I was faced with a life decision with 3 little children and had to limp back home to my parents, and I had to decide on a career. I was 32 years old. I decided to go ahead and pursue a career in the fire service. My parents thought I was crazy, but I thought if I'm going to go ahead and do this job, I'm going to do it right. So I made it through the academy. I promoted through. I was a paramedic, lieutenant, captain, community services director, developing community services programs for our district. And then Mark had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. I took a hiatus at that time. I had just completed my bachelor's degree in public safety administration. And I worked for the tribal nation of Tohono O'odham, worked for the federal government with Bureau of Indian Affairs in emergency management. It was a huge cultural awakening for me to understand that we have third world countries within our borders. After that, taking that experience, I was rehired back to the fire department, Raytheon Fire Department, as a station chief. I was there. It was an interesting place. It's now ran by the city of Tucson, but it was there that I got the opportunity to be the assistant fire chief in Missouri City, Texas. Mark, as I said, he was medically retiring. He was in the process. It was a very long, arduous process to medically retire. And I went ahead and took that job. My daughter, Kelly, moved with me. She took the leap of faith, even as leaving her school her freshman year. We went to Missouri City. We did great things there. It was a wonderful department. Had a great job as the assistant chief in charge of operations and training. But as I said before, I don't have roots in Texas. It was just a great job with really nice people. So once I saw the opportunity in Smyrna, I decided to throw my hat in the ring, and I was fortunate enough to be offered the position. After family discussion, we decided to go ahead and just uproot and throw caution to the wind and move here. And once we got here, we hit the ground running. I know the mayor has had a lot of conversations with me that moved too fast, and it wasn't the Southern style, but we sure accomplished a lot in a short time.
Okay. Let me stop you there.
Okay.
In all the departments you were at before, all the credentials that are on your resume as appellants 1, were you ever accused of fraud? Were you ever accused of using a credit card improperly? You ever brought up on charges?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I'd move for the appellants 1, which you have in front of you, into evidence. Any objections, Scott? No? Okay. All right. Just so the panel understands what you've done, and we're going to get to the charges, but so we have an understanding of what you accomplished from, I guess, was it January you were hired, and then 7 months later you were terminated during that period of time. Did the city administrator ask you to write reports weekly?
Yes.
Okay. And were those reports given to the council?
That I don't know.
Thank you. I think Scott's got it. These reports that I'm marked as appellants to, and I'm moving that into evidence. I don't think there's no objection. Could you just give us the highlight of what you've been able to do since you've been here in Smyrna, and give us kind of an overview so the council understands, what your capabilities are?
Well, briefly, when I first started my career here, I had a tutorial on SPLOST funds and understood, because I was used to bonds, and I did a lot of research and understood the difference between SPLOST allocation and bond funding. And I found out that we had a 1.1 public safety bond that was available to purchase 2 fire engines and equipment for those subsequent engines. I have been purchasing pumpers, doing capital item purchase for many, many years, and I'm also used to very tight budgets. So there was many ways to look at this and be able to go ahead and get what we needed for the city and also save city dollars without the traditional go, design, build. There's a lot of different ways to do this. So we were able to utilize the Florida Sheriff's Association contract, piggyback off that, purchase 2 Pierce engines that are now in the city, which was an incredible turnaround time. I'm really proud that they got here before the birthday. And there are 2 Type 1 pumpers, and they're here and they're ready to get into service. I don't know what the status is. Obviously, I haven't been there. Also, since then, right after I first got here, it's very important to lead by walking around. I went to all the fire stations. I met all the personnel. I listened to what they had to say. And it was evident that we needed some strategic planning, some goals, some visions. We needed to rebrand ourselves into this transition that we're going to have, because Smyrna is undergoing significant growth changes over the next 36 months, and we need to be prepared for that as a public safety standpoint. So from sampling from both community partners and also from all the rank and file, we came together in a 2-day intensive session, developed a 36-month strategic plan with strategic imperatives so we could actually mark our progress. We rebranded ourselves. You can see that the logo proudly on the new fire trucks. We came up with a mission statement, a vision statement that everyone collectively agreed with. We came up with a list of our core values that is proudly displayed at all of our stations and also at the administration office, so that way everybody can see it all the time, every day. We also looked at expenditures and what we were doing and what we could do to save money. Number one, a great big one, was in hosting instead of subcontracting our promotional processes, we can provide those for ourselves. So together, working with Human Resources, our training department developed our own promotional processes that was designed to be a transparent process and also be able for the right people to get the right position in an assessment center scenario, rather than me sitting back and just deciding who should be in what position, because that does nothing but destroy morale. This was all documented. We revamped all of our policies, our procedures. Our training started changing. We were doing operational models, running on data, because everything's data-based now. We have to quantify what we do and justify our dollars, because it's a city and times are tough, and I'm not the only one who's asking for things. So we were gathering all this data and sending it out in reports. I found out also that our ISO rating of a 2 is based on having 2 ladder trucks in this city, and as of now, we only have 1 functioning ladder truck. This has been brought to everyone's attention multiple times. That we have one that's in pieces parts and another one that's in the back of fleet that it's not worth it to fix. So it was going to be allocated, I believe, in a SPLOST vote to try to get a 75-foot Quint in the city to add to our fleet, because a lot of our engines were very, very old. To just go on, we bought new thermal imaging cameras. We were able to do that because there's a recording element, and then the money that comes into the prevention department for fees, as long as it's data recovery and it captures stuff, we were able to get the thermal imaging cameras that the personnel needed to do their job safely. We were also able to purchase SCBAs that needed to be replaced, the hose that needed to be replaced, several nozzles. We redid our hose loads, did multiple training on that, started writing mutual aid agreements, working with Randy Kreider with Cobb County, especially with the new Brave Stadium that was coming in, working with him, and also Sam Heaton, who's an old friend of mine. And so we were all collectively moving forward. Smyrna had a big presence with Metro Atlanta Chiefs. I was attending those meetings, working with those people, being on committees. We also, and through this all, I received the Atlanta Woman Award in June. It was pretty cool. I got that. I got to speak at Scripps Institute on traumatic brain injury recovery. That was a really marketable moment for the city of Smyrna. So people in California know the city of Smyrna's name. But on top of that, I have to brag on my personnel. I mean, I came in and they didn't know me from anyone. I didn't have history here. I've never been in the fire service here. The only people that I knew was Sam Heaton and Randy Kreider, and I also knew my friends from DeKalb County just from classes and education and training that I've been in throughout the years. But they were receptive. They tried. I told them, I said, just give me a chance and trust me, and we can move mountains. And they trusted me, and we were moving mountains.
How was the morale before you were terminated in July?
The morale was great. People always tell you what you want to hear, but word on the street, things were going really, really well. Projects were being brought forward. People were very excited about the upcoming academy, that we were hiring 6 people and actually putting them through a transitional academy with the traditional, red shirts, and the trainers would wear their red caps so they delineated themselves. These guys, they put their heart and soul in this, and I have never been so proud to be a part of something and see something grow, develop into something wonderful.
Let me, and I don't mean to cut you off. I know you're very proud of what you've done.
It's late.
I know, and there are certain issues I know that the council and the mayor is interested in. First off, and I'm going a little backwards, but I just want to do it for a purpose. There are a number of charges that you're going to explain to the council, but have you paid every one of those back?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as appellants 3. Sorry, Scott, let me throw it. And I'm going to show it to you first and ask you whether these are the charges that you have.
Just so you know, I got all night. I'm good.
Are these the reimbursements you made by the chief?
Yes.
Okay. Before we go into the situation, would you tell the council a little bit, how does this activity log be prepared? In other words, just get an idea of how this works. You go out and you go to Kroger's or you go to Jim and Nick's, you get a receipt. What happens at that point?
Well, what I was explained coming into the fire department, being a new department head, was our administrative assistant handles all reconciliation, and she collects the receipts. And then I just review them, all of them, and sign them, and then they go over to City Hall.
Okay. This is all, part of this is all on Exhibit 3, which is the city's 3, which are the charges. But let's go first in the issue of Exhibit 3. Well, let's start with the reimbursements. April 26th, it says Brian Burkholder Plumbing. Where was that done?
That was plumbing.
You have it in front of you?
I do have it in front of me. It wasn't for the city. And to be honest with you, I don't even know where that was.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. Do you have a credit card that is similar to the city's?
Oh, yeah, I have a blue card.
All right. And who issues that?
It's American Express.
Okay.
But I'm not saying that that is what I was doing. I'm saying that this was careless, but it was not intentional.
Okay. What about the Taco Bron, B-R-O-N, 2387?
That's when I was traveling back from Tucson, Arizona. That was at the airport, and I used the city's card, and I didn't realize I did.
Okay.
That was for all three of those charges that same day. It was for when I was traveling back.
Where were you traveling back from?
Tucson, Arizona.
And what was the reason? Was it a function for the city?
No, that was not a function for the city, although I did make several visits to fire stations and met with several chiefs and talked about community paramedicine, but it was an official city visit.
Is that true on Wally Park, Atlanta parking also?
Oh, yeah, that was for parking. Our vehicle was there.
There's some discussion that you intentionally used the city card for these charges.
I would never intentionally do anything like that.
How do you think it came about that you used them at that time? I mean, what was it? I mean, I can't suggest the answer, but what do you feel happened?
Well, on that particular day, to be honest with you, when Tammy called me, I didn't even realize I had done it until she brought it to my attention. I said, Taco Bron, are you kidding me? Because that's a place at the airport in Tucson, Arizona. And then she brought up the other two, and I said, I must have used my city card just thinking traveling. I don't have an excuse. It was wrong, and I reimbursed it.
Okay. At any time when you had discussions with Ms. Sadler or the city administrator, did you ever deny and say, and try to make an excuse saying, well, I didn't charge this? I mean,
no.
You admitted these charges?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us, if you would, when was the first time you heard anything about improper charges?
Improper charges, or
I'm using, you can say, misuse of the city credit card or charges that weren't authorized. The issues.
It's when Tammy called me about room service.
Okay, and what did she tell you?
She said, you have room service charges on here, and the city doesn't like you to use room service charges. And I said, oh, is it a violation of policy? And she said, no, not really. It's just a perception issue. I said, well, let me get the receipts for that then. And then I called the hotel, tried to get the receipts. They never came, so I just reimbursed. I just wrote a check and submitted it when I submitted everything else.
All right. Well, number one, were you on city business at the hotel?
Yes, I was.
What was it?
I was at the Georgia State Fire Chiefs Convention.
Okay. So there was nothing improper about the charges at that point. There was just a perception that you were eating in your room instead of downstairs.
Right.
Was there some issue about this atrium and $23 or $24 that you didn't pay?
Well, I was going to get the receipt for the atrium because that was when I felt that it wasn't room service, it was a meal.
Okay, all right. What about any other charge that they brought to your attention? Because we're going chronologically. What was the next thing that they brought to your attention, and how did you find out about it?
The main focus for this one, are we talking about everything that was talked about before, about the McDonald's and all of this stuff? Because that wasn't brought to my attention. Okay.
I'm looking at 3, so.
Wrong card.
Pardon?
The plumber, yeah, that's not the city's business.
Yeah, well, how'd that happen?
To be honest with you, I don't know how that happened.
All right. When was the first time you realized that was the wrong card?
When I saw this paper.
Okay, then you're referring
because I'd given all my receipts to Cynthia, and then this was blank. She said, I need a receipt for this. And I said, oh my gosh, that's not the city's charge.
Did you tell her that?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you say about any reimbursement?
I said, what do I do? And she said, you write a check.
And did you?
Yes.
Okay. On the second page.
Oh, just 1 second.
I'm sorry. Who did you say you were talking to?
Yeah, Cynthia, my administrative assistant.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
And this is in reference to the plumbing charge?
Yes.
And that's why it says wrong card.
Yes, sir. Exactly.
Is that your handwriting?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm talking about wrong card under description of purchase.
Yes, I wrote that. Yes, sir.
Well, she would have typed that in and submitted it, that it was the wrong card.
But there's a typed entry, so I assume Cynthia typed that in when you indicated that it was the wrong card.
And then she just verified it by writing out wrong card, but it's there. This is the one I'm looking at. It says, it
Wrong
identifies
card.
as it was the wrong card.
Because I asked her what we did, and she said we just write wrong card, and that's what I did.
if you look at the second page, items 22, 23, and 24, 22 and 23 indicate wrong card. Is that your handwriting?
That's my handwriting, yes.
And what about the cafe, Midway Cafe? There's nothing on that.
There should have been. I should have written wrong card because I gave a check, and I believe there's a copy of that.
Did you have, when they confronted you, when Ms. Sadler talked to you about this the very first time, was it only the room service, or were there any other charges she had concern about?
It was the room service and then these charges. And then she did ask me about fuel, and I said, well, I got fuel for my city vehicle. And then she asked if I knew how to get fuel from the pumps on the weekend, and I said no. And that's when I found out too that Penny could give us fuel cards, which I thought was a great idea. So, but I never got that.
Once you returned these items, did you believe there was anything else improper on that list?
No, I did not.
Okay. Would you have given it to her if you thought there was something wrong?
I most certainly would not have.
All right. When is the next time that you heard anything from Ms. Sadler or the city administrator about these cards?
Well, she had told me about, we had the meeting, as you know, and it was an informative meeting. Every time I had been issued a P card before, you had to go to at least a half-day training on understanding this, and you're given a policy manual and everything so you could understand and how to reconcile it. It was always electronic. You'd get on the computer and reconcile your own P card, but that's not the way that the fire department did it. But you know, that's all right. I'm in a new city. I guess I can do it that way. So it was very informative, and I was glad to have it.
All right. So after that meeting, Ms. Sadler said something to the effect that, you know, be careful.
Yes. She handed me back this with all the receipts on it, and she said the way that I want you to do it is you write on the receipts who was with you at lunch and what you were doing, if you were having a meeting. And I said, I've never been told that before. And she said, that's the way I want it.
Just to confirm that date of that meeting?
With Ms. Sadler?
July 2nd.
Got the report. I believe that July 2nd, it's Wednesday, July 2nd. When is the next time after that date that you had any conversations regarding these overcharges or these improper charges?
I had a message from Kristen about that she just wanted me to call her when I had a chance. She said it was nothing urgent, just give her a call. I like Kristen. I like talking to her. She's helped. We've solved a lot of problems. And then so the next day, Tammy called me in the morning and asked me if I had talked to Kristen. I said, no, I got her voicemail, but we're playing phone tag, so I haven't talked to her yet. And she said there was some $24-odd that was underpaid on this, and I was like, oh, great. I said, you know what, I'll just pay it back.
Did you pay it back?
Oh, yeah, I paid it back.
All right.
That was for the atrium charge, and I thought, you know, I'm just not going to continue this. I'll just pay it back.
July 9th to 2014, there's indication that Ms. Sadler spoke to Eric Taylor. Did you have any conversations on Wednesday with her?
No.
Okay. When was the next time? And I'm looking just to speed things up. Looks like Thursday, July 10th. Does that sound the right date?
If that's what she's put down, I'm sure.
All right. I'm going chronologically. Anything else that was said at that point? Do you recall?
Is that when I talked to her about Kristen's phone call, the 10th? Yeah, that was it. That was it.
Right.
For the crux of it, I mean, she did say, just remember, this is looked at real carefully, and I said, you know what, you're right, and I need to pay more attention. Things have been really crazy for me.
All right. When is the next time that you heard anything more about any discipline or any other documents that the city?
I didn't realize I was going through progressive discipline.
Well, I'm
at
not
all.
asking it. When is the next time you had any information or anything, any contact with Mr. Taylor or Ms.
I had a call on the morning of July 14th. I had a meeting with my training department that morning, and I had a call right around 9 o'clock from Tammy, and she was very sweet, and as she always is, and she said that if I wasn't busy, I needed to come over and meet with her and Eric in his office if if I was available. I told her I'm available now. I'll head right over. And she said, great, I'll meet you there.
All right. And what happened when you got there?
I got into Eric's office and I said hi to everybody, and I closed the door. He sat down. He said, we're having trouble with some purchases you've made. And I said, okay, what's going on? And I'm thinking this, and then they pulled out the new statement, and I said, oh no, this is wrong. What can I said, you have to understand.
But just hold for a minute. When you say they pulled out the new statement, what are you talking about?
It's one of the exhibits that you have.
Is it a Visa?
Yeah, it's not this type. It's just the kind of statement you'd get like at your house.
A Visa account?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Show you, Mark. It looks like cities 13.
That's correct, yes.
Cities 13, they showed you that?
He started going off about the dues and then parking and wallpaper, and I said, oh my God. I said, let me make this right and let me explain to you what's been going on in my life, because this is bad and I want to make it right. And then Eric Taylor told me, I'm afraid it's too late for that. I've already talked to the city council, you're terminated. And he gave me the termination letter.
Did at that time, did they give you copies of any of these charges?
No.
At that time, when you said you wanted to make it right, were you going to reimburse the city for any charges?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay. When you got home, did you appeal? Did you want to file an appeal?
Immediately.
Okay.
I emailed Councilman Fennell,
Okay.
according to the letter of termination that I was given.
All right. When was it that you ever got any report or any documents that showed you the charges that they were claiming were improper?
The next day, I received an email from Tammy Sadler Jones that included the chronological report, and I received some other documents that were like photocopies of my checks, if I remember right. You have to understand, my memory is not exactly clear at this time. My whole life was pretty much destroyed in about 11 minutes. So from the emails that I've provided for you, that's what was sent to me. I believe there was 4 separate emails. And then that was the next day. It was my daughter's birthday. Actually, it was the 16th of July. She turned 18.
Okay. It appears after you were notified of these charges, this misuse, that there was one other charge on July 14th for an airline ticket on Expedia for your son. Do you recall that?
I purchased Taylor. He was home on leave. He's stationed in Anchorage, Alaska for his training. I purchased him a ticket through Expedia. It was prior to, I believe, I was in, I don't know when it was. I just purchased it through Expedia. I had a saved card on there. I pushed print. I emailed him his ticket. I printed out a copy for me, too, so I had his itinerary, and I didn't give it another thought.
Did you know at that time that they were using the City of Smyrna credit card?
I absolutely would not have used the City of Smyrna's credit card to purchase an airline ticket for either my daughter or my son, intentionally.
It appears if we exclude the April and the July, those 2 dates, it appears that everything occurred between May 9th and looks like June 28th during that period of time. Was there anything going on in your life, or quality of life, that would have caused you to make errors and mistakes?
Absolutely. If nothing else, this has been a life lesson in me going ahead and prioritizing what is important in my life, the whole proverbial rocks and sand. But I will tell you, we were going through closing on our house. Mark was moving everything from our house in Texas in the storage facility. We had Cody had come home from the Army. He was on leave. He had served his time, and he was going to be living with us, which was a big life change. Mark's parents were coming into town, which is always interesting. And Mark has a traumatic brain injury, and regardless of what people might think or the perception that he gets out, when things are very confusing, he does not handle stress well. And it's extremely difficult to manage our family and to get my job done and to make sure that my kids, even though they're older, are safe and they have what they need, and that we are moving forward. We were closing on our house. We were moving. We were pulled in every single direction possible. We were renting out our house in Texas because it didn't sell in time, and I couldn't have 2 mortgages, so I needed to have a good, solid lease. I was working with Vinings Mortgage, and they were helping. They were, processing our loan. We were getting the money that we needed to get out of the equity of our house. There was all of these different loose ends going on, and I simply wasn't paying attention to anything.
With respect to the, and I'm asking this because I think the mayor was interested in it, this coffee situation, are you a hands-on person? I mean,
I'm a hands-on person, but I wasn't going to go clean the rug.
What did you understand about this?
My understanding was the carpet needed to be cleaned, so I got a carpet cleaner. That's it.
Did you have carpets at your new house?
No.
Okay. Was there any reason that you would use a carpet cleaner?
No.
There's also these matters of going and apparently coming back from Savannah and eating at Steak and Shake, and your daughter was with you. How did that come about that she ate with you and you shared the expense on a credit card?
She was with me. We were traveling. It was under the allotted amount of money. It didn't seem, I didn't even think about it. I didn't think that it would be, it was about, I shouldn't have done it. I should have paid for her meal. I just did it on the card. I didn't even think twice about it, to be honest with you. And when it was brought to my attention when we were in the appeal meeting with the city administrator, I didn't have any excuse for that at all.
Okay. There was some statement you bounced a check. Do you know anything about that?
I know nothing about that.
Okay. They've never informed you about the check?
Nobody ever told me anything about that.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, I can provide copies of every single check that I've ever written to the city that I have cleared. And I would hope that we would have relationships enough that we could talk to each other and be able to call each other on the phone rather than go to each other's supervisors and just, because how do you have relationships like that?
The groceries, and I'm asking the same questions that Scott's going to ask you, and I think we're interested in. And I'm your advocate, but I want you to try to explain the situation with the groceries. They say some of the groceries were for personal use. There was some kind of wine or something that was involved. Tell us about that.
I had received the receipts, I guess, via email from Tammy. I only looked at the Publix receipt. I didn't look carefully at the Kroger receipt. I have no excuse for the Kroger receipt. I used the wrong card, and I paid cash for part of it.
Okay. This, like I said, occurred between May, and like I said, if we exclude the July, because you had been terminated. Actually, you were terminated on, I guess it's the 15th. It's a 60-day period. Besides the moving transition, were you doing anything with the fire department that distracted you in any way?
Oh, we were extremely busy with everything that we were instituting, with the training and development, the classes we were putting together, the strategic plan, revising the policies. I had people championing different projects. We were redoing our communication. I was working with Metro Atlanta chiefs, working with other agencies, trying to look at what we're doing. Community paramedicine was a huge project that I had undertake with Emory Adventist. Unfortunately, what's happening with them, but my still hope is to move this project forward. With the new Healthcare Reform Act, we're going to have to look at a different way of the way we do business as far as taking care of our people. And so I was working very hard with a steering group trying to figure out a model that not only we could use in the city of Smyrna and collect data, that we could also use and give as training to other departments in the area, not only in the area but also throughout the whole country, as people are being faced with this.
I'm going to also, I'd like to give the panel, it's Appellants 5. This is the disciplinary appeal process. It's ordinance 3-01. So let me give copies of that. I've also moved to admit 5 into evidence. I think there's no objection, so 5's, I guess, admitted.
That was number 5.
No, it's 5.
Yeah, I'll just state for the record, I don't object to it going in, but it's not an ordinance.
It's policy.
All right, policy.
This is different from what we were given earlier. If you look at the headings are different. The one
Yeah,
from...
there's 2 different exhibits. This is a second
Okay.
different exhibit. The other one was the appeal. Disciplinary action. This is disciplinary appeal section.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome. As far as the procedures, if you look at step 5 and step 3, let me first ask, did you get 5 days notice from Mr. Taylor that they intended to dismiss you or terminate you in any fashion?
No.
Okay. Were any memos given to you or any documents showing why they were going to dismiss you?
No.
Okay. And,
Actually, if I just might add, since this is an appeal process, after I was given this letter, I said, well, what do I do now? And the city administrator said, well, obviously you have to leave city property. And I said, how do I do that? I'm driving city property. And he said, well, I'll have Tammy just go over and meet you. And I called my husband on the phone, and I drove back to the fire department, and all I could think is, what have I done? I brought my whole family here, and I've destroyed our lives. So I pulled in the parking lot, and I was sitting on the telephone, my cell phone, and my friend Kay Bolick, the Human Resources Director, pulled up and said, I volunteered for this. I'll take you home. I said, well, I need to get my purse. And she said, that's all right. Just run in and get it. So I ran in my office. I got my purse. I came back out to Kay's car. I gave her the keys, the purchasing card, everything I had on me, my person, which wasn't much, and I even told her that. And she said, don't worry about a thing. We'll worry about the rest of this later. And then she said, Paige, just so you know, I only found out about this morning.
so the Human Resource Director, as far as you know, did not know about this?
No.
This termination, besides leaving the city of Smyrna where you now have a house and your family, what is it going to do for your career? What effect will it have?
It's going to destroy my career in the fire service.
You think you'll be able to be employed anywhere else?
Not with this.
Anything else you want to say to the council, the mayor, anything about this situation?
I was completely wrong. I wasn't careful. I was wrong. But I don't believe that what I did should have warranted termination. I wouldn't have terminated any of my employees for this. Not for this. I also don't understand in this city, when I've worked a number of different places throughout my career, why we don't talk to each other. Why do we run around and tell on each other and say we're following the chain of command when you're a department head, you should be able to pick up the phone to another department head and say, hey, this isn't making sense. Do you know what's going on? Or even saying, Paige, are you okay? There's this whole thing going on with you. And I would say, no, I'm not okay. I'm falling apart. Thank you for asking me. Now, I'm not going to sit here and cry in front of you and it's everything I can do not to. But you have to understand that in my position with what I'm doing in a brand new place, in a brand new culture, not even knowing the rules of this game, that I've been told I don't even think I've been playing the right game. So, was I wrong? Absolutely. Would I have tried to hide any of that? Not even close. Not even close.
Paige, let me ask you what you're saying that you're openly admitting that you messed up. Yeah, the first thing that comes to my mind is why would you think you could get away with any of this.
You can't. You can't get away with it. It's right there in black and white. You have to reconcile your P card. You can't pretend that that didn't exist or justify it away.
If you even look at the airline tickets, it has the name of the person as Kelly on it.
I saw that.
It makes no sense. And I'll be honest with you, I used to be a prosecutor in my first life for 10 years, and we investigated fraud, and we investigated people who were sneaky and trying to do something deceptively. This is not deception. This is someone who is under stress and was just using the card and not realizing it was the card that she was using. I mean, everyone at certain times in their lives go through stress, and that's the only reason I wanted you to hear what you did for the city of Smyrna is to weigh that against 60 days of errant behavior, 60 days where she was not doing what she was supposed to do with that card. And I look at it, and I told Eric Taylor, I used to be a city manager, and we can trade war stories. But I can tell you, I would never do that to someone who is that valuable to a city. I would take the card away. I'd put him on suspension. I'd put him on probation. I'd give him a chance. And that's the only, and we agree it was wrong, but the penalty is outrageous for somebody who wants to give so much to the city, has a career ahead of her, and she'll never get a job if they find out this is alleged fraud and she's misusing her credit card. There's no deception here. This is, unfortunately, mismanagement of it and a mistake.
Something I'd actually like to bring up something that hasn't been discussed. It seems like you have this pretty straight up either or. Either there was a real sorry attempt at fraud because there was nothing was done to cover it up, or it was just a mistake. I feel like there's a third thing here, and that is also, if someone is in a state of desperation almost, there's so much going on. Everything is, you have everything coming at you from every direction, personally, at home, everywhere. I think it's possible that you can reach a point where you just say, you know what, my child needs this plane ticket. I got to do this. This has to get done. All these things need to get done. I'll put it on this card for now and I'll deal with it later. And then later comes. And I feel like that's something that hasn't really been discussed tonight, but I feel like there are other options beyond just.
It's a gray area.
There's a gray area, and I feel like that really hasn't been covered tonight, but I do feel like there's some validity to that gray area.
Well, let me just take that, Councilwoman, and just explain to you that I am not without resources. If I was completely tapped out and didn't have any money, I would call my parents. My parents, they are my biggest supporters, and they would happily have purchased plane tickets or HOA fees or anything because we're a family, and that's what they're there for. I would never do anything like this intentionally because this doesn't make any sense in my life for the most part when things aren't completely out of control. And shame on me for not taking the time off and putting my ducks in a row. I thought I could do it all, and I couldn't.
Paige, two things hit me. Number one, everyone has stress in their life. There's no one's life that is that perfect, but it depends on how you deal with the stress. And then again, you're a very, very bright lady. You have a PhD. And yet, now you want us to believe that for a certain period of time, you all of a sudden became an airhead. You know what I'm saying? That you got confused and everything like that, which is just a little bit out of character.
I was not confused. I was racing around and not paying attention.
Well, then, did you choose the right way to deal with it?
Obviously not, or I wouldn't be here before.
I mean, if things were if it was that overwhelming for you, then you would have been better off to have sought some kind of help, whether it be financial from your parents or.
It wasn't a financial issue. Don't think that was what it was. It was being careless, and I had things saved on my computer, and I was not being careful.
In hindsight, she should have taken a week to 10 days to relocate, move, change bank accounts, do all the things that we normally would do. but the city came first with her. I mean, in terms of doing what she wanted for the city, and she did over the Memorial Day weekend instead of taking enough time. 2020, I think you're right. She should have taken the time. She should have, but that's hindsight. I mean, we don't know why she didn't do that, other than she's dedicated, and she's indicated to that she loves the city, she loves the fire department, and she's progressive. I think that's why you hired her.
Well, I don't doubt that she loves the fire department, and I don't doubt that she has a fondness for Smyrna. It's just how you approach things, and especially in her position, because her position is an emergency position. The job that she does is an emergency position. So you have to learn to compartmentalize and to listen. I know what I worked for Delta for many years. My job totally changed on 9/11, but I still had to get on that airplane, and I still had to do my job and make sure that the people that were on the flight with me, they got what they needed too. Yeah. So.
I want to make sure that I understand a couple of things. One of them is my understanding that Paige, that you did not know until May that you could not get gas.
Yeah, that's correct.
That you didn't know that you could have gotten gas from.
Not on the week. I knew I got gas during the week,
but on the weekends.
No, I did not know that.
And just to make it clear that these forms that we're talking about, our Exhibit 3, which has been the basis for all this, you don't fill these out. These were filled out by your administrative assistant, who has done this for years.
Yes, sir.
So it's not like you were filling it out. She was actually
that's exactly
filling it out.
I don't even know where these forms are.
Okay. Scott, Mr. McKinney, anything else?
No, I want to thank you. I mean, we're going to have closing statements, but thank you for asking those questions. I think they're important, and it helps me because I may have missed something. So
I have a comment, if I might, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to publicly apologize for not being in communication with you, but that was what we were told was required of all of us. We couldn't do that. And as a friend, I found that very challenging. I'm ticked off about this whole scenario. I'm disappointed in at least 2 city employees, maybe more, about putting us in this situation. And frankly, I think we can do better. We have a great team of people here. I think we have all good intentions. And the book I read says, the first one of you without sin cast the first stone. I'm not happy to be sitting here today, and I'm very sad about your situation. I know your family. I know your heart. I know your team. I know all the players out there and the morale that you changed coming to this city and how important it has been. I don't approve of what you did. You don't either. It's obvious. But I don't think you get the death penalty for tugging at somebody's jersey or slipping up for whatever reason. We all do it. We've all made mistakes. So I'm just going to register that for the record. And I'm disappointed. You're disappointed. I think it could have been handled differently from the very beginning. I made that very clear, both among my colleagues and to the person who made the call. That being said, we have a process to go through. We've been doing so, and I've been adhering to it. I didn't see a single stitch of evidence till tonight. So I'm going to take some time to ponder this. But just recognize that there are good hearts in the city of Smyrna. You didn't come here without proper faith.
Mr. Cochran. Mr. Cochran.
Yeah, I'm just make sure.
He's finished.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to ask. I'm going to just go through some things. I mean, I feel like everybody else here. I don't want to be here. Let me just show you. I mean, there's some exhibits. You've seen Exhibit 2. That's the contract that you signed, right?
Yes, sir. I have so many copies.
I mean,
yeah.
so when you talked earlier on direct examination, you said I didn't really know what the rules were. Well, Exhibit 2 specifically says that you understand. I'm just going to read it, okay?
Yeah, please.
It says, I understand that under no circumstances will I use the purchasing card to make personal or non-work related purchases either for myself or others. A personal, non-work related purchase with the intent to reimburse the city is unacceptable and shall be considered a fraudulent purchase and could result in termination.
Yes.
Okay. Could result in termination.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could result in termination. So you did know the rules. I mean, you signed this when you got the purchasing card, right?
I signed that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, sure. Signature.
Oh, yeah. I signed that.
Yeah. Okay. So you knew that rule when you signed the doc. You've got a PhD almost. I mean, right? So you knew what you're signing.
Yes, I read what I was signing.
And you understood
I would never
prohibition against using city cards for personal use.
I would never intentionally use the city card for personal use.
But I'm specifically just kind of trying to address this notion that I didn't know what the rules were. I mean, you didn't know what the rules were, right?
Yes, for that document, yes.
Yeah, okay. And this is the document that came with the purchasing card.
Penny brought it to me, yes.
Right. And it came with the purchasing card.
No, it did not. She brought it separate the next week.
Okay, but it deals. It's even got your purchasing card number.
Yes, after I had it. She brought it by the next week, and then I signed it, and she's...
And did you need someone to tell you that you can't use the city purchasing card to make
I
personal
think it's
expenses?
important that you have the rules laid out so everybody knows what you're talking about. Did I need it personally? Probably not. I mean, I'm an intelligent person, but really at the end of the day, if you cover all your bases and you have your procedures and policies and you go over this in training, then you've reinforced it in more than one way. That's the way we do it in the fire department.
Yeah, but I'm just asking, real simple. I'm asking, do you need somebody to tell you that you can't use the city purchasing card for your personal expenses?
Of course not.
Yeah, I mean, you know that you can't buy some of the things that you bought with this card.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm not saying that that what I did was justified. It
Right.
was not.
And
But here's the thing, and this is something that the city really needs to consider for the future because we are growing and we need to understand this to protect ourselves, is we do something in the fire service called lessons learned, and that's when you take your absolute worst day where somebody usually has died or something other catastrophic has happened, and you take that as a lesson learned experience, and you write training, you write procedure, you develop some sort of speech, and you go around and you talk about it. Well, there's a lot of lessons learned that can be learned here, regardless of whatever the esteemed council decides to do with me. We need to do things a lot better. We need to make sure that people have all the information, especially brand new department heads. I'm not taking the blame off myself, but I'm just saying there's a lot of things that we can do here, and it's not based on past practice. It has to be based on law and policy and procedure, and everybody has to be held to the same standard.
Right. And what I'm talking about is specifically and only, and he can ask you follow-up questions afterwards if necessary. I'm asking you specifically about the purchasing card. All
Yes,
right?
sir. And I understand
I'm not
that.
debating anything else. I want to talk about the purchasing card. Okay?
Yes.
All right. And you don't need somebody to tell you that you can't use a purchasing card to pay your HOA dues in Texas, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah.
6 times already.
Yeah, well,
You made the point, so.
yeah, well, she continued to
Mr.
elaborate.
Williams.
So I'm moving on. You mentioned all this a second ago about we need this, we need to work together, we need this. You wouldn't have fired somebody for this. The truth of the matter is, just a few days before you were fired, you fired somebody else, right, in the fire department.
Yes, I did. Well, it wasn't a few days. It was about a month before.
Well, we had the hearings coming up, right?
I don't know anything about that. I wasn't
but
here.
okay.
I haven't
So
been.
so and that you fired another firefighter who had a family and all
Right,
the
and he
issues.
had a 20-year progressive discipline issues that have been violated continuously, and he was on a last chance agreement with the city.
And you stand here today and say your termination of that employee was justified.
Absolutely. He had a last chance agreement with the city. Progressive discipline had been filed, and there was no other recourse.
Do you have any idea?
And the human resources director and the city administrator, I wanted to demote him, and they decided to fire him. And I said I support their decision.
All right.
Okay.
You were the one who fired him.
Yeah, I'm the department head.
Yeah, in fact, they waited till you got back from being out of town. And
No, that's not true. He was out of town, and we waited for him to come back into town.
Okay.
I was here.
But did the same rules, did everybody working together, do they work both ways? Do they work with people?
Well, that's why I included the human resources director and the city administrator.
Okay, all right. So they work both ways. I mean, we're going to give everybody the same compassion that we give. We're going to give it both to everybody that we deal with. Is that right?
What is the point of your question?
I'll move on.
Yeah.
So on your exhibit, on this exhibit 3, that has, like the mayor said, has been the cornerstone of this. These charges that you acknowledge and repay for Taco Braun and for Wally Park Atlanta and Manny's Cafe and Midway, for the date that you charged on the city card that you weren't working, you brought you only paid those back after those charges were brought to your attention.
Right. I didn't catch it because I didn't reconcile my own P card. I just gave all my receipts.
So you didn't. So will you agree with me that the public money is that we're all stewards of the public money?
Oh, absolutely.
And so it's important to make sure that when we submit documents like this that deal with public expenditures, that we actually look at them.
Oh, I looked at them. Yeah, I had all my receipts. I went through everything, and I just didn't. I wasn't trying to be mysterious or slip something by anybody. It was an honest mistake.
3 honest mistakes.
On the same day, yes, sir.
Yeah,
I was traveling.
Mistakes. Yeah, okay. So you did look at it, and then you submitted it. You dismissed it. Is that right?
I submitted my receipts. They came back. I checked the receipts against the line item, and I signed it. Yes, sir. That's what I did.
But there are several expenses here that you, to this day, have not admitted that they were improperly charged to the purchasing card. Is that right?
I don't necessarily agree that they were improperly charged to the purchasing card.
Okay. Well, then let's just, I'm going to just get you to say on the record, you moved on Memorial Day weekend.
It was before that. We've been in process of moving the entire, ever since we closed on the house on the 16th of May.
But on the Saturday of Memorial Day weekend, you were moving.
We were moving. Yes,
right.
we were in process.
And is it still your testimony today that on the day that you were moving and not working, that you stopped moving?
You have to understand that I was working. I was constantly on my phone. I haven't had a day off since I've been here. Even when I was on vacation, I was on the phone. So that's not exactly fair testimony to say that I was not working.
I'm trying to. I promise you, I'm trying to get through this. I'm trying to be respectful.
But I want to be respectful
for the. So I want to finish asking the question, and then you can answer, and you can explain it any way you want. Okay?
Yes, sir.
And what I'm going to ask you is it still your testimony that on the Saturday, Memorial Day weekend, the day that you were moving, you stopped moving and went to Kroger and rented this carpet cleaner?
Yes, I rented a carpet cleaner on that
Saturday.
Saturday.
For a spilled coffee pot at a fire station?
I was told that there was a need for a carpet cleaner at the fire station. That's all I know.
And so you stopped moving, and
I didn't clean carpet. That's all I know.
But you went and rented this, put your home address on the receipt.
Oh, I didn't put my home address on the receipt. It was the employee there when I handed him my driver's license.
Okay. All right. So you're sticking with that. That was you say it's a city expense, right?
If it wasn't an approved expense, why was it signed? Why was I said, Paige, this is just not an approved expense. There's just too much gray area, and I would have paid it back.
Okay.
I mean,
but I'm not asking
I don't know
whether
what
it was erroneously approved. I'm asking you if the charge was in fact a personal charge, or was it
was
a
not
charge
a personal,
for you moving?
It was not a personal charge.
Okay. So on that same day, is it your testimony that despite the research of the investigation here from not just the administrator but other employees at the city and officials, is it your testimony still that the charge for Steak and Shake on that same day that you moved was a legitimate city expense?
You know, we've gone over this ad nauseum, and I don't want to sit up here and say something that is going to get anybody else in trouble or myself in trouble. I want to come back to the city. I want to serve as the fire chief. If this is an expense that is not approved, then just tell me, and I'll give you the money for it.
Well, if the investigation reveals that the expense was for firefighters that were helping you move, not working on a special city-related project, but helping you move. Would you think that's a legitimate expense?
No, that's not a legitimate expense.
Is that what the expense was for?
That is not what the expense was for.
Okay, so the city's investigation that revealed that is wrong?
I paid for the Steak and Shake for Brad Johnson myself because it was for him and my husband only.
And Brad Johnson's comment as far as
Yeah,
the investigation is wrong?
No, he had Steak and Shake.
And his comment that I wasn't working a special project, I was helping the chief move, is that right?
What? No, he was not wrong. He was right. It was for him and my husband.
So he and Brad Johnson, your husband, were helping you move.
Mm-hmm.
And you used a purchasing card to buy Steak and Shake.
No, that's not. I paid for that myself.
Well, what's the Steak and Shake charge to the purchasing?
There's the Steak and Shake. There's the McDonald's that keep coming up and up. And I told the city manager straight up that I don't know.
Well, the Steak and Shake, we've got the receipt for it. You know, and we've got the receipt for the Steak and Shake right here. It's Exhibit 21. I mean, it's on that day. It's on that Saturday. I mean, does this help?
I've seen all the receipts.
Yeah, and we've got it. It's also listed on the second page of the activity log. It's item on the second page, item 29.
I think that we have all seen the information, and
yeah, I'm just trying to. Here's what I'm trying to just put a little evidence on that there's definitely evidence, and you guys make the decision, but there's definitely evidence that this wasn't just a mistake, and when I found out about it, I made it good. There's evidence that I've gotten away with some of it, and I haven't turned it in yet. And when confronted on that, I'm still trying to argue that it was a legitimate expense. That's the and there's 3 or 4 of those on the second page of Exhibit 3. But I'm happy to move on if you guys, we can just bring it up in closing. So
I guess we're at, are there any additional questions, Scott, that you have of Chief Day? And then we'll get into the closing.
Yeah, just a few, you know, and it's I mean, when you were in Savannah on May the 3rd, and you heard the testimony, and you've probably seen the exhibits. I gave them to your lawyer as we're going through them. You know, you testified earlier that, well, you didn't want to go out, so you just stayed back and you had a meal there. But I mean, in fact, you went out. 2 ladies, I guess you and your daughter, went out at 8:30 and ate full meals, and then came back at 10 o'clock and got nearly $70 worth of room service.
Well,
and those aren't meals; it's like drinks.
But I paid all that back prior to the city administrator to signing that. It was already all reimbursed because I never got the receipts.
Yeah, you reimbursed that after it was brought to your attention.
The room service, yeah.
Yeah,
I reimbursed that, yes, sir.
Yeah.
I most certainly did.
But and I understand the reimbursement issue, but also the question is that the explanation that you guys gave is not entirely accurate.
Well, here's the thing: is when you look at if I would have looked at the receipts for the room service, I would have obviously have paid for the one night of the dessert and wine. Of course, I would never put that on a city card and expect the taxpayers to pay for that. I just wouldn't do that. As far as the other one, the breakfast and you look at the other ones. I mean, I haven't even looked at those. I never got the receipts back, so I don't even know what we had spent. But you know, at the end of the day, I put in the check. I said, let's just call it a wash. I won't ever order room service again on the city's dime, and then we went from there.
Okay. All right. Did you testify on direct that you don't have any carpet in your new house?
Oh, I have carpet on my new house upstairs.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you testified that you didn't have a carpet.
Oh, there's not any carpet in the old house.
The old house that you moved from.
Yes.
For the house that you moved to.
Oh, yeah, the carpets were
Yeah,
already
that house
cleaned.
wasn't a brand new house, right?
Oh, no, the carpets were already cleaned before we moved in.
Yeah, okay. The finally, and I'll end with this. I know it's something you mentioned on direct that you messed up with this Kroger receipt. This is what's Exhibit 16A. You messed up with that. You didn't even look at it, right?
I did not know. I saw the Publix for the ice cream. I didn't even realize that the other one, even though I emailed. I know what it said.
Yeah, well, let me just ask the question first, all right?
Yes, sir.
You sent an email, and it says.
Well, I responded to an email.
Now make sure that we get the context of this email. This email was.
Make sure the
Microphone.
mic.
After I was terminated, I received it.
Remember? Let me just finish, okay? Let's get the context, all right? The context is that after you signed an agreement saying that I have this purchasing card and I can't use it for personal use, okay? And then after Tammy talked to you and told you about the importance of not using the credit card for personal use, then after the 2 meetings on July the 2nd, where, again, Tammy mentioned you once with all the department heads report to her and then once in her office. And then after another discussion with Tammy, after all of that, and then after you had actually been sent, that you actually had sent checks to reimburse the city, and you had been fired because of misuse of the purchasing card. After all of that, you still sent this email. As you say today, you didn't even read the receipt, sent this email, and it said the receipts from Kroger and Publix were for the fire department. So you're still, even after all of that in that context, you're still like not getting it that this is a big point.
Well, here's the thing. With all due respect, I actually talked to my attorney about that, and he said, don't respond to them anymore. You're fired. He said, you don't owe them anything. Because I said, I'm getting these receipts and these emails, and he said, Paige, you are fired.
Well, but this email you sent after you were fired.
Because I was responding to it.
Look at the date. But you said, look at the date.
Yes, I was fired.
So, right. And after you had gone through all this coaching and had actually been fired, you still claimed that, this receipt that now you say you didn't even read yet was city expense. You were just defaulting to it's a city expense unless somebody tells me otherwise. Is that right?
Well, I could only assume that it was because I didn't realize that I had used that card on there until I looked at the receipt with my attorney. And then I said, I guess I made a mistake.
Well, you knew enough to know to say in the next email that the alcohol on this receipt was paid for with cash.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, so you knew about this receipt. I'm just trying to figure out why, after all of this has happened and this thing has really come to a head, that you still are just kind of lackadaisical about it. And you're saying, oh, yeah, this is for city use, even though now we know it's not.
Well, I was terminated. I was getting my case together. I hadn't seen any of the receipts, sat down and really look at them. My attorney advised me just to give him all the emails and to look at them and not respond anymore to the city because I was no longer a city employee according to the letter that I got on my termination date of July 15th. I mean, if we want to talk about that, then how come I got emails from the Human Resources Director saying that I was going to have meetings with, I had to appeal my termination with the person who terminated me? None of this makes any sense. So in 10 minutes, my whole life was destroyed. And I'm not justifying my position at all. Please don't.
You're also not answering the question that I've asked, but you can go ahead. I mean, if you're... Are you answering the question that I asked?
Yes, I am. I am answering the question about why I said the $13 what I spent with cash. That's your question, correct?
No. My question was, why did you, in the context of everything that was going on, that you had a serious issue on credit card expenses, serious issue. The issue had led to counseling and ultimately had led to your termination. In that context, you were questioned about a receipt from the city purchasing card, and rather than say, I don't want to talk to you, I've been fired, I don't know, I don't have the documents, you still said, oh, this is a city expense.
Because I assumed
now we know
it
wasn't.
Right. Now we know it wasn't. Now after we've gone over all these receipts, we know they are not.
Okay. That's all I've got.
Mayor?
I have a.
Hold on one second. Mr. Lineker has patiently been waiting.
Okay.
I'm going to let him.
Chief?
Yes, sir.
Understand all the points and things that we just covered. I guess the biggest mystery to me is you rented a carpet cleaner for the fire service. What did you do with the carpet cleaner once it was rented? Where did that carpet cleaner go?
It went to administration,
Who was administration?
the office. There, and I returned it the next day.
Did you deliver it to anybody in particular? Had somebody called you from administration?
I was asked. I would really like to defer from that question because there's a lot of issues that have come up during information that I've gotten that I'm just really crushed about.
Okay.
Someone to my left had a question.
You stated at the beginning all the wonderful things that you've been able to accomplish in Smyrna in a short period of time. And so for someone who's done so much and paid so much attention and has the background that you have, and then you say, I don't know. Somebody asked, I can't remember. It's like even like the log. You said, I don't even know about that. Somebody else fills that out.
It's true.
I mean, you are the chief of a fire department, that you should know everything that's going on. You have almost a $5 million budget, but right now you're 60% over the budget for 2 months in overtime. I mean, how can you manage and then be all just flustered and can't remember and nobody told me that? You're a smart woman. That doesn't compute. That does not compute with me.
Yes, ma'am, and I did not
And
know
that's all
about.
there's no answer for that. You did it. It's like, okay, let me see what I can do. I'm not going to pay attention to, I'm going to spend money on this card, and I've been told, but as soon as they let me know about it, I'll pay it. That isn't right.
No.
No, you said that. You said, when they told me about it, I paid it. So it doesn't compute that somebody, no, I'm not finished. Yes, I've listened to you, now you can listen, okay? Somebody that can do all the things that you've done in a short period of time, but cannot balance and look at your credit card, there's no excuse and there's no answer I want to hear from you. And I'm finished, Mayor.
Miss, in other words, you have something to say, or anyone else?
I do. This is actually specific questions to what we have as Exhibit 16A, which is the Kroger receipt with the $13 that you did pay in cash. And I guess my confusion on this is that I guess what I'm trying to figure out is this was a personal expense that you said was paid by mistake, but at the time you had the presence of mind to pay $13 in cash, which I'm assuming was for the 12-pack of Coors Light. However, there was also a $10.99 bottle of Chardonnay that was not paid for in cash. And I guess what I'm trying to figure out and what I'm trying to get clarification on is, one, did you know at the time that this was a personal expense?
When I was paying with cash, to be honest with you, I don't even remember that day. I know that.
I'm trying to figure out why if you thought that you were using your own card, you weren't paying attention, you were under the assumption that you're using your own blue credit card, not the City of Smyrna blue credit card, why then would you pay cash? It's unusual, and that's what I wanted some clarification on that, especially because that, again, the $13 accounts for the Coors Light, but it does not account for the $11 bottle of Chardonnay, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. It's just not clear to me. Number one, did you know that? Were you making this purchase thinking that it was something you're making just for yourself, buying groceries, going home? And if that's the case, then why would you pay cash for for $13 worth of it?
I do that quite a bit. I pay cash and credit, but it's just I made a mistake. I don't have a good explanation for you. I wish I did.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I guess we'll go into closing. Mr. Welch.
Chief Day, I come from a background of a private sector, and I have 25, 30 employees that work for me, and of those employees, probably 10 of them have credit cards. And we are very lenient. We allow people to buy their spouses meals and their children meals. We allow them to buy alcohol. But we're private. And this is a public sector, and we're dealing with taxpayers' money. And I'm extremely careful about, well, I submit very few expense reports to this city, but I would never put alcohol on there. I'd never put one of my children. I'd never put my wife on there. And I'm just very careful about what I buy that I put on an expense report. I just really want to ask you at this point, do you understand that? Do you understand that's not something that's permissible? We're not spending this council's money. We're spending the citizens of Smyrna money, and you know, they don't want me buying a bottle of wine or anything else using their money. They don't want to buy my wife's meal. They don't want to buy my children's meal. Do you understand that at this point?
Absolutely understand.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Any other questions, comments before we get into closing statements?
Okay. I'll just say that none of the council has a purchasing card. It's only department heads and the administration. So just for the record.
I never will. Pardon me?
Well, I just wanted to say I can understand some of what I hear coming from Paige. My husband travels all the time. He's very busy, very in charge. I mean, he does a lot, but he's not the kind of person that is good with details, but he is very good with his job. And so I can understand the kind of person that Paige is. And I'm more detail oriented, and he and I work together very well in that way. But he makes mistakes. And one of the things that he did the other day, my daughter asked him to ask us to take her books back to the library. And she has tons of books, and she had some in our car, and if she doesn't have that class that day, she leaves them in the car. And he went and took all her textbooks and deposited them at the library. And I think that how could you do that? Because he didn't even look at the books he was dropping in the bin. I'm just thinking he is very busy, and he does, he works really hard, and he works with lots of people and gives speeches. And so I'm just kind of trying to identify myself, with Paige and her responsibilities with her family and the job and her husband. And I think it's huge. And I think that it deserves some understanding, and that's just the way I feel about it. And I think that it also coming to a new state and understanding the culture and, as far as what's expected. And I have to say that even, being new on the city council, I don't think things are so clear about, what's expected or what our policy is. And it takes time to figure all those things out and to get that communication from people that in the city. I mean, we don't always learn those, and sometimes we learn it the hard way. I know that I feel that way sometimes. So that's what I just want to say. Thank you.
Mr. Cochran, you'll start with closing comments, or whoever. Mr. McKinney, I'm sorry.
Mr. Cochran, go first, but make a suggestion. This way, do this. 5, give me 5. It doesn't mean you have to take 5. But I'm just concerned that if he takes 30 minutes, then I'm kind of like obligated to do 30. If that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you for that.
Hey.
It doesn't matter what he's.
Yeah, that is. I am. I almost didn't say anything. Let me start off by saying, repeating what we started with is that. Oh wow.
Oh, and
you really did that.
Well, if you're through with Paige, I think she can step down.
Yeah, you got to stop that.
Is that okay? Mr. McKinney, that's something else you wanted to. Okay, thank you very much.
We're actually like the old.
Keep it going. Keep the clock going on.
Hey now, I hate, you know, I'm gonna start by saying what we started with, however many hours ago, is that I hate being here. Susan, I hear you. I do. Ron, I hear you. I hate being here. That's the first thing. I don't. I mean, I don't enjoy this at all. Let me also say this, that I'm not going to even suggest to you guys what you do in this. I just don't think it's appropriate. Y'all appointed me. My role here was to make sure that both sides of this got submitted to you all to make your decision. It's a discretionary decision for y'all. Okay, so for a closing argument, I'm not going to be, I don't think, much of an advocate for any position. I'm going to talk about a little bit of the evidence. Okay, and you guys know this already, but you start off with this card that's got this big emblem. I know people make mistakes, but you got this big emblem for starters that says City of Smyrna. Number two, you've got this this contract that says, hey, if I use this for personal expense, I can be fired. Okay, so, you know, there you go. It doesn't say if I intentionally use this for a fraudulent personal, it doesn't say that. It says if I use it for personal expense. And the reason the standard is lower is because this is public money. That's the reason the standard is lower. There's not any other reason than that. The purchasing card log number 3, I submit to you that it's pretty obvious that there's a bunch of charges on the second page of this, specifically charge 26, 27. I'll skip the Kroger fuel. Says 26, 27, 29, and 30. That those charges were misuses of the city purchasing card that have still gone undetected. I think it's clear that they are. I mean, really, it's logical to believe that or it's illogical to believe that during the middle of moving, the department head stops moving on a day that she is not working to the extent that she's at the fire department. I mean, like all of us are always on call, but not at the fire department. She's going to stop moving, go to the store, buy a carpet cleaner to clean a coffee spill. In a city of 60,000 people where we have maintenance people that do that, you know, it's just to me, it's not credible. But it doesn't matter what I say. It matters what you all say. And also the coincidence is such that it's on the day they're moving. And every time I've ever moved somewhere, I have had to clean the house where I'm leaving and where I'm going. So the carpet clean, the Jim and Nick's, we proved it. I mean, they did an investigation for Jim and Nick's, and the person who she wrote I was with at Jim and Nick's said no, we weren't. You know, so that was part of the investigation. So that's it's clear. And also, I mean, who's going to go to Jim and Nick's on a Saturday night at 9 o'clock on business on a day you moved and didn't work? That makes no sense. So and finally that. Deal with Steak and Shake. You know, you guys heard the testimony on that. It's pretty clear that these buddies helped her move, and she bought them Steak and Shake on the city credit card. You know, so anyway, that's the deal. This isn't about should you have used the city card for expenses for room service or not. That's just what gave scrutiny to this. You know, it's also not about paying back what she was caught doing. That's not the issue either. So, I don't have a lot to say. We've got the evidence in that I think is clear, without even getting to the issue of whether this was intentional or not, because I've got an idea in my mind what I think, but what I think doesn't matter. But without even getting to that issue, you've still got obvious misuses of the purchasing card, and there are several of them. Airline tickets for 2 kids, unrelated to city business, HOA fees unrelated to city business, charges on days that didn't even work. I mean, there's not like 1 or 2, oops, I missed this. It's just this broad systematic issue, a broad systematic misuse of the card. Finally, this 5-minute thing really got me. Finally, let me just say this. The process is fine here. That's for another day. 3 things. There's an obvious misuse of the card, which is enough to justify it if you all choose in your discretion to act on termination. There's a careless and cavalier attitude in response to that. This idea of I sent an email saying this was a covered charge and then knowing that it wasn't. Okay? And yeah, I got one more thing. That was pretty clear that even after confronted, it's just like, it looked to me like it's not even after termination, it wasn't being taken serious. So you've got the obvious misuse, you've got the careless and somewhat cavalier response to that. And then, most importantly, you got this basic lack of trust. It's hard to trust somebody when you got to flyspeck every expense they have, and you say, well, you can cure that by taking the card away. No, not really. You've got a $5 million budget there. So anyway, you guys do what you think's best. Bill's going to tell you to reinstate, but you all have the final decision to do whatever you guys want to do. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. McKinney.
First, thank you for staying. I know it's important, everybody here, particularly Ms. Day. I'd ask you to approach this in two ways. Number one, I'd ask if you'd approach this in two fashions. Number one, you've got a substantive issue, and number two, you've got a procedural issue. Substantive issue is, did she intentionally do this, or was she so stressed out that this is not a pattern? It happened over, I think, a 45-day period when she was moving and relocating. Okay, that's the first thing. Understand, what is going through her life when this happened. Nothing before April, and nothing happened. And they went through everything. The investigation that was done. If there was something that was there before April, or I say May 1st, they would have found it. It happened in a short period of time when she was relocating. That's the first thing. Second thing I'd ask you to consider is the procedure that was used. They never gave her these records until after they fired her. They wanted her to account for all these charges that she gave to her administrative assistant, and it was not given to her until after you're terminated. There was no consideration for any type of, and that's just where the procedure comes from, progressive discipline. You have it in there, and I know one of the council people was not confused, but was saying, wait a minute, we got that. But it's Exhibit 4. And it talks about what's the reason? Oral reprimand, written reprimand, suspension. Why? You want the individual to correct what they're doing wrong. That's the purpose of it. You just don't terminate somebody, a department head, after bringing them from Texas, relocating their family here. They buy a house here, a residence, and you go, and I'm not going to demean this, but has anybody ever seen the King Mutiny, where the guy with the steel balls? And I'm listening to this going, well, you bought a hamburger, and there was 2 hamburgers, and there's supposed to be 3, and you didn't have somebody. What are we talking about? What you're talking about is, did she misuse the card? She took responsibility, said, yes, I did, I'm sorry. Answered one of the councilman's questions. I get it, I understand it, it won't happen again. This is not somebody in denial or somehow saying, oh, listen, it just happened, and please give me a break. Her career is at stake with City of Smyrna. If she had not performed properly here and had not been progressive, I wouldn't have been arguing for her. There'd be nothing to argue for. But she's brought something here. She's brought a family here. She's a taxpayer. You got to give her some credit now. She's on the tax basis. Why not give her the benefit of the doubt? There's no intention here. There's no deception. When you put your son's or daughter's name on a card for Delta, you're not covering up anything. It's clear. When you use an HOA dues, and right next to it says Texas, and I think you hit it on the head, and I don't mean to demean our chief. There are some people who are not managers of little things. They're conception. They can get this done and that done, but when it comes down to credit cards or something, someone prepares it and they sign it. I've done that too sometimes, and as a lawyers we're getting smarter, but we got to read everything before you sign it. They're making a big deal about the coffee. Where's the witness from the fire department is going to come here and say, well, we didn't have a problem at Station 2 with the coffee. If you look at it, and I think Eric Taylor said, there's carpet over there. You look at it, and on the left side, it's dark. There's carpet. So we're going to fire somebody because, they rented a rug doctor, and it was during the period that she was moving. She told you that she's on 24 hours duty. Whether she remembered it and someone said, listen, we got a problem, she responded to it. There's no evidence at all that she does not respond to the needs of the residents and the needs of the city. There's a mistake made. She's admitted it. And there's, for whatever reason it's happened, but I think it's happened because of her stress. What's interesting is between when she was hired January until May, no problems. Now she's relocating, moving her family, her husband's brain injured, a lot of things going on in her life, and in a short period of about 45 days, it caves in. And she does not pay attention to the receipts that aren't prepared by her. She has an assistant. And that's no excuse. Understand that when you sign a document, you're supposed to read it. That's a given. But sometimes people make mistakes. And the question really, I think, is for this council is, do you ruin somebody? I mean, it's not only leaving Smyrna. It's not only firing someone who's done a great job for the 7 months she's been here, but what's her future look like? She's fired because she's misusing her credit card? I mean, she's going to carry that stigma for the rest of her life. And it's not right. Give her the benefit of the doubt. And, we used to say, you give somebody enough rope and they'll hang themselves. If there's a pattern, if there's someone here who's going to use their position or use the credit card improperly, they're going to do it again and again. But give them a chance to do that. And that's the only thing I'm saying. They never gave her that July logbook when she would have seen all her receipts. They simply stopped her right there in June. Never had a chance to look at the July ones. And that's the basis, really, of the firing. Back in July, they started finding other charges on the Visa account. That's the basis. And all I can say is that if you're going to terminate somebody, give them an opportunity. Follow your procedure. Give them progressive discipline. Do not just knock someone down like this. It's totally improper. And I'd ask you, everybody has a heart. So substantially, I ask you to think with your heart, procedurally think with your mind. And if you find in either one of those in her favor, she's been suspended without pay. You want to suspend her for some more time without pay. If you want to take the card away, you can do it. But bring her back and give her a chance. Thank you.
That concludes the hearing. I think whatever decision we make it now. And we've heard all the evidence. I'll entertain a motion from anyone. Or, we need to make a motion, then have discussion, I guess, procedure of what we need to do. All right, we have a motion by Ms. Pritchett to uphold the termination. All right, if there's no second, then that dies for, I'm waiting for a second. Second by Mrs. Bluestein.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer a substitute motion.
Offer a substitute motion, okay. Well, we'll hear the substitute. I guess we can hear the substitute motion.
For discussion purposes, I make a motion to institute progressive discipline according to our policy procedures for the city of Smyrna.
I don't. Somebody's going to have to help me with the Robert's Rules of Order. I don't know why. Yeah, I've got a motion and a second to uphold the termination. We can have discussion on that, Mr. Williams. We can have discussion on that, can't we? Yeah. So the discussion is to make a motion, say terminate, and then we can have discussion on.
Okay, which motion has precedent?
The first motion. Motion on the table is
the motion on the table is the one I just made. If I get a second, correct?
Oh.
According to Robert's Rules of Order, a substitute motion takes precedent over the original motion.
Yeah, everybody, this is the first time. Well, we're waiting on him. Y'all must have already planned something out then. We're waiting on Mr. Williams on this. The motion is, the first motion was to uphold the termination, and that was seconded. And we had a substitute motion that said your motion was to
institute progressive discipline, and I was not specific so that discussion could ensue about what that might mean.
And so that was seconded by Ms. Wilkinson. Now, Mike, you're saying that the person that made the motion has to accept that?
But it's a substitute motion, not an amendment to the original.
Can I say something too?
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. We need to get this issue resolved, because we can still have discussion. So, do you accept that? Okay. Ms. Pritchett does not accept that second or the amendment, so we will act. All right, according to what our legal folks have said, he just got through saying it. He just got through saying it, Ron, that she has to accept it, and she said that she will not.
That's your ruling?
Okay. All right, now we have a motion to say it. Now we can discuss whatever you want to discuss.
Mr. Mayor and council, members of the community, Mr. Cochran has effectively put the facts before us, and I appreciate the diligence with which he and the staff have done so. I think the chief has admitted wrongdoing, admitted an error in judgment, many cases of sloppy management of the P card and reporting, and I find that to be most disappointing. I do know in this very room over the last several months we've put people to work serving alcohol in our community, a very sacred trust that we allow people to have after they've served time in prison or even pending felonies. And we've been a very compassionate city in that regard, and I'm proud of that. We've applauded ourselves for that. I make no apologies, excuses, or even try to rationalize why we're here with some of this behavior. It didn't make sense, and I've said it throughout the entire process. This makes no sense. We had a smart lady with a bright future, doing a lot of great things. This makes no sense. I did not find an attempt to defraud the city anywhere in this equation. I didn't. I still don't. I think we've offered several employees progressive discipline. We have an arduous task when doing so to make sure that we give the best we have in terms of consideration of people who are working for this city. We have a lot of very dedicated employees. And over the last several months, I've seen a lot of motivated employees as a result of the arrival of one new employee. And I'm sad that we're here. I'm sad that we've lost this leader to our flock. But I will say, as a Christian, one who spends a considerable amount of time trying to reflect on how we make things better, that we forgive and we work to improve each other. I have my flaws. In this line of work, I get them pointed out to me all the time. It's okay. I chose to be out here. We should not throw away, for some mistakes, the talent of people because they screw up. And it is my opinion, while wrong was committed, very clearly, while trust has been damaged, I've seen many of my friends divorce over misunderstandings. I've seen businesses crumble because of a bad decision that one or the other made. But I've seen forgiveness turn things into a strong bond, and walls have been built that are impenetrable as a result of the forgiveness that was offered. I'm not going to defend anybody here today. But the way we handled this was wrong, poorly done, and I made it very clear that I believed that from the beginning. I'm not hiding anything. And we shouldn't be here for this very moment. We should have had a decision rendered based on the charter, knowing one's role and how to handle it. But it didn't happen. So we are here. We're thrust into this decision moment. I'm going to agree that there's wrongdoing that might warrant a termination here. If adequate time, remedy, and procedure had been followed. Since I don't feel that that's the case, I cannot support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Wilkinson.
I just want to say, that I think that there were mistakes made, and Paige has admitted that there were mistakes made with the use of the P card. But I also feel that the city has made some, I don't know if it's mistakes or not following the policy, because everywhere I read in here, it talks about the consultation with the human resource director and the city administrator, and a memo of understanding summarizing what was discussed and agreed upon in the canceling session. And there's just several places in the number 5 where it says termination, and then it says at the end, consultation with the human resources director and the city administrator should take place before a termination takes place. And I just feel like that it's that this is, terminating at this point is not the right way to go. I think that from what I've heard from Ron's motion and disciplinary action, is there are other ways to go. It's just not one way or the other, and I think that something could be worked out. I don't feel like that. I just don't feel like that it justifies termination. Thank you.
Ms. Nolowitz.
Yes, we heard talk tonight about how fire departments have procedures in place for lessons learned. And I'm compelled to point out that part of the reason all of this came to light originally is because of lessons we have learned in very painful ways as a city, as city staff. We have had people abuse P cards before. We have had people steal from the city. We have prosecuted people for these crimes against the city and against the taxpayers of Smyrna. So we absolutely know a thing or two about lessons learned. We have procedures in place. We have processes in place. The finance department has procedures in place, which is how they do find these things and these red flags, the fraudulence, things like that, things that put up the spidey sense. They make people think, something isn't quite right. Let's try to find out about this. So we have absolutely learned our lessons in the past. And again, we have prosecuted people for things that they have done similar to what we have been talking about tonight. So I feel like that's really important to point out. The fact that Mrs. Day and her family relocated here to Atlanta from Texas is wrenching, and it adds an absolute degree of anguish to this decision. But I really feel like it is not relevant to what we're discussing here at hand tonight. I think it can add a level of stress, absolutely. I've moved many times. I've moved many times for my father's career. That's just something that was done. If Shell Oil had decided to fire my father after they moved us from New Orleans to Houston, that's just how it works sometimes, and it's a risk that anyone takes when they relocate for a position. And again, I don't think it necessarily has bearing on the decisions we're making tonight, because it absolutely adds a level of anguish to the proceedings and to the decision that we have to make. But honestly, I feel like my obligation and my duty here tonight is to the citizens of Smyrna. We have a fiduciary responsibility. We have a department head in place that was, and I don't disagree with Mr. Cochran's term, that there was a cavalier attitude, I feel, towards that responsibility. I mean, there were things, just because you have an allowance of $50 a day for meals doesn't mean you have to spend the whole thing. It's just something that's just a number, that's a guideline. You're like, well, I've got this, I might as well spend it all. That's, I feel, a fiscally irresponsible attitude, and not something. I don't think that's the intent of what the $50 a day limit is. I think that it's just a guideline. I don't think it's saying, okay, you better use it or lose it. I'm going through my notes here, and it is very late, so excuse me if I seem not quite as together as I normally do. But what this comes down to me is that, well, it's a couple things. Number one, I'm not disappointed in staff. I think that staff did an exemplary job of identifying some issues, of identifying patterns, and of trying to find out what was causing those patterns. I think that we're here tonight because of one person's actions, when you want to get down to the essence of what we're talking about. And it was one person who made mistake after mistake after mistake, and that is at the essence of why we are here tonight. Whether the charges were accidental, whether they were intentional, whether they were unintentional, I'm not comfortable with saying, well, if someone can't manage a credit card, you got to take the credit card away. Again, they're left with a $5 million budget and an entire department to oversee. And so I'm having a very difficult time reconciling, well, if someone can't manage the credit card, you take it away. Well, how does that comport with the $5 million budget? And I'm having a very difficult time reconciling that. Again, this is a very difficult decision, and I'm going to need a few minutes to deliberate further before I make my final decision, but I really do think that if something like this can't be managed, is this person suited to be a department head and to manage that kind of a budget and to have that kind of responsibility over staff and over that level of taxpayer money? And again, we have learned our lessons in the city of Smyrna, and that is what led to us being here tonight.
Comments?
Yeah, I could see 1, 2, or 3 errors, but not multiple. That multiple either means that you're not paying attention at all, or you just don't care. It's that simple. And when you're in the business of an emergency management, and that is your job, your personality should fit your job, and you don't go into an emergency situation all flustered. You go in with a plan. So I feel sorry for you that you moved your family and that your husband has been sick in the past, but everyone has their own burden to bear. No one's life is perfect. And I just don't see that. I just don't see remorse. I don't see remorse. I see more excuses. And, I don't understand why the city did what they had to do. And I wasn't here when we had all these abuses of the purchasing card before, but as someone else pointed out, the council does not get a purchasing card. Only department heads and certain people get the purchasing cards. So, I feel sorry for you, but I don't totally buy into this. Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Lunico?
I've thought and considered this situation very carefully tonight, and like probably everybody who's paid attention to this hearing, we're all very troubled by it. Do I think violations of the purchasing card policy were made that could warrant and maybe should warrant termination? Yes. While I appreciate the chief's willingness to say, hey, I made a mistake, I'm sorry, it won't happen again, I also am troubled by some of the denial that I heard. For me, a very simple question is, what happened to the rug cleaner? If it was truly in response to an issue at a station, who at the station called and said, we've got an issue? Who was the rug cleaner delivered to? Who actually operated the rug cleaner? And I've heard no corroborating testimony to that. And that indicates, for a leader, a very troubling issue of trust that has been mentioned. Leadership has to be by example. And those who follow you in situations of great personal peril absolutely have to trust their leaders in every single way, in every single way. The last department head to abuse the purchasing card and financial policies of the city did so very deliberately. I'm not convinced this issue before us was done with that deliberate and reckless abandon as we had a number of years ago. But the council at that time felt sorry for the department head for all the same reasons we feel empathetic about Chief Day and her family. And the council actually voted 6-1 to try to settle that issue out of court without jail time. I'm proud to say I voted against settling it because I thought it did warrant jail time, and I'm very pleased to acknowledge that Judge Adele Grubbs felt like I did, and that person served serious jail time. If you steal public money from the citizens of any community, there are consequences for that. And I absolutely believe that that is a sacred trust, that each of us up here in elected office, each department head and every single employee enjoys a sacred trust from the people that we serve, that we protect, that we are sworn by oath to help and to do right for. So I'm very troubled by all the evidence and what we've heard tonight. I will also say this, I don't believe we did our best to follow our own procedures in terms of disciplinary action. If we were going to do it all again, I think we should do it differently and do it better, strictly in accordance with our procedures, as they're laid out in our personnel policy. I don't think that happened. Our city attorney has advised us that he believes we have legal justification to uphold the termination, and I think he's right. I trust his legal judgment. I always have, and I see no reason not to do that tonight. However, there's an issue beyond legal correctness, and that's what's morally or ethically correct. Many people have been faced with orders that they might have thought were lawful, but they knew in their hearts were illegal or immoral or unethical. And I think each of us is challenged occasionally. John Kennedy defined them as a profile in courage, a moment of courage where you've got to take a stand and do the right thing, even if it has drastic personal negative consequences. And I feel a little bit in that position here tonight. I don't condone what was done. I don't condone the lax attitude and slipshod paperwork that we've seen. I don't condone violating the public's trust in accounting for and properly spending the public's money. But because I don't think we did our best in following our procedures, I'm choosing not to support the motion to termination. I will say, I think the minimum I would support would be a 60-day suspension without pay and a 1-year working test probationary period to begin following that suspension. And I'm I think we need to see very carefully whether Chief Day is the right person to lead our department. I have some concerns. There have been operational issues in the department I've heard about that deeply troubled me. And one of the things that troubled me the most is when I asked Tammy Sadler if she knew anything about them, she said no. And yet she's the chief supervisor. Occasionally, I've asked Ron Fennell, who chairs the Public Safety Committee, about some things. And he's like, no, I don't know anything about that. And so we're not doing the right thing and communicating up as well as communicating down. And both are important. That's my position. Thank you.
Any other comments, Mr. Welch?
I'll be very quick, Mr. Mayor. I know everybody's ready to go home. I feel a lot of responsibility here. I sat on the committee that helped to bring Chief Day here. I don't know why or how the decisions were made to take the actions that she did with the P card. But I'm very very sad that I have to sit here tonight and make this decision. But to me, I'm in a business where ethics is everything. My word and my promise to people is all that I have in a service business, and it's one of the most important things in my life. So I am going to support the motion. I just believe that there were things that were done that were wrong. I think they were done wrong knowingly. Again, I don't know why, and I don't know how they were made. Those decisions were made to do that. But I'm going to support the motion to dismiss tonight, and wish Paige the best if it goes against her tonight. But that's the way I'm going to have to decide. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have a motion and a second to oppose the termination. All those, Chief Page, all those in favor of the motion, please vote. That's 4 in favor and 3 no. So that is approved. 4-3. Bishop Bluestein, Terry Anulowicz, and Corky Welch oppose. Wilkerson, Lineker, and Fennell. If there's no other business to be brought before this body, I declare this meeting adjourned at 2:04.